Section 75 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday morning, postmark March 10th, 1846. Now I shall know what to believe when you talk of very bad and very indifferent doings of yours. Dearest, I read your soul's tragedy last night, and was quite possessed with it, and fell finally into a mute wonder how you could for a moment doubt about publishing it. It is very vivid, I think, and vital, and impressed me more than the first act of Luria did, though I do not mean to compare such dissimilar things, and for pure nobleness Luria is unapproachable, will prove so, it seems to me. But this tragedy shows more heat from the first, and then the words beat down more closely. Well, I am struck by it all, as you see. If you keep it up to this passion, if you justify this high keynote, it is a great work, and worthy of a place next Luria. Also do observe how excellently balanced the two will be, and how the tongue of this next silver bell will swing from side to side. And you to frighten me about it. Yes, and the worst is, because it was stupid in me, the worst is that I half believed you, and took the manuscript to be something inferior, for you, and the advisableness of its publication a doubtful case. And yet, after all, the really worst is that you should prove yourself such an adept at deceiving. For can it be possible that the same Robert Browning, who, I heard the other day, said once that he could wait 300 years, should not feel the life of centuries in this work too? Can it be? Why, all the pulses of the life of it are beating in even my ears. Tell me, beloved, how you are. I shall hear it to-night, shall I not? To think of your being unwell, and forced to go here and go there to visit people to whom your being unwell falls in at best among the secondary evils, makes me discontented, which is one shade more to the uneasiness I feel. Will you take care and not give away your life to these people? Because I have a better claim than they, and shall put it in if provoked. Shall. Then you will not use the shower bath again, you promise. I dare say Mr. Kenyon observed yesterday how unwell you were looking. Tell me if he didn't. Now do not work, dearest. Do not think of Chiappino. Leave him behind. He has a good strong life of his own, and can wait for you. Oh, but let me remember to say of him that he and the other personages appear to me to articulate with perfect distinctness and clearness. You need not be afraid of having been obscure in this first part. It is all as lucid as noon. Shall I go downstairs to-day? No, say the privy councillors, because it is cold, but I shall go peradventure, because the sun brightens and brightens, and the wind has gone round to the west. George had come home yesterday before you left me, but the stars were favourable to us, and kept him out of this room. Now he is at Worcester. Went this morning, on those never-ending rounds, poor fellow, which weary him, I am sure. And why should music and the philosophy of it make you melancholy, ever dearest, more than the other arts, which each has the seal of the age, modifying itself after a fashion and to one? Because it changes more, perhaps. Yet all the arts are mediators between the soul and the infinite, shifting always like a mist between the breath on this side and the light on that side, shifted and coloured, mediators, messengers, projected from the soul to go and feel for her out there. You don't call me kind, I confess, but then you call me too kind, which is nearly as bad, you must allow on your part. Only you were not in earnest when you said that, as it appeared afterward. Were you, yesterday, in pretending to think that I owed you nothing? I? May God bless you. He knows that to give myself to you is not to pay you. Such debts are not so paid. Yet I am your Ba. People's Journal for March 7th. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark March 10, 1846. Dear, dear Bar, if you were here I should not much speak to you, not at first, nor indeed at last. But as it is, sitting alone, only words can be spoken, or worse, written. And oh, how different to look into the eyes and imagine what might be said, what ought to be said, though it never can be, and to sit and say and write, and only imagine who looks above me, looks down, understanding and pardoning all. My love, my Bar, the fault you found once were some expressions of mine about the amount of imperishable pleasures already hoarded in my mind, the indestructible memories of you. That fault which I refused to acquiesce under the imputation of, at first, you remember, well, what a fault it was by this better light. If all stopped here and now, horrible, complete oblivion were the thing to be prayed for, rather. As it is, now I must go on, must live the life out, and die yours. And you are doing your utmost to advance the event of events, the exercise, and consequently, is it not, necessarily improved sleep, and the projects for the fine days, the walking, a pure bliss to think of. Well, now, I think I shall show seamanship of a sort, and try another tack. Do not be overbold, my sweetest. The cold is considerable, taken into account the previous mildness. One ill-advised, I, the adviser, I should remember, too early or too late descent to the drawing-room, and all might be ruined. Thrown back so far, seeing that our flight is to be prayed for not in the winter, and one will be called on to wait, in this world where nothing waits, rests as can be counted on. Now think of this too, dearest, and never mind the slowness for the sureness' sake. How perfectly happy I am as you stand by me, as yesterday you stood, as you seem to stand now. I will write tomorrow more. I came home last night with a head rather worse, which in the event was the better, for I took a little medicine, and all is very much improved today. I shall go out presently, and return very early, and take as much care as is proper. For I thought of Bar, and the sublimities of duty, and that gave me airs of importance, in short, as I looked at my mother's inevitable arrowroot this morning. So now I am well. So now is dearest Bar well? I shall hear to-night, which will have its due effect, that circumstance in quickening my retreat from Forster's rooms. All was very pleasant last evening, and your letter, etc., went à qui de droit, and Mr. W. Jr. had to smile good-naturedly when Mr. Burgess began laying down this general law, that the sons of all men of genius were poor creatures. And Chorley and I exchanged glances after the fashion of two augurs meeting at some street corner in Kickerow's time, as he says. Mr. Kenyon was kind, kinder, kindest as ever. And thus ends a wooing. No, a dinner. My wooing ends never, never. And so prepare to be asked to give, and give, and give, till all is given in heaven. And all I give you is just my heart's blessing. God bless you, my dearest, dearest Bar. Into section 76.
Section 77 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening, postmark March 11th, 1846. You find my letter, I trust, for it was written this morning in time, and if these 2 lines should not be flattery, oh, rank flattery, why happy letter it is to help to bring you home 10 minutes earlier, when you never ought to have left home. No, indeed. I knew how it would be yesterday, and how you would be worse and not better. You are not fit to go out, dear, dearest, to sit in the glare of lights and talk and listen, and have the knives and forks to rattle all the while and remind you of the chains of necessity. Oh, should I bear it, do you think? I was thinking, when you went away, after you had quite gone. You would laugh to see me at my dinner, Flush and me, Flush placing in me such an heroic confidence that after he has cast one discriminating glance on the plate, and in the case of chicken wagged his tail with an emphasis, he goes off to the sofa, shuts his eyes, and allows a full quarter of an hour to pass before he returns to take his share. Did you ever hear of a dog before who did not persecute one with beseeching eyes at meal times? And remember, this is not the effect of discipline. Also, if another than myself happens to take coffee or break bread in the room here, he teases straightway with eyes and paws, teases like a common dog, and is put out of the door before he can be quieted by scolding. But with me he is sublime. Moreover, he has been a very useful dog in his time, in the point of capacity, causing to disappear supererogatory dinners and impossible breakfasts, which, to do him justice, is a feat accomplished without an objection on his side always. So when you write me such a letter, I write back to you about Flush. Dearest beloved, but I have read the letter and felt it in my heart through and through, and it is as wise to talk of Flush foolishly as to fancy that I could say how it is felt, this letter. Only when you spoke last of breaking off with such and such recollections, it was the melancholy of the breaking off which I protested against, was it not? And not the insufficiency of the recollections. There might have been something besides in jest. Ah, but you remember, if you please, that I was the first to wishing for my own part, if I could wish exclusively, to break off in the middle the silken thread, and you told me not. You forbade me, do you remember? For as happiness goes, the recollections were enough, are enough for me. I mean that I should acknowledge them to be full compensation for the bitter gift of life, such as it was, to me, if that subject matter were broken off here. Bona verba, let me speak nevertheless. You mean, you say, to run all risks with me, and I don't mean to draw back from my particular risk of— What am I to do to you hereafter to make you vexed with me? What is there in marriage to make all these people on every side of us, who all began, I suppose, by talking of love, look askance at one another from under the silken mask, and virtually hate one another through the tyranny of the stronger and the hypocrisy of the weaker party? It never could be so with us, I know that. But you grow awful to me sometimes with the very excess of your goodness and tenderness, and still I think to myself, if you do not keep lifting me up quite off the ground by the strong faculty of love in you, I shall not help falling short of the hope you have placed in me. It must be supernatural of you to the end. Or I fall short and disappoint you. Consider this, beloved. Now if I could put my soul out of my body, just to stand up before you and make it clear. I did go to the drawing-room to-day. Would, should, did. The sun came out, the wind changed. Where was the obstacle? I spent a quarter of an hour in a fearful solitude, listening for knocks at the door, as a ghost-fearer might at midnight, and came home none the worse in any way. Be sure that I shall take care better than you do, and there is the worst of it all, for you let people make you ill, and do it yourself upon occasion. You know from my letter how I found you out in the matter of the soul's tragedy. Oh, so bad, so weak, so unworthy of your name. If some other people were half a quarter as much the contrary. And so good night, dear, dearest. In spite of my fine speeches about recollections, I should be unhappy enough to please you with only those, without you beside. I could not take myself back from being your own. End of section 77.
Section 78 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, March 11, 1846. Dear, dear Bar, but indeed I did return home earlier by 2 or 3 good hours than the night before, and to find no letter, none of yours. That was reserved for this morning early. And then a rest came, a silence over the thoughts of you. And now again comes this last note. Oh, my love, why? What is it you think to do or become afterward that you may fail in and so disappoint me? It is not very unfit that you should thus punish yourself, and that sinning by your own ambition of growing something beyond my bar even, you should fear, as you say. For sweet, why wish, why think to alter ever by a line, change by a shade, turn better if that were possible, and so only rise the higher above me, get further from instead of nearer to my heart? What I expect, what I build my future on, am quite prepared to risk everything for, is that one belief that you will not alter, will just remain as you are, meaning by you the love in you, the qualities I have known, for you will stop me if I do not stop myself, what I have evidence of in every letter, in every word, every look. Keeping these, if it be God's will that the body passes, what is that? Write no new letters, speak no new words, look no new looks. Only tell me years hence that the present is alive, that what was once still is, and I am, must needs be, blessed as ever. You speak of my feelings as if it were a pure speculation, as if because I see somewhat in you I make a calculation that there must be more to see somewhere or other. Where bdellium is found, the onyx stone may be looked for in the mystic land of the 4 rivers. And perhaps, poor human nature, perhaps I do think at times of what may be to find. But what is that to you? I offer for the bdellium. The other may be found or not found. What I see glitter on the ground, that will suffice to make me rich as. So bless you, my own Bar. I would not wait for paper, and you must forgive half sheets instead of a whole celestial choir to my love and praise. Are you so well? So adventurous? Thank you from my heart of hearts. And I am quite well today, and have received a note from Proctor just this minute putting off his dinner on account of the death of his wife's sister's husband abroad. Observe, this sheet I take as I find. I mean, that the tear tells of no improper speech repented of. What English, what sense, what a soul's tragedy! But then, what realest love, and more than love, for my ever dearest Bar possesses her own. End of section 78.
Section 79 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark, March 12, 1846. When my Orpheus writes Peri Lithon, he makes a great mistake about onyxes. There is more true onyx in this letter of his that I have just read than he will ever find in the desert land he goes to, and for what glitters on the ground, it reminds me of the yellow metal sparks found in the Malvern Hills, and how we used to laugh years ago at one of our geological acquaintances who looked molehills up that mountain range in the scorn of his eyes, saying, "Nothing but mica." Is anybody to be rich through mica, I wonder? Through nothing but mica. As rich as Walter the Penniless. Dearest, best you are nevertheless, and it is a sorry jest which I can break upon your poverty, with that golden heart of yours so apprehended of mine. Why, if I am ambitious, is it not because you love me as if I were worthier of your love, and that so I get frightened of the opening of your eyelids to the unworthiness? A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep, there is my ambition for afterward. Oh, you do not understand how with an unspeakable wonder, an astonishment which keeps me from drawing breath, I look to this dream, and see your face as the face of an angel, and fear for the vanishing, because dreams and angels do pass away in this world. But you, I understand you, and all your goodness past expression, past belief of mine, if I had not known you, just you. If it will satisfy you that I should know you, love you, why then indeed, because I never bowed down to any of the false gods, I know the gold from the mica, my own beloved, you should have my soul to stand on, if it could make you stand higher. Yet you shall not call me ambitious. Today I went downstairs again, and wished to know whether you were walking in your proportion, and your letter does call you better, whether you walked enough or not, and it bears the Deptford postmark. On Saturday I shall see how you are looking. So pale you were last time. I know Mr. Kenyon must have observed it, dear Mr. Kenyon, for being kinder and kindest, and that one of the augurs marvelled at the other. By the way, I forgot yesterday to tell you how Mr. Burgess's apt remark did amuse me, and Mr. Kenyon, who said much the same words to me last week in relation to this very Wordsworth junior, writhed, I am sure, and wished the ingenious observer with the lost place of Aeschylus. Oh, I seem to see Mr. Kenyon's face. He was to have come to tell me how you all behaved at dinner that day, but he keeps away. You have given him too much to think of, perhaps. I heard from Miss Mitford to-day that Mr. Chorley's hope is at an end in respect to the theatre, and, I must tell you, she praises him warmly for his philosophy and fortitude under the disappointment. How much philosophy does it take, please to instruct me, in order to the decent bearing of such disasters? Can I fancy one, shorter than you by a whole head of the soul, condescending to bear such things? No, indeed. Be good and kind, and do not work at the tragedy. Do not. So you and I have written out all the paper in London. At least I send and send in vain to have more envelopes after my kind, and the last answer is that a fresh supply will arrive in 8 days from Paris, and that in the meanwhile they are quite out in the article. An awful sign of the times is this famine of envelopes, not to speak of the scarcity of little sheets, and the augurs look to it all, of course. For my part, I think more of Chiappino. Chiappino holds fast. But I must let you go. It is too late. This dearest letter which you sent me, I thank you for it with ever so much dumbness. May God bless you and keep you, and make you happy for me. Your Ba. End of section 79.
Section 80 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, March 12, 1846. How I get to understand this much of law, that prior possession is 9 points of it, just because your infinite adroitness got first hold of the point of view whence our connection looks like a dream, I find myself shut out of my very own, unable to say what is oftenest in my thoughts, whereas the dear miraculous dream you were and are, my Bar, only vanish that you will never, my own and forever. Yesterday I read the poor, inconceivably inadequate notice in the People's Journal. How curiously wrong, too, in the personal guesses. Sad work, truly. For my old friend Mrs. Adams— no, I must be silent. The lyrics seem doggerel in its utter purity. And so the people are to be instructed in the new age of gold. I heard 2 days ago precisely what I told you, that there was a quarrel, etc., which this service was to smooth over, no doubt. Chorley told me in a hasty word only that all was over. Mr. Webster would not have anything to do with his play. The said W. is one of the poorest of poor creatures, and as Chorley was certainly forewarned, forearmed I will hope him to have been likewise, still it is very disappointing. He was apparently nearer than most aspirants to the prize, having the best will of the actresses on whose shoulder the burthen was to lie. I hope they have been quite honest with him, knowing as I do the easy process of transferring all sorts of burthens in that theatrical world from responsible to irresponsible members of it, actors to manager, manager to actors, as the case requires. And it is a hope deferred with Chorley, and not for the second or third time. I am very glad that he cares no more than you tell me. Still you go downstairs, and still return safely, and every step leads us nearer to my hope. How unremittingly you bless me! A visit promises a letter. A letter brings such news, crowns me with such words, and speaks of another visit. And so the golden links extend. Dearest words, dearest letters, as I add each to my heap, I say, I do say, I was poor. It now seems a minute ago when I had not this. Bless you, my dear, dear Bar. On Saturday I shall be with you, I trust. May God bless you. Ever your own. End of section 80.
Section 81 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark March 16th, 1846. Ever dearest, I am going to say one word first of all, lest I should forget it afterward, of the 2 or 3 words which you said yesterday, and so passingly that you probably forget to-day having said them at all. We were speaking of Mr. Chorley and his house, and you said that you did not care for such and such things for yourself, but that for others— now you remember the rest. And I just want to say what it would have been simpler to have said at the time, only not so easy. I couldn't say it at the time, that you are not, if you please, to fancy that because I am a woman I have not the pretension to do with as little in any way as you yourself. No, it is not that I mean to say. I mean that you are not, if you please, to fancy that, because I am a woman, I look to be cared for in those outside things, or should have the slightest pleasure in any of them. So never wish nor regret in your thoughts to be able or not to be able to care this and this for me. For while you are thinking so, our thoughts go different ways, which is wrong. Mr. Fox did me a great deal too much honour in calling me a religious hermit. He was curiously in fault, as you saw. It is not my vocation to sit on a stone in a cave. I was always too fond of lolling upon sofas or in chairs nearly as large, and this which I sit in was given to me when I was a child by my uncle, the uncle I spoke of to you once, and has been lolled in nearly ever since, when I was well enough. Well, that is a sort of luxury, of course, but it is more idle than expensive as a habit, and I do believe that it is the head and foot of my offending in that matter. Yes, confiteor tibi besides, that I do hate white dimity curtains, which is highly improper for a religious hermit, of course, but excusable in me, who would accept brown serge as a substitute with ever so much indifference. It is the white light which comes in the dimity which is so hateful to me. To go mad in white dimity seems perfectly natural, and consequential even. Set aside these foibles, and one thing is as good as another with me, and the more simplicity in the way of living, the better. If I saw Mr. Chorley's satin sofas and gilded ceilings, I should call them very pretty, I dare say, but never covet the possession of the like. It would never enter my mind to do so. Then papa has not kept a carriage since I have been grown up. They grumble about it here in the house, but when people have once had great reverses, they get nervous about spending money. So I shall not miss the Clarence and Greys, and I do entreat you not to put those two ideas together again of me and the finery which has nothing to do with me. I have talked a great deal too much of all this, you will think, but I want you, once for all, to apply it broadly to the whole of the future, both in the general view and the details, so that we need not return to the subject. Judge for me as for yourself. What is good for you is good for me. Otherwise I shall be humiliated, you know, just as far as I know your thoughts. Mr. Kenyon has been here to-day, and I have been downstairs, 2 great events. He was in brilliant spirits, and sate talking ever so long, and named you as he always does. Something he asked and then said suddenly, but I don't see why I should ask you, when I ought to know him better than you can. On which I was wise enough to change colour, as I felt, to the roots of my hair. There is the effect of a bad conscience. And it has happened to me before, with Mr. Kenyon, 3 times. Once particularly, when I could have cried with vexation, to complete the effects. He looked at me with such infinite surprise in a dead pause of any speaking. That was in the summer. And all to be said for it now is, that it couldn't be helped. Couldn't. Mr. Kenyon asked of Saul. By the way, you never answered about the blue lilies. He asked of Saul, and whether it would be finished in the new number. He hangs on the music of your David. Did you read in the Athenaeum how Jules Janin? No, how the critic on Jules Janin. Was it the critic? Was it Jules Janin? The glorious confusion is gaining on me, I think. Has magnificently confounded places and persons in Robert Southey's Urn by the Adriatic, and devoted friendship for Lord Byron. And immediately the English observer of the phenomenon, after moralizing a little on the crass ignorance of Frenchmen in respect to our literature, goes on to write like an ignoramus himself on Madame Charles Rebaud, encouraging that pure budding novelist, who is in fact a hack writer of romances 3rd and 4th rate, of questionable purity enough, too. It does certainly appear wonderful that we should not sufficiently stand abreast here in Europe to justify and necessitate the establishment of a European review, journal rather, the foreign review so-called, touching only the summits of the hills, a journal which might be on a level with the intelligent readers of all the countries of Europe, and take all the rising reputations of each, with the national light on them as they rise, into observation and judgment. If nobody can do this, it is a pity, I think, to do so much less, both in France and England, to snatch up a French book from over the Channel, as ever and anon they do in the Athenaeum, and say something prodigiously absurd of it, till people cry out, "Oh, oh," as in the House of Commons. Oh, oh, and how wise I am to-day, as if I were a critic myself. Yesterday I was foolish instead, for I couldn't get out of my head all the evening how you said that you would come to see a candle held up at the window. Well, but I do not mean to love you any more just now, so I tell you plainly, certainly I will not. I love you already too much, perhaps. I feel like the turning dervishes turning in the sun when you say such words to me, and I never shall love you any less, because it is too much to be made less of. And you write tomorrow, and will tell me how you are? Honestly will tell me? May God bless you, most dear. I am yours. Tota tua est. Ba. End of section 81.
Section 82 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark, March 16, 1846. How with the love my heart is full of for you, let me be silent. Insufficient speech is better than no speech in one regard. The speaker had tried words, and if they fail, hereafter he needs not reflect that he did not even try. So with me now, that loving you, bar, with all my heart and soul, all my senses being lost in one wide wondering gratitude and veneration, I press close to you to say so, in this imperfect way, my dear, dearest beloved. Why do you not help me rather than take my words, my proper word, from me and call them yours when yours they are not? You said lately love of you made you humble, just as if to hinder me from saying that earnest truth. Entirely true it is, as I feel ever more convincingly. You do not choose to understand it should be so, nor do I much care, for the one thing you must believe, must resolve to believe in its length and breadth, is that I do love you, and live only in the love of you. I will rest on the confidence that you do so believe. You know by this that it is no shadowy image of you and not you, which having attached myself to in the first instance, I afterward compelled my fancy to see reproduced, so to speak, with tolerable exactness to the original idea, in you, the dearest real you I am blessed with. You know what the eyes are to me, and the lips, and the hair. And I, for my part, know now, while fresh from seeing you, certainly know, whatever I may have said a short time since, that you will go on to the end, that the arm round me will not let me go, over such a blind abyss. I refuse to think, to fancy, towards what it would be to loose you now. So I give my life, my soul into your hand. The giving is a mere form too. It is yours, ever yours from the first, but ever as I see you, sit with you, and come away to think over it all, I find more that seems mine to give. You give me more life, and it goes back to you. I shall hear from you tomorrow. Then I will go out early and get done with some calls, in the joy and consciousness of what waits me. And when I return, I will write a few words. Are these letters, these merest attempts at getting to talk with you through the distance, yet always with the consolation of feeling that you will know all, interpret all, and forgive it, and put it right? Can such things be cared for, expected, as you say? Then, bar, my life must be better, with the closeness to help, and the finding out the way, for which love was always noted. If you begin making in fancy a lover to your mind, I am lost at once. But the one quality of affection for you, which would sooner or later have to be placed on his list of competent graces, that I will dare start supply. The entire love you could dream of is here. You think you see some of the other adornments, and only too many, and you will see plainer one day. But with that I do not concern myself. You shall admire the true heroes, but me you shall love for the love's sake. Let me kiss you, you, my dearest, dearest. God bless you ever. End of section 82. Section 83 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, March 16, 1846. Indeed I would, dearest Bar, go with entire gladness and pride to see a light that came from your room. Why should that surprise you? Well, you will know one day. We understand each other, too, about the sofas and gilding. Oh, I know you, my own sweetest. For me, if I had set those matters to heart, I should have turned into the obvious way of getting them, not out of it, as I did resolutely from the beginning. All I meant was to express a very natural feeling. If one could give you diamonds for flowers, and if you liked diamonds, then indeed. As it is, wherever we are found shall be, if you please, for the love's sake found therein, sweetest house was ever seen. Mr. Kenyon must be merciful. Lilies are of all colours in Palestine. One sort is particularised as white, with a dark blue spot and streak. The water lily, lotos, which I think I meant, is blue altogether. I have walked this morning to town and back. I feel much better. Honestly. The head better, the spirits rising, as how should they not when you think all will go well in the end, when you write to me that you go downstairs and are stronger, and when the rest is written? Not more now, dearest, for time is pressing, but you will answer this, the love that is not here, not the idle words, and I will reply tomorrow. Thursday is so far away yet. Bless you, my very own, only dearest. End of section 83.
Section 84 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening, postmark March 17th, 1846. Dearest, you are dearest always. Talk of sirens, there must be some masculine ones, rari nantes, I fancy, though we may not find them in unquestionable authorities like your Aelian, to justify this voice I hear. Ah, how you speak, with that pretension too to dumbness! What should people be made of in order to bear such words, do you think? Will all the wax from all the altar candles in the Sistine Chapel keep the piercing danger from their ears? Being tied up a good deal tighter than Ulysses did not save me. Dearest, dearest, I laugh, you see, as usual, not to cry. But deep down, deeper than the sirens go, deep underneath the tides, there I bless and love you with the voice that makes no sound. Other human creatures, how often I do think it to myself, have their good things scattered over their lives, sown here and sown there, down the slopes and by the waysides, but with me I have mine all poured down on one spot in the midst of the sands. If you knew what I feel at moments and at half hours, when I give myself up to the feeling freely and take no thought of red eyes. A woman once was killed with gifts, crushed with the weight of golden bracelets thrown at her, and knowing myself, I have wondered more than a little how it was that I could bear this strange and unused gladness without sinking as the emotion rose. Only I was incredulous at first, and the day broke slowly, and the gifts fell like the rain, softly, and God gives strength, by his providence, for sustaining blessings as well as stripes. Dearest. For the rest I understand you perfectly, perfectly. It was simply to your thoughts that I replied, and that you need not say to yourself any more, as you did once to me when you brought me flowers, that you wished they were diamonds. It was simply to prevent the accident of such a thought that I spoke out mine. You would not wish accidentally that you had a double-barrelled gun to give me, or a cardinal's hat, or a snuff-box, and I meant to say that you might as well, as diamonds and satin sofas are surely. Thoughts are something, and your thoughts are something more. To be sure they are. You are better, you say, which makes me happy, of course. And you will not make the better worse again by doing wrong things. That is my petition. It was the excess of goodness to write those 2 letters for me in one day, and I thank you, thank you. Beloved, when you write, let it be, if you choose, ever so few lines. Do not suffer me, for my own sake, to tire you, because 2 lines or 3 bring you to me, remember, just as a longer letter would. But where, pray, did I say, and when, that everything would end well? Was that in the dream, when we 2 met on the stairs? I did not really say so, I think. And well is how you understand it. If you jump out of the window, you succeed in getting to the ground somehow, dead or alive. But whether that means ending well depends on your way of considering matters. I am seriously of opinion, nevertheless, that if the arm you talk of drops, it will not be for weariness, nor even for weakness, but because it is cut off at the shoulder. I will not fail to you. May God so deal with me, so bless me, so leave me, as I live only for you and shall. Do you doubt that, my only beloved? Ah, you know well, too well, people would say, but I do not think it too well myself, knowing you. Your Bar. Here is a gossip which Mr. Kenyon brought me on Sunday, disbelieving it himself, he asseverated, though Lady Chantrey said it with authority, that Mr. Harness had offered his hand, heart, and ecclesiastical dignities to Miss Burdett Coutts. It is Lady Chantrey's and Mr. Kenyon's secret, remember. And will you tell me, how can a man spend 4 or 5 successive months on the sea, most cheaply, at the least pecuniary expense, I mean, because Miss Mitford's friend Mr. Buckingham is ordered by his medical adviser to complete his cure by these means, and he is not rich? Could he go with sufficient comfort by a merchant's vessel to the Mediterranean, and might he drift about among the Greek islands? End of section 84.
Section 85 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Out of window would be well, as I see the leap, if it ended, so far as I am concerned, in the worst way imaginable. I would run the risk, bars are the word, rationally, deliberately, knowing what the ordinary law of chances in this world justifies in such a case. And if the result, after all, was unfortunate, it would be far easier to undergo the extremest penalty with so little to reproach myself for, than to put aside the adventure, waive the wondrous probability of such best fortune, interfered with the barest possibility of an adverse event, and so go to my grave, Walter the penniless, with an eternal recollection that Miss Burdett Coutts once offered to wager sundry millions with me that she could throw double sixes a dozen times running, which wager I wisely refused to accept, because it was not written in the stars that such a sequence might never be. I had rather 1,000-fold lose my paltry stake, and be the one recorded victim to such an unexampled unluckiness that 6 mad comets, suns gone wrong, and lunatic moons must have come laboriously into conjunction for my special sake to bring it to pass, which were no slight honour, properly considered. And this is my way of laughing, dearest Bar, when the excess of belief in you and happiness with you runs over and froths if it don't sparkle. Underneath is a deep, a sea not to be moved. But chance, there is no chance here. I have gained enough for my life. I can only put in peril the gaining more than enough. You shall change altogether, my dear, dearest love, and I will be happy to the last minute on what I can remember of this past year. I could do that. Now, jump with me out, Bar. If you feared for yourself, all would be different, sadly different. But saying what you do say, promising the strength of arm, do not wonder that I call it an assurance of all being well. All is best as you promise, dear darling Bar. And I say, in my degree, with all the energy of my nature, as you say, promise as you promise, only meaning a worship of you that is solely fit for me, fit by position. Are you not my mistress? Come, some good out of those old conventions in which you lost faith after the Bower's disappearance. It was carried by the singing angels like the house at Loretto to the Siren's Isle, where we shall find it preserved in a beauty very rare and absolute. Is it not right you should be my lady, my queen? And you are, and ever must be, dear Bar. Because I am suffered to kiss the lips, shall I ever refuse to embrace the feet? And kiss lips, and embrace feet, love you wholly, my Bar. May God bless you. Ever your own, R. It would be easy for Mr. Buckingham to find a merchant ship bound for some Mediterranean port after a week or two in harbour, to another, and perhaps a third, Naples, Palermo, Syra, Constantinople, and so on. The expense would be very trifling, but the want of comfort enormous for an invalid. The one advantage is the solitariness of the one passenger among all those rough new creatures. I like it much, and soon get deep into their friendship. But another has other ways of viewing matters. No one article provided by the ship in the way of provisions can anybody touch. Mr. B must lay in his own stock, and the horrors of dirt in men's ministry are portentous. Yet by a little arrangement beforehand much might be done. Still, I only know my own powers of endurance, and counsel nobody to gain my experience. On the other hand, were all to do again, I had rather have seen Venice so, with the 5 or 6 weeks' absolute rest of the mind's eyes, than any other imaginable way, except balloon travelling. Do you think they met Landor's Count Julian, the subject of his tragedy sure enough, and that he was the friend of Southey? So it struck me. End of section 85.
Section 86 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark March 18th, 1846. Ah well, we shall see. Only remember that it is not my fault if I throw the double sixes, and if you, on some sunshiny day, a day too late to help yourself, stand face to face with a milk-white unicorn. Ah, do not be angry. It is ungrateful of me to write so. I put a line through it to prove I have a conscience after all. I know that you love me, and I know it so well that I was reproaching myself severely not long ago for seeming to love your love more than you. Let me tell you how I proved that, or seemed. For ever so long, you remember, I have been talking finely about giving you up for your good and so on, which was sincere as far as the words went, but oh, the hypocrisy of our souls, of mine, for instance. I would give you up for your good, but, when I pressed upon myself the question whether, if I had the power, I would consent to make you willing to be given up, by throwing away your love into the river in a ring like Charlemagne's, why I found directly that I would throw myself there sooner. I could not do it, in fact. I shrank from the test. A very pitiful virtue of generosity is your Bar's. Still, it is not possible, I think, that she should love your love more than you. There must be a mistake in the calculation somewhere, a figure dropped. It would be too bad for her. Your account of your merchantman, though with Venice in the distance, will scarcely be attractive to a confirmed invalid, I fear, and yet the steamers will be found expensive beyond his means. The sugar vessels, which I hear most about, give out an insufferable smell and steam. Let us talk of it a little on Thursday. On Monday I forgot. For Landor's Julian, oh no, I cannot fancy it to be probable that those Parisians should know anything of Landor, even by a mistake. Do you not suppose that the play is founded, confounded, on Shelley's poem, as the French used materials, by distraction, into confusion? The urn by the Adriatic, which all the French know how to turn upside down, fixes the reference to Shelley, does it not? Not a word of the head. What does that mean, I wonder? I have not been downstairs to-day. The wind is too cold. But you have walked. There was no excuse for you. God bless you, ever dearest. It is my last word till Thursday's first. A fine queen you have, by the way, a queen log, whom you had better leave in the bushes. Witness our hand. Bar, Regina. End of section 86.
Section 87 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, March 18, 1846. Indeed, dearest, you shall not have last word as you think. All the risk shall not be mine neither. How can I in the event throw am's ace? Is not that the old word? And not peril your stakes too, when once we have common stock and are partners? When I see the unicorn and grieve proportionately, do you mean to say you are not going to grieve too for my sake? And if so, why, you clearly run exactly the same risk. Must, unless you mean to rejoice in my sorrow. So your chance is my chance. My success, your success, you say, and my failure, your failure, will you not say? You see, bar my own. What do you think frightened me in your letter for a second or two? You write, let us talk on Thursday. Monday, I forgot. Which I read, no, not on Thursday. I had forgotten. It is to be Monday when we meet next. Whereat, as a goose in death contracts his talons close, as Hudibras sings, I clutched the letter convulsively, till relief came. And so tomorrow, my all-beloved, bless you. I'm rather hazy in the head, as Archer Gurney will find in due season. He comes, I told you, but all the morning I have been going for once and for ever through the tragedy. And it is done. Done for. Perhaps I may bring it tomorrow, if my sister can copy all. I cut out a huge kind of sermon from the middle, and reserve it for a better time. Still, it is very long. So long. So, if I ask, may I have Luria back tomorrow? So shall printing begin, and headache end, and no more for the present from your loving R.B. End of section 87.
Section 88 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark March 20th, 1846. I shall be late with my letter this morning, because my sisters have been here talking, and I did not like to say exactly, go away that I may write. Mr. Kenyon shortened our time yesterday too by a whole half-hour or 3/4. The stars are against us. He is coming on Sunday, however, he says, and if so, Monday will be safe and clear, and not a word was said after you went about you. He was in a good joyous humour, as you saw, and the letter he brought was, oh, so complimentary to me, I will tell you. The writer doesn't see anything in Browning and Turner, she confesses, may perhaps with time and study, but for the present sees nothing, only has wide open eyes of admiration for E.B.B. Now isn't it satisfactory to me? Do you understand the full satisfaction of just that sort of thing? To be praised by somebody who sees nothing in Shakespeare, to be found on the level of somebody so flat, better the bad word of the Britannia 10 times over. And best to take no thought of bad or good words, except such as I shall have to-night, perhaps. Shall I? Will you be pleased to understand in the meanwhile a little about the risks I am supposed to run, and not hold to such a god-like simplicity, gods and bulls, dearest, as you made show of yesterday? If we two went to the gaming-table, and you gave me a purse of gold to play with, should I have the right to talk proudly of my stakes? And would any reasonable person say of both of us playing together as partners that we ran equal risks? I trow not, and so do you, when you have not predetermined to be stupid, and mix up the rouge and noir into one red of glorious confusion. What had I to lose on the point of happiness when you knew me first? And if now I lose, as I certainly may according to your calculation, the happiness you have given me, why still I am your debtor for the gift. Now see. Yet to bring you down into my ashes, that has been so intolerable a possibility to me from the first. Well, perhaps I run more risk than you, under that one aspect. Certainly I never should forgive myself again if you were unhappy. What had I to do, I should think, with touching your life? And if ever I am to think so, I would rather that I never had known you, seen your face, heard your voice, which is the uttermost sacrifice and abnegation. I could not say or sacrifice any more, not even for you. You for you is all I can. Since you left me, I have been making up my mind to your having the headache worse than ever, through the agreement with Moxon. I do beseech you to spare yourself, and let Luria go as he is, and above all things not to care for my infinite foolishnesses as you see them in those notes. Remember that if you are ill, it is not so easy to say, now I will be well again. Ever, dearest, care for me in yourself. Say how you are. I am not unwell to-day, but feel flagged and weak rather with the cold. And look at your flowers for courage and an assurance that the summer is within hearing. May God bless you, blessing us, beloved. Your own Ba. Mr. Poe has sent me his poems and tales, so now I must write to thank him for his dedication. Just now I have the book. As to Mr. Buckingham, he will go Constantinople and back before we talk of him. End of section 88.
Section 89 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday morning. Postmark, March 21st, 1846. Dearest, it just strikes me that I might by some chance be kept in town this morning, having to go to Milne's breakfast there, so as not to find the note I venture to expect in time for an answer by our last post tonight. But I will try, this only as a precaution against the possibility. Dear, dear Ba, I cannot thank you, know not how to thank you for the notes. I adopt every one, of course, not as Ba's notes, but as Miss Barrett's, not as Miss Barrett's, but as anybody's, everybody's, such incontestable improvements they suggest. When shall I tell you more? On Monday or Tuesday? That I must know, because you appointed Monday if nothing happened, and Mr. K. happened. Can you let me hear by our early post tomorrow? As on Monday I am to be with Moxon early, you know, and no letters arrive before 11:30 or 12. I was not very well yesterday, but today am much better. And you? I say how I am precisely to have a double right to know all about you, dearest, in this snow and cold. How do you bear it? Mr. K spoke of that being your worst day. Oh dear, dearest Bar, remember how I live in you, on the hopes with the memory of you. Bless you ever. R. End of section 89.
Section 90 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark March 21st, 1846. I do not understand how my letters limp so instead of flying, as they ought with the feathers I give them, and how you did not receive last night, nor even early this morning, what left me at 2 o'clock yesterday. But I understand now the not hearing from you. You were not well. Not well. Not well. That is always happening at least. And Mr. Moxon, who is to have his first sheet, whether you are well or ill. It is wrong. Yes, very wrong, and if one point of wrongness is touched, we shall not easily get right again, as I think mournfully, feeling confident, call me Cassandra, but I cannot jest about it, feeling certain that it will end, the means being so persisted in, by some serious illness, serious sorrow, on yours and my part. As to Monday, Mr. Kenyon said he would come again on Sunday, in which case Monday will be clear. If he should not come on Sunday, he will or may on Monday. Yet, oh, in every case, perhaps you can come on Monday. There will be no time to let you know of Mr. Kenyon, and probably we shall be safe, and your being in town seems to fix the day. For myself, I am well enough, and the wind has changed, which will make me better. This cold weather oppresses and weakens me, but it is close to April and can't last, and won't last. It is warmer already. Beware of the notes, they are not bars, except for the insolence, nor E.B.B's, because of the carelessness. If I had known, moreover, that you were going to Moxon's on Monday, they should have gone to the fire rather than provoked you into superfluous work for the short interval. Just so much are they despised of both E.B.B. and Bar. I am glad I did not hear from you yesterday, because you were not well, and you must never write when you are not well. But if you had been quite well, should I have heard? I doubt it. You meant me to hear from you only once, from Thursday to Monday. Is it not the truth now that you hate writing to me? The Athenaeum takes up the tales from Boccaccio, as if they were worth it, and imputes in an underground way the authorship to the members of the coterie so called. Do you observe that? There is an implication that persons named in the poem wrote the poem themselves. And upon whom does the critic mean to fix the song of Constancy, the song which is not to puzzle anybody who knows the tunes of the song-writers? The perfection of commonplace, it seems to me. It might have been written by the poet Bunn. Don't you think so? While I write this, you are in town, but you will not read it till Sunday, unless I am more fortunate than usual. On Monday, then. And no word before? No, I shall be sure not to hear to-night. Now do try not to suffer through Luria. Let Mr. Moxon wait a week rather. There is time enough. Ever your Bar. End of section 90.
Section 91 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark March 23, 1846. Oh, my Bar, how you shall hear of this tomorrow. That is all. I hate writing? See when presently I only write to you daily. Hourly, if you let me. Just this now, I will be with you tomorrow in any case. I can go away at once, if need be, or stay. If you like, you can stop me by sending a note for me to Moxon's before 10 o'clock, if anything calls for such a measure. Now, briefly, I am unwell and entirely irritated with the sad Luria. I thought it a failure at first. I find it infinitely worse than I thought. It is a pure exercise of cleverness, even where most successful. Clever attempted reproduction of what was conceived by another faculty and foolishly let pass away. If I go on, even hurry the more to get on with the printing, it is to throw out and away from me the irritating obstruction once and for ever. I have corrected it, cut it down, and it may stand and pledge me to doing better hereafter. I say, too, in excuse to myself, unlike the woman at her spinning wheel, he thought of his flax, on the whole, far more than of his singing, more of his life's sustainment, of dear bar he hates writing to, than of these wooden figures. No wonder all is as it is. It's a pure piece of the old Chorley leaven for you, just as it reappears ever and anon and throws one back on the mistrust all but abandoned. Chorley knows I have not seen that Powell for nearly 15 months, that I never heard of the book till it reached me in a blank cover, that I never contributed a line or word to it directly or indirectly. And I should think he also knows that all the sham learning, notes, etc., all that saves the book from the deepest deep of contempt, was contributed by Harrod, a regular critic in the Athenaeum, who received his pay for the same. He knows I never spoke in my life to Jones or Stevens, that there is no coterie of which I can, by any extension of the word, form a part, that I am in this case at the mercy of a wretched creature who, to get into my favour again, to speak the plain truth, put in the gross, disgusting flattery in the notes. Yet Chorley, knowing this, none so well, and what the writer's end is, to have it supposed I, and the others named, Talfourd, for instance, are his friends and helpers, he condescends to further it by such a notice, written with that observable and characteristic duplicity, that to poor gross stupid Powell it shall look like an admiring, "Oh fie, so clever but so wicked," a kind of D'Orsay's praise. What to the rest of his readers, a few depreciatory epithets, slight sneers, convey his real sentiments, he trusts. And this he does just because Powley buys an article of him once a quarter and would expect notice. I think I hear Chorley, "You know, I cannot praise such a book. It is too bad." As if, oh, it makes one sicker than having written Luria. There's one comfort. I shall call on Chorley and ask for his account of the matter. Meantime, nobody will read his foolish notice without believing as he and Powell desire. Bless you, my own Bar, tomorrow makes amends to R.B. End of section 91.
Section 92 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark March 24th, 1846. How ungrateful I was to your flowers yesterday, never looking at them nor praising them till they were put away and yourself gone away, and that was your fault, be it remembered, because you began to tell me of the good news from Moxon's, and in the joy of it I missed the flowers. For the nonce, you know. Afterward they had their due, and all the more that you were not there. My first business when you are out of the room and the house, and the street perhaps, is to arrange the flowers, and to gather out of them all the thoughts you leave between the leaves and at the end of the stalks. And shall I tell you what happened, not yesterday, but the Thursday before? No, it was the Friday morning, when I found, or rather Wilson found, and held up from my chair, a bunch of dead blue violets. Quite dead they seemed. You had dropped them, and I had sate on them, and where we murdered them they had lain, poor things, all the night through. And Wilson thought it the vainest of labours when she saw me set about reviving them, cutting the stalks afresh, and dipping them head and ears into water. But then she did not know how you and I and ours live under a miraculous dispensation, and could only simply be astonished when they took to blowing again, as if they never had wanted the dew of the garden. Yes, and when at last they outlived all the prosperity of the contemporary white violets, which flourished in water from the beginning, and were free from the disadvantage of having been sate upon. Now you shall thank me for this letter, it is at once so amusing and instructive. After all, too, it teaches you what the great events of my life are. Not that the resuscitation of your violets would not really be a great event to me, even if I led the life of a pirate between fire and sea otherwise. But take you away, out of my life, and what remains? The only greenness I used to have, before you brought your flowers, was as the grass growing in deserted streets, which brings a proof in every increase of the extending desolation. Dearest, I persist in thinking that you ought not to be too disdainful to explain your meaning in the pomegranates. Surely you might say in a word or two that, your title having been doubted about, to your surprise you might say, you refer the doubters to the Jewish priest's robe and the rabbinical gloss, for I suppose it is a gloss on the robe. Do you not think so? Consider that Mr. Kenyon and I may fairly represent the average intelligence of your readers, and that he was altogether in the clouds as to your meaning, had not the most distant notion of it, while I, taking hold of the priest's garment, missed the rabbins and the distinctive significance as completely as he did. Then for Vasari, it is not the handbook of the whole world, however it may be Mrs. Jameson's. Now why should you be too proud to teach such persons as only desire to be taught? I persist, I shall tease you. This morning my brothers have been saying, "Ah, you had Mr. Browning with you yesterday, I see by the flowers." Just as if they said, "I see Queen Mab has been with you." Then Stormy took the opportunity of swearing to me by all his gods that your name was mentioned lately in the House of Commons. Is that true or untrue? He forgot to tell me at the time, he says, and you were named with others and in relation to copyright matters. Is it true? Mr. Hornblower Gill is the author of a hymn to Passion Week, and wrote to me as the glorifier of pain, to remind me that the best glory of a soul is shown in the joy of it, and that all chief poets, except Dante, have seen, felt, and written it so. Thus and therefore was matured his purpose of writing an ode to joy, as I told you. The man seems to have very good thoughts, but he writes like a colder Cowley still. No impulse, no heat for fusing, no inspiration, in fact. Though I have scarcely done more than glance at his Passion Week, and have little right to give an opinion. If you have killed Luria as you helped to kill my violets, what shall I say, do you fancy? Well, we shall see. Do not kill yourself, beloved, in any case. The Eustephani Musi had better die themselves first. Ah, what am I writing? What nonsense! I mean, in deep earnest, the deepest, that you should take care and exercise, and not be vexed for Luria's sake. Luria will have his triumph presently. May God bless you. Praise your own Ba. End of section 92.
Section 93 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday afternoon, postmark March 24, 1846. My own dearest, if you do, for I confess to nothing of the kind, but if you should detect an unwillingness to write at certain times, what would that prove? I mean, what that one need shrink from avowing. If I never had you before me except when writing letters to you, then... Why, we do not even talk much now. Witness Mr. Buckingham and his voyage that ought to have been discussed. Oh, how coldly I should write. How the bleak-looking paper would seem unpropitious to carry my feeling, if all had to begin and try to find words this way. Now this morning I have been out, to town and back, and for all the walking my head aches, and I have the conviction that presently when I resign myself to think of you wholly, with only the pretext, the make-believe of occupation in the shape of some book to turn over the leaves of, I shall see you and soon be well. So soon. You must know there is a chair, one of the kind called gondola chairs, by upholsterers with an emphasized O, which occupies the precise place, stands just in the same relation to this chair I sit on now, that yours stands in and occupies, to the left of the fire. And how often, how always I turn in the dusk and see the dearest real bar with me. How entirely kind to take that trouble, give those sittings for me. Do you think the kindness has missed its due effect? No, I am glad, knowing what I now know, what you meant should be, and did all in your power to prevent, that I have not received the picture, if anything short of an adequate likeness. Nil nisi te. But I have set my heart on seeing it. Will you remember next time? Next Saturday? I will leave off now. Tomorrow, dearest, only dearest Bar, I will write a longer letter. The clock stops at this afternoon. It is later than I thought, and our poor crazy post. This morning, hoping against hope, I ran to meet our postman coming meditatively up the lane, with a letter. Indeed. But Bars will come tonight, and I will be happy. Already am happy, expecting it. Bless you, my own love. Ever your... End of section 93.
Section 94 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark March 25th, 1846. Ah, if I do, if I should, if I shall, if I will, if I must, what can all the ifs prove but a most hypothetical state of the conscience? And in brief, I beg you to stand convinced of one thing, that whenever the certain time comes for to hate writing to me, confessedly, avowedly, oh, what words, I shall not like it at all. Not for all the explanations, and the sights in gondola chairs, which the person seen is none the better for. The eidolon sits by the fire, the real Bar is cold at heart through wanting her letter. And that's the doctrine to be preached now, is it? I shrink from it. That's your word, and mine. Dearest, I began by half a jest, and end by half gravity, which is the fault of your doctrine, and not of me, I think. Yet it is ungrateful to be grave, when practically you are good and just about the letters, and generous too sometimes, and I could not bear the idea of obliging you to write to me even once, when— Now do not fancy that I do not understand. I understand perfectly, on the contrary. Only do you try not to dislike writing when you write, or not to write when you dislike it. That I ask of you, dearest, and forgive me for all this over-writing and teasing and vexing, which is foolish and womanish in the bad sense. It is a way of meeting, the meeting in letters, and next to receiving a letter from you, I like to write one to you, and so revolt from thinking it lawful for you to dislike. Well, the goddess of dullness herself couldn't have written this better, anyway, nor more characteristically. I will tell you how it is. You have spoiled me, just as I have spoiled Flush. Flush looks at me sometimes with reproachful eyes, à fendre le cœur, because I refuse to give him my fur cuffs to tear to pieces. And as for myself, I confess to being more than half jealous of the eidolon in the gondola chair, who isn't a real Bar after all, and yet is set up there to do away with the necessity at certain times of writing to her, which is worse than Flush, for Flush, though he began by shivering with rage and barking and howling and gnashing his teeth at the brown dog in the glass, has learned by experience what that image means, and now contemplates it, serene in natural philosophy. Most excellent sense all this is, and dauntlessly delivered. Your head aches, dearest. Mr. Moxon will have done his worst, however, presently, and then you will be a little better, I do hope and trust, and the proofs, in the meanwhile, will do somewhat less harm than the manuscript. You will take heart again about Luria, which I agree with you is more diffuse, that is, less close than any of your works, not diffuse in any bad sense, but round, copious, and another proof of that wonderful variety of faculty which is so striking in you, and which signalizes itself both in the thought and in the medium of the thought. You will appreciate Luria in time, or others will do it for you. It is a noble work under every aspect. Dear Luria, do you remember how you told me of Luria last year in one of your early letters? Little I thought that ever I should feel so while Luria went to be printed. A long trail of thoughts, like the wreck in the sky, follows his going. Can it be the same Luria, I think, that golden-hearted Luria, whom you talked of to me when you complained of keeping wild company in the old dear letter? And I have learned since that golden-hearted is not a word for him only, or for him most. May God bless you, best and dearest. I am your own to live and to die. Va. Say how you are. I shall be downstairs tomorrow, if it keeps warm. Miss Thompson wants me to translate the Hector and Andromache scene from the Iliad for her book, and I am going to try it. End of section 94.
Section 95 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark March 25, 1846. You were right to bid me never again wish my poor flowers were diamonds. You could not, I think, speak so to my heart of any diamonds. God knows my life is for you to take just as you take flowers. These last please you, serve you best when plucked, and my life's rose. If I dare profane that expression, I would say, you have but to stoop for it. Foolish as all words are. You dwell on that notion of your being peculiarly isolated, of any kindness to you in your present state seeming doubled and quadrupled. What do I, what could anyone infer from that, but most obviously that it was a very fortunate thing for such kindness, and that the presumable bestower of it got all his distinction from the fact that no better. However, I hate this and cannot go on. Dearest, believe that under ordinary circumstances with ordinary people all operates differently. The imaginary kindness bestower, with his ideal methods of showing and proving his love, there would be the rival to fear. Do not let us talk of this. You always beat me, beside, turn my own illustrations into obscurations, as in the notable case of the cards and stakes and risks. I suppose, to save my vanity, that if I knew anything about cards, I might go on, a step at least, with my argument. I once heard a dispute in the street between the proprietor of an oyster stall and one of his customers. Who was in the wrong? That is, who used the clenching argument you shall hear presently, I don't remember. But one brought the other to this pass. Are there 3 shells to an oyster? Just that. If there were not, he would clearly be found in the wrong, that was all. Why? Began the other, and I regret I did not catch the rest. There was such a clear possibility contained in that why, An oyster might have 3 shells. Note the adroitness. Calm, heroic silence at the act, rather than a merely attempted word. The mastery with which, taking up Bar's implied challenge, I do furnish her with both amusement and instruction. Moreover, I will, at Bar's bidding, amuse and instruct the world at large, and make them know all to be known, for my purposes, about bells and pomegranates. Yes, it will be better. I said rather hastily that my head ached yesterday. That meant only that it was more observable, because, after walking, it is usually well, and I had been walking. Today it is much better. I sit reading Cromwell and the newspaper, and presently I shall go out. All will be better now, I hope. It shall not be my fault, at least, depend on that. All my work. Work? Well, such as it is done, and I scarcely care how. I shall be prouder to begin one day, may it be soon, with your hand in mine from the beginning. That is a very different thing in its effect from the same hand touching mine after I had begun, with no suspicion such a chance could befall. I repeat, both those things, Luria and the other, are manqués, failures. The life incidents ought to have been acted over again, experienced afresh, and I had no inclination nor ability. But one day my siren. Let me make haste and correct a stupid error. I spoke to my father last night about that tragedy of the studs. I was wholly out in the story. The sufferer was his uncle, and the scene should have been laid on the Guinea coast. Apropos of errors, the copyright matter is most likely a case of copy wrong by reporters. I never heard of it before. To be sure, I signed a petition of Miss Martineau's superintending once on a time, but long ago. I. How dear, all-important I takes care of himself, and issues bulletins and corrects his wise mistakes, and all this to just one of his readers of the average intelligence. Are you that, so much as that, Bar? I would tell you, if you do not write to me all about your dear, dearest self, I shall sink with shame at the recollection of what this letter and its like prove to be, must prove to be. Dear love, tell me that you walk and are in good spirits, and I will try and write better. May God bless my own beloved. Ever her own R. I think, am all but sure, there is a Mrs. Hornblower something. Just a minute to say your second note has come, and that I do hate having to write, not kiss my answer on your dearest mouth, kindest, dearest. Tomorrow I will try. In meantime, though Bar by the fire will not be cold at heart, cold of heart at least, I will talk to her, and more than talk, my dearest, dearest one. End of section 95.
Section 96 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening, postmark March 26, 1846. But if people have say things, intimate things, as when you're disputant in the street, you are felicitous, I think, in your street experiences, suggested the possible case of the 3 oyster shells to an oyster, why you must submit to be answered a little, and even confuted at need. Now just see. Got all his distinction from the fact that know better. That is precisely the fact. So as you have stated it, and implied, the fact that know better is to be found in the world, no better, none. There is the peculiar combination. The isolation on one side, and the best in the whole world coming in for company. And I dwell upon it, never being tired, and if you are tired already, you must be tired of me, because the dwelling has grown to be a part of me, and I cannot put it away. It is my especial miracle à moi. No better? No, indeed, not in the 7 worlds, and just there lies the miraculous point. But you mean it perhaps otherwise. You mean that it is a sort of pis-aller on my part. A pis-aller along the Via Lactea. Is that what you mean? Shall I let you off the rest, dearest, dearest, though you deserve ever so much more, for implying such monstrous things, and treading down all my violets, so and so? What did I say to set you writing so? I cannot remember at all. If I dwell on anything, beloved, it is that I feel it strongly, be sure, and if I feel gratitude to you with the other feelings, you should not grudge what is a happy feeling in itself, and not dishonouring, I answer for that, to the object of it. Now I shall tell you. I had a visitor to-day, Mrs. Jameson, and when she went away she left me ashamed of myself. I felt like a hypocrite, I, who was not born for one, I think. She began to talk of you, talked like a wise woman, which she is, led me on to say just what I might have said if I had not known you. She thoroughly impressed with the notion that we two are strangers, and made me quite leap in my chair with a sudden consciousness, by exclaiming at last, "I am really glad to hear you speak so, such appreciation," etc., etc. Imagine what she went on to say. Dearest, I believe she rather gives me a sort of credit for appreciating you without the jealousy de métier. Good heavens, how humiliating some conditions of praise are! She approved me with her eye, indeed she did. And this, while we were agreeing that you were the best, none better, none so good, of your country and age. Do you know, while we were talking, I felt inclined both to laugh and to cry, and if I had given way the least, she would have been considerably astounded. As it was, my hands were so marble cold when she took leave of me, that she observed it, and began making apologies for exhausting me. Now here is a strip of the world. See what colour it will turn to presently. We had better, I think, go farther than to your Siren's island, into the desert, shall we say? Such stories there will be. For certain, I shall have seen you just once out of the window. Shall you not be afraid? Well, and she talked of Italy too. It was before she talked of you, and she hoped I had not given up the thoughts of going there. To which I said that I had not, but that it seemed like scheming to travel in the moon. She talked of a difference, and set down the moon-travelling as simple lunacy. And simply lunatical, I said, my thoughts, if chronicled, would be taken to be, perhaps. No, 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 she insisted. As long as I kept to the earth, everything was to be permitted to me. How people talk at cross purposes in this world, and act so too. It's the very spirit of worldly communion. Souls are gregarious in a sense, but no soul touches another as a general rule. I like Mrs. Jameson nevertheless. I like her more. She appreciates you, and it is my turn to praise for that now. I am to see her again to-morrow morning, when she has the goodness to promise to bring some etchings of her own, her illustrations of the new essays, for me to look at. Ah, your failures in Luria and the tragedy, proud we should all be to fail exactly so. Dearest, are you better indeed? Walk, talk to the bar in the chair, go on to be better, ever dearest. May God bless you. Ah, the eyes! You do not see that the eyes, as you make them, all turn to use by the time they get to me. The eyes, indeed! How dare you talk against my eyes? For me, I was going downstairs to-day, but it was wet and windy, and I was warned not to go. If I am in bad or good spirits, judge from this foolish letter, foolish and wise both, but not melancholy anywise. When one drops into a pun, one might as well come to an end altogether. It can't be worse with one. Nor can it be better than being your own, no better. End of section 96.
Section 97 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Postmark, March 26, 1846. Sometimes I have a disposition to dispute with dearest Bar, to wrench her simile weapons out of the dexterous hand, that is, try and do so, and have the truth of things my way, and its own way, not hers. If she be Bar, observe I say nothing about ever meeting with remarkable success in such undertakings, only that they are entered on sometimes, but at other times I seem as if I must lie down like Flush, with all manner of coral necklaces about my neck, and 2 sweet mysterious hands on my head, and so be forced to hear verses on me, Bar's verses, in which I, that am but Flush of the lower nature, am called loving friend, and praised for not preferring to go coursing hares with other dogs. So I will lie now, as you will have it, and say in flush-like tones, the looks that are dogs' tones, I don't know how it is, or why, or what it will all end in, but I am very happy, and what I hear must mean right, by the music, though the meaning is above me, and here are the hands which I may and will look up to and kiss, determining not to insist any more this time that at Miss Mitford's were sundry dogs brighter than brown. See where, just where, Flush stops discreetly. Eternity, he would have added, but stern death, etc., etc. I treat these things light-heartedly, as you see, instead of seriously, which would at first seem the wiser course. For after all, she will find out one day, etc. No, dearest, I do not fear that. Why make uneasy words of saying simply I shall continue to give you my best flowers, all I can find? If I bring violets or grass when you expected to get roses, you will know that there were none in my garden. That is all. And for you, as I may have told you once, as I tell myself always, you are entirely what I love. Not just a rose plucked off with an inch of stalk, but presented as a rose should be, with a green world of boughs round. All about you is to my heart, to my mind, as they phrase it. And were it not that, of course, I know when to have done with fancyings and merely flitting permissible inly sayings with heart playing. When it is time to look at the plain best through the lock of good and better in circumstances and accident, I do say were the best blessing of all, the blessing I trust and believe God intends of your perfect restoration to health. Were that not so palpably best, I should catch myself desirous that your present state of unconfirmed health might never pass away. Bar understands, I know. After all, it will always stay, that luxury, if but through the memory of what has been and may recur, that deepest luxury that makes my very heartstrings tremble in the thought of, that I shall have a right, a duty, where in another case there would be uncalled for, superfluous, impertinent. Tapers ordinarily burn best let alone, with all your light depending on the little flame, the darkest night but for it. Why stand off? What good can you do so long as there is no extraordinary evil to avert, breaking down to the candlestick to prevent? But here there will be reason as well as a delight beyond delights, and always learning to close over, all but holding the flame in the hollow of one's hand. I shall have a right to think it is not mere pleasure, merely for myself that I care, and am close by, and that which thus is called, not for myself, is, after all in its essence, most for myself. Why, it is a luxury, a last delight, the procurement of which will be this obstacle, or grave matter to be first taken into consideration. The world will change colour about it, will have its own thoughts on the subject, I have my own thoughts, On its subject, the affairs of the world, and pieces of perfect good fortune it approves of, and stamps for enviable, and on the whole the world has quite a right to treat me unceremoniously, I having begun it. As for the seeing out of the window once, those who knew nothing about us but our names had better think that was the way than most others. And the half-dozen who knew a little more may hear the true account if they please when they hear anything. Those who know all necessary to know, will understand my 137 letters here and my 54 visits. See, I write as if this were to be pleaded tonight. Would it were! As if you had to write the meeting between Hector and Andromache, not the parting. By the way, dearest, what enchanted poetry all your translations of Miss Thompson are. As Carlyle says, nobody can touch them. Get at them. How am I the better for Nonnus and Apuleius? Now do you serve me well there? I shall hear tomorrow of Mrs. Jameson's etchings and discourses. And more good news of you, darling? I am quite well to-day, going out with my sister to dine next door, then over tomorrow, and the letter will come Saturday, my day. Bless you, my own best, dearest. I am your own R. End of section 97.
Section 98 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday, postmark March 27th, 1846. Not the dexterous hand, say rather the good cause. For the rest, when you turn into a dog and lie down, are you not afraid that a sorcerer should go by and dash the water and speak the formula of the old tales? If thou wert born a dog, remain a dog, but if not, what is to happen? Amine whipped her enchanted hounds ever so often in the day. Ah, what nonsense happens! Dear, dearest, how you take me with guile, or with stronger than guile, with that divine right you have of talking absurdities. You make it clear at last that I am so much the better for being bad, and shall I laugh? Can I? Is it possible? The words go too deep as death which cannot laugh, and I am forbidden to dwell on the meaning of them. There are eyes to match yours. I shall have the right of doing one thing, passing to my rights. I shall hold to the right of remembering to my last hour that you, who might well have passed by on the other side if we two had met on the road when I was riding at ease, did not when I was in the dust. I choose to remember that to the end of feeling. As for men, you are not to take me to be quite ignorant of what they are worth in the gross. The most blindfolded women may see a little under the folds, and I have seen quite enough to be glad to shut my eyes. Did I not tell you that I never thought that any man whom I could love would stoop to love me, even if I attained so far as the sight of such, which I never attained, until, then that you should care for me. Oh, I hold to my rights, though you overcome me in most other things, and it is my right to love you better than I could do if I were more worthy to be loved by you. Mrs. Jameson came late to-day, at 5, and was hurried and could not stay 10 minutes, but showed me her etchings, and very kindly left a dead St. Cecilia, which I admired most, for its beautiful lifelessness. She is not to be in town again, she said, till a month has gone. A month, at least. Oh, and quite uneasy she was about my cold hands yesterday. She thought she had put me to death with over-talking, which made me smile a little, sub ridens. But she is very kind and affectionate, and you were right to teach me to like her. And now, do you know, I look in vain for the steely eyes I fancied I saw once, and see nothing but two good and true ones. Well, here is an end till Saturday. It is too late, or I could go on writing, which I do not hate indeed. talking of hating, what you love entirely means that you love entirely, and no more and no less. If it did not mean so, I should be unhappy about the mistake, but to love entirely is not a mistake, and cannot pass for one either on earth or in heaven. May God bless you, ever dearest. Such haste I write in, as if the angels were running up Jacob's ladder, or down it, rather, at this close. Your own, Bar. End of section 98.
Section 99 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark, March 27, 1846. Qui laboret orat, so they used to say, and in that case I had been devotional to a high degree this morning. 7 holes did I dig, to keep up inversions of style. 7 rose trees did I plant. Brennus and Madame Lafarge, the 2 names I remember, very characteristic of old Gaul and young France. And for my pains, the first fruits, first blossoms some 2 or 3 months hence, will come and will go to dearest Bar, who first taught me what a rose really was. How sweet it might become with superadded memories of the room and the chair and the vase and the cutting stalks and pouring fresh water. Ah, my own Bar. Did you think to warn me out of the flush simile by the hint of Amanet's privilege which it would warrant? If the ever so much whipping should please you, besides it was, if I recollect, for the creature's good, those poor imprisoned sisters all the time. Moreover, I was born all this and more, that you will know, at least, and only walked glorious and erect on 2 legs till dear Siren, an old friend of, and deep in the secrets of Kirke, sprinkled the waters. Perhaps on those roses. No, before that. Well, tomorrow comes fast now, and I shall trust to be with you, my beloved. And first you are to show me the portrait, remember? I am glad you like Mrs. Jameson. Do not I like her all the better, much the better? But it is fortunate I shall not see her by any chance just now. She would be sure to begin and tell me about you, and if my hands did not turn cold, my ear-tips would assuredly turn red. I dare say that St. Cecilia is the beautiful statue above her tomb at Rome, covered with a veil, affectingly beautiful. I well remember how she lies. Now goodbye, and tomorrow. Bless you, ever dear, dearest Bar. Your own R. End of section 99. Section 100 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday afternoon. Now, I think, if I had been pricked at the heart by dearest Bar's charge yesterday, if I did not certainly know why it might sometimes seem better to be silent than to speak, should I not be found taking out 3 or 4 sheets of paper and beginning to write and write? My own dearest and best, is it not so? Not wrong, my heart self tells me, and tells you. But for the rest, there shall never pass a day till my death wherein I shall not write to you so long as you let me, excepting those days I may spend with you, partly or altogether. Love, shall I have very, very long to be hating to write, yet writing? You see sometimes how I talk to you, even in mere talking, what a strange work I make of it. I go on thinking quite another way. So generally, I have often thought, the little I have written has been an unconscious scrawling with the mind fixed somewhere else. The subject of the scrawl may have previously been the real object of the mind on some similar occasion, the very thing which then to miss, finding in its place another such result of a still prior fancy fit, which then to see escape or find escaped was the vexation of the time. One cannot, or I cannot, finish up the work in one's mind, put away the old projects and take up new. Well, this which I feel on so many occasions, do you wonder if I should write on this forever? It is all so strange, such a dream, as you say. Indeed, love, the picture is not like, nor flattered by any means, yet I do not know how it is. I cannot be cross with it. There is a touch of truth in the eyes. Would one have believed that? I know my own way with portraits, how I let them master eventually my most decided sense of their unlikeness, and this finds me very prepared. Still, it seems already more faithful than last night. How do I determine where the miraculousness ends? My mother was greatly impressed by it, and my sister, coming from my room into the room where I was with a visitor before whom she could not speak English, said, "È molto bella." Here is my proof. I found it as I expected. I fear I must put you to that trouble of sending the other 2 acts. I hate to think of so troubling you. But do not, hurry yourself, nor take extraordinary pains. What is worth your pains in these poor things? I like Luria better now. It may do now, probably because it must. But, as I said yesterday, I seriously hope and trust to show my sense of gratitude for what has promised my future life by doing some real work in it. Work of yours, as through you. I have felt, not for the first time now, but from the beginning vexed, foolishly vexed perhaps, that I could not, without attracting undesirable notice, dedicate, in the true sense of the word, this, or the last number to you. But if any really worthy performance should follow, then my mouth will be unsealed. All is forewritten. I wonder if you have ventured down this Sunday afternoon. Tell me how you are, and once again, do not care about those papers. Any time will do. So, bless you, my own, my all-beloved Bar, your R.B. End of section 100.
Section 101 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday evening. Postmark March 30th, 1846. Dearest, I have been trying your plan of thinking of you instead of writing today, and the end is that I am driven to the last of the day and have scarcely room in it to write what I would. Observe, if you please, how badly the system works, as the practical people say. Then Mr. Kenyon came and talked, asked when I had seen you, and desired, if ever I saw you again, what an if ever, that I would enquire about the blue lilies, which I satisfied him were of the right colour on your authority. But to go to the tragedy, I am not to admire it, am I? And you really think that any one who can think, feel, could help such an admiration, or ought to try to help it? Now just see. It is a new work with your mark on it. That is, it would make some 6 or 16 works for other people, if cut up into little stars, rolled out, diluted with rain-water. But it is your work as it is, and if you do not care for that, I care, and shall remember to care on. It is a work full of power and significance, and I am not at all sure, not that it is wise to make comparisons, but that I want you to understand how I am impressed. I am not at all sure that if I knew you now first and only by these 2 productions, Luria and the tragedy, I should not involuntarily attribute more power and a higher faculty to the writer of the last. I should, I think. Yet Luria is the completer work. I know it very well. Such thoughts you have in this second part of the tragedy, a soul's tragedy indeed. No one thinks like you. Other poets talk like the merest women in comparison. Why, it is full of hope for both of us to look forward and consider what you may achieve with that combination of authority over the reasons and the passions, and that wonderful variety of the plastic power. But I am going to tell you, certainly I think you were right, though you know I doubted and cried out. I think now you were right in omitting the theological argument you told me of from this second part. It would clog the action, and already I am half inclined to fancy it a little clogged in one or two places, but if this is true even, it would be easy to lighten it. Your Onyiben, here is my only criticism in the ways of objection, seems to me almost too wise for a crafty worldling. Tell me if he is not. Such thoughts, for the rest, you are prodigal of. Talk about the child. Do you remember how you brought it to me in your first visit, nearly a year ago? Nearly a year ago. How the time passes. If I had done my duty like the enchanted fish leaping on the gridiron, and seen you never again after that first visit, you would have forgotten all about me by this day. Or at least, that prude I should be. Somewhere under your feet I should be put down by this day. Yes, and my enchanted dog would be coursing some small deer, some unicorn of a golden horn, not the Kilmansegg gold, out of hearing if I should have a mind to whistle ever so, but out of harm's way perhaps besides. Well, I do think of it sometimes, as you see, which proves that I love you better than myself by the whole width of the heavens, the sevenfold heavens. Yet I think again how he of the heavens and earth brought us together so wonderfully, holding two souls in his hand. If my fault was in it, my will at least was not. Believe it of me, dear, dearest, that I who am as clear-sighted as other women, and not more humble, as to the approaches of common men, was quite resolutely blind when you came. I could not understand the possibility of that. It was too much, too surpassing, and so it will seem to the end. The astonishment, I mean, will not cease to be. It is my own especial fairy tale, from the spells of which may you be unharmed. How one writes and writes over and over the same thing, but day by day the same sun rises, over and over, and nobody is tired. May God bless you, dearest of all, and justify what has been by what shall be, and let me be free of spoiling any son of yours. Shall you ever tell me in your thoughts, I wonder, to get out of your son? No, no, love keeps love too safe, and I have faith, you see, as a grain of mustard seed. Your own, Bar. Say how you are, mind. End of section 101.
Section 102 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday. Postmark, March 30, 1846. The system, Bar. Were you to stop writing, as if for my reasons? Could I do without your letters on any pretence? You say well. It was a foolish fancy. And now, have done with it. And do you think you could have refused to see me after that visit? I mean, do you think I did not resolve so to conduct myself, so to humble myself and go still and softly all my days, that your suspicion should needs insensibly clear up? If it had been so preordained, and that no more was in my destiny, and at last I should have been written down your friend for ever, and come and stay on that footing. But you really think the confirmation of that sentence must have been attended with such an effect, that I should have forgotten you, or so remembered you? You think that on the strength of such a love as that, I would have ventured a month of my future life, much less the whole of it. Not you, Bar, my dearest, dearest. How you surprise me, whatever you may think, by liking that tragedy. It seems as if, having got out of the present trouble, I shall never fall into its fellow. I shall strike for the future on the glowing malleable metal. Afterward, filing is quite another process from hammering, and a more difficult one. Know that filing is the wrong word, and the rest of it the wrong simile, and all of it in its stupid wrongness very characteristic of what I try to illustrate. Oh, the better days are before me there as in all else. Do you notice how stupid I am today? My head begins again. That is the fact. It is better a good deal than in the morning. Its economy passes my comprehension altogether. That is the other fact. With the deep joy in my heart below, this morning's letter here, what does the head mean by its perversity? I will go out presently and walk it back to its senses. Dearest, did you receive my proof this morning? Do not correct or look at it, nor otherwise trouble yourself. There is plenty of time. But what day is ours to be? Of that you say nothing, and of my poems a great deal. Oh, you inverter! But I am, rather, a reverter, and you shall revert and mind the natural order of things, and tell me first of all, in tonight's letter, dearest, that it is to be on... Now, let me kiss you here, my own Bar. Being stupid makes some difference in me. I am no poet, no prose writer, no rational Christian, pagan, nor man this afternoon. But I am now, as yesterday, as the long year ago, your own, utterly your own. May God bless you. I wondered yesterday if you had gone downstairs. No, I infer. End of section 102.
Section 103 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday. Dearest, I sent you back the 2 parts of the soul's tragedy and the proof. On a strip of paper are 2 or 3 inanities in the form of doubts I had in reading the first part. I think, upon the whole, that you owe me all gratitude for the help of so much high critical wisdom, of which this paper is a fair proof and expression. The proof, the printed Luria I mean, has more than pleased me. It is noble and admirable, and grows greater the closer seen. The most exceptionable part, it seems to me, is Domitia's retraction at the last, for which one looks round for the sufficient motive. But the impression of the whole work goes straight to the soul. It is heroic in the best sense. I write in such haste. Oh, I should have liked to have read again the second part of the tragedy, but dare not keep it though you give me leave. I think of the printers, and you will let me have the proof in this case also. Your letter shall be answered presently. Your sister's word about the picture proves very conclusively how wonderfully like it must be as a portrait. That would settle the question to any royal commission in the world. Only we need not go so far. Dearest, I end here, to begin again in another half-hour. Ah, and you promise. No time, but ever your own, Bar. End of section 103. Section 104 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening. Postmark March 31st, 1846. Ah, now you see. Held up in that light, it is a foolish fancy, and unlawful besides. Not on any pretence will you do without letters, you, and you count it among the imaginations of your heart that I could do without them better perhaps, I, to whom they are sun, air, and human voices at the very lowest calculation. Why, seriously, you don't imagine that your letters are not 1,000 times more to me than letters ever in the world were before, since heaven first brought them to some wretch's aid. If you do, that is the foolishest fancy of all. So foolish as to be unspeakable. We will have done with it, as you say. I only revert, and innocently, I do not reproach, even ignorantly, I am grateful rather. What you said in the letter this morning made me grateful, and oh, so glad, so glad. What you said, I mean, of writing to me on every day that we did not meet on otherwise. That promise seemed to bring us nearer. See how I think of letters. Nearer than another word could, though you went for it to the end of the universe, that other word. So I accept the promise as a promise of pure gold, and thank you, as pure gold too, which you are, or rather far above. Only, my own dearest, you shall not write long letters. Long letters are out of the agreement. I never feel the need of length as long as the writing is there. Just a little shred of the Koran, to be gathered up reverently, inshallah, and then you shall not write at all when you are not well. No, you shall not. So remember from henceforth. Shall I whip my enchanted dog when he is so good and true? Not to say that the tags of the lashes, do you call them tags, would swing round and strike me on the shoulders. Dearest, you are the best, kindest in the world, such a very, very, very little lower than the angels. If I ever could take advantage of your goodness and tenderness, to tease and vex you, what should I be? I have been seriously inquiring to-day, head on hand, when I had sent away Luria. For I sent it away, and the tragedy with it, and I hope you will have all to-morrow morning, at the furthest, before you get this letter. There was a note, too, in the parcel. As to dedications, believe me that I would not have them if I could, that is, even if there were no dangers. I could not bear to have words from you which the world might listen to. I mean, that to be commended of you in that way, on that ground, would make me feel cold to the heart. Oh, no, no, no. It is better to have the proof-sheet as I had it this morning. It is the better glory, as glory. Not worthy of my pains. You are right, but infinitely worthy of my pleasures, such pleasure as I could gather from nothing else, except from your letters and your very presence. Do you think that anything beside in the whole world could bring pleasure to me, as pleasure goes, anything like reading your poetry? My pains, indeed. It is a felicitous word. Je vous en fais mon compliment. And all this time, while I write lightly, you are not well perhaps. You were unwell when you wrote to me. You were unwell a little yesterday even. Say how you are to-morrow. Do not forget. For the cause of the unwellness, I see it, if you do not. It was the proof-correcting. I expected that you would be unwell. It is no worse than was threatened to my thoughts. The comfort is that all this wrong work is coming to an end, and that it is covenanted between us for you to rest absolutely from henceforth. Say how you are, dearest, dearest, and walk, walk. For me, I have not been downstairs. It has been cold. Too cold for that, I thought. Oh, but I wanted to say one thing. That wonderful picture, which is not much like a unicorn or even a whale, but rather more perhaps than like me, you may keep for weeks or months if you choose, if it continues not to make you cross, because it does not flatter, and because you do not flatter in such equal proportions. The sympathy accounts for the liking, or absence of dislike, on your part. Now I must end. Thursday is our day, I think, and it is easier to say Thursday on Monday than on Saturday. A discovery of mine, that, as good as Faraday's last. Say how you are. Do not forget. I had to say what I cannot tonight. But I am your own. Ba. End of section 104.
Section 105 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark, March the 31st, 1846. Dear, dear Bar, what shall I say, or not say? On a kind of principle, I have tried before this to subdue the expression of gratitude for the material, worldly good you do me. For my poor store of words would all pay themselves away here at the beginning, and so leave the higher, peculiar bar's own gifts without even a cry of acknowledgment, not to say of thanks. But somehow you, my dearest, my Bar, look out of all the imaginable nooks and crevices in the materiality. I see you through your goodness. I cannot distinguish between your acts now, the greater indeed, and the lesser. Which is the lesser? With you, all their heap of work seems no more than... I cannot even think of what may serve for some lesser act of kindness. That is just what I wanted to say. The effect defective comes by cause here. There is no lesser blessing in your power, as I said. Now, darling, 'tis late in the afternoon, as posts go. I've been out all the morning in town, and while I was happy with one letter, found waiting my return, the parcel comes. So I will just say this much, this little, this least, this word now, and by tonight all shall be corrected, I hope, and got rid of fairly. And tomorrow I will have you to myself, my blessed one, and will write till you cry out against me. I go now. God bless you and reward you. Praise your very own R.B. End of section 105.
Section 106 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark, March 31st, 1846. If people were always as grateful to other people for being just kind to themselves, what a grateful world we should have of it. The actual good you get out of me may be stated at about 2 commas and a semicolon. Do I overstate it, I wonder? You, on the other side, never overstate anything, never enlarge, never exaggerate. In fact, the immense worldly advantages which fall to you from me are plain to behold. Dearest, what nonsense you talk sometimes for a man so wise. Nonsense as wonderful in its way for Robert Browning as the dancing of polkas. The worst is that it sets me wishing impotently to do some really good helpful thing for you, and I cannot. The good comes to me from you and will not go back again. Even the loving you, which is all I can, have I not had to question of it again and again? Is that good? Now see. I shall be anxious to hear your own thoughts of the soul's tragedy when you have it in print. You liked Luria better for seeing it printed, and I must have you like the tragedy in proportion. It strikes me. It is original, as they say. There is something in it awakening, striking, and when it has awakened, it won't let you go to sleep again immediately. And of yourself not a word. You might have said one word, but you have been in London, which makes me hope that you are perhaps a little better, or at least not worse. Oh, I do not hope much while you are about this printing. You are sure not to be well. That is to be accepted as a necessary consequence. It cannot be otherwise. The comfort is that the whole will be put away in a week or 10 days, and that then I may set myself to hope for you as the roses to blow in June. Fit summer business, that will be, and you will help me and walk and take care. What do you think I have been doing to-day to Mr. Kenyon? Sending him the enchanted poetry, which such as you are never to see. The translation about Hector and Andromache. Yes, really. Yet, after all, it is not that I like him so much better than you. I do not, indeed. It is just that Miss Thompson and her book are of consequence to him, and that he hears through Miss Bailey and herself of the attempt here and the failure there, and so, being interested altogether, he asked me to let him see what I did with Homer. And it is not much. Old Homer laughs his translators to very scorn, and he does not spare me for being a woman. Surpassingly and profoundly beautiful that scene is. I have tried it in blank verse. About a year ago, when I had a sudden fit of translating, I made an experiment on the first 50 lines of the Iliad in a rhymed measure, which seemed to me rather nearer to the Greek cadence than our common heroic verse. Listen to what I remember. Thus he spake in his prayer, and Apollo gave ear to the whole, and came down from the steep of Olympus with wrath in his soul. On his shoulder the bow, and the quiver fast woven by fate, and the darts hurtled on as he trod, with the thrill of his hate, and the step of his godhead. Like night did he travel below, and he sate down afar from the ships, and drew strong to the bow. And so we get to the arrows you talked of. Ah, do you remember? Do you remember, which were to kill dogs and mules, you said? But they didn't. I have an enchanted dog, which nobody can deny, and am not far to seek in my Apollo. To-day I had a letter from Miss Mitford, who says that, inasmuch as she does not go to Paris, she shall come for a fortnight to London, and see me every day. No time is fixed, but I look a little aghast. Am I not grateful and affectionate? Is it right of you not to let me love any one as I used to do? Is it in that sense that you kill the dogs and mules? Perhaps. The truth is, I would rather she did not come, far rather, and she may not, after all. Now I am ashamed of myself thoroughly. I have not been downstairs to-day. The weather seemed so doubtful. To-morrow, if it is possible, I must do it. So, good-bye till the day after, Thursday. May God bless you every day, and if only as I think of you, you would not lose much. Your Ba. End of section 106.
Section 107 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, April 1, 1846. Now, dearest Bar, let me begin the only way. And so you are kissed, whether you feel it or not. Through the distance, what matter? Dear love, I return from town. My writing has gone away. You remain, and we are together. As I said, it would be. So it is. And here is your letter, and here are recollections of all the letters for so long, all the perfect kindnesses which I did not answer, meaning to answer them one day, and one day look to receive, I may write you, a huge sheetful of answers to bygone interrogatories, sins of omission remedied according to ability, and you will stare like a man I read of somewhere, who asked his neighbour how he fed that mule of his, so as to keep it in such good case, and then, struck by some other fancy, went on to talk of other matters till the day's end, when, on alighting at their inn, for these two were journeying, and the talk began with the stirrup cup, the other, who had been watching his opportunity, breaking silence for the first time, answered, "With oats and hay." Observe that the only part of the story I parallel is the surprise at the end, for I am not going to get whipped before I deserve, amine, bar mine. At all events, I will answer this last dear note. The good you do me, I see you cannot see nor understand yet. There is my answer. Here in this instance I corrected everything, altered, improved. Did you notice the alterations, curtailments in Luria? Well, I put in a few phrases in the second part of the other, where Ognaben speaks, in hope that they give a little more insight as to his character, which I meant for that of a man of wide speculation and narrow practice, universal understanding of men and sympathy with them, yet professionally restricted claims for himself, for his own life. There was the theology to have come in. He should have explained, the belief in a future state with me modifies every feeling derivable from this present life. I consider that as dependent on foregoing this. Consequently, I may see that your principles are perfectly right and proper to be embraced so far as concerns this world, though I believe there is an eventual gain to be obtained elsewhere, in either opposing or disregarding them, in not availing myself of the advantages they procure. Do you see? As a man may not choose to drink wine for his health's sake, or from a scruple of conscience, etc., and yet may be a good judge of what wine should be, how it ought to taste, something like this was meant. When it is forgotten almost, and only the written thing with the shadow of the meaning stays, you wonder that the written thing gets to look better in time. Do you think, if I could forget you, Bar, I should not reconcile myself to your picture, which already I love better than yesterday, and which to revenge I know I shall by this time tomorrow like less, so far less? Well, and then there is Domitia. I could not bring her to my purpose. I left the neck stiff that was to have bowed of its own accord, for nothing graceful could be accomplished by pressing with both hands on the head above. I meant to make her leave off her own projects through love of Luria. As it is, they in a manner fulfil themselves, so far as she has any power over them, and then she, being left unemployed, sees Luria, begins to see him, having hitherto seen only her own ends which he was to further. Oh, enough of it. I have told you, and tell you, and will tell you, my Bar, because it is simple truth, that you have been helping me to cover a defeat, not gain a triumph. If I had not known you so far, these works may have been the better, as assuredly the greater works I trust will follow. They would have suffered in proportion. If you take a man from prison and set him free, do you not probably cause a signal interruption to his previously all-engrossing occupation and sole labour of love, of carving bone boxes, making chains of cherry stones, and other such time-beguiling operations? Does he ever take up that business with the old alacrity? No, but he begins ploughing, building. Castles he makes, no bone boxes now. I may plough and build, but there, leave them as they are. Here an end till tomorrow, my best dearest. I am very well today. I forgot to say anything yesterday. You did not go downstairs, for all your good intentions, I hope. This morning, I mean. Observe how the days are made. The mornings are warm and sunny. After gets up such a wind as now howls. What a sound! The most melancholy in the whole world, I think. No, I can't do what I had set down. Keep my remonstrance and upbraiding on the Homer subject till tomorrow, and then speak arrows. What do you mean, Bar, by remembering those lines you give me? Have you no more written down? Quite happy and original they are. But tomorrow this is waited for. Dearest, bless you ever, your R. End of section 107.
Section 108 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark April 3rd, 1846. Dearest, your flowers make the whole room look like April. They are so full of colors, growing fuller and fuller as we get nearer to the sun. The wind was melancholy too, all last night. Oh, I think the wind melancholy, just as you do. or more than you do perhaps, for having spent so many restless days and nights close on the seashore in Devonshire. I seem now always to hear the sea in the wind, voice within voice, but I like a sudden wind not too loud, a wind which you hear the rain in rather than the sea, and I like the half-cloudy, half-sunny April weather, such as we have it here in England, with a west or south wind. I like and enjoy that, and remember vividly how I used to like to walk or wade nearly up to my waist in the wet grass or weeds, with the sun overhead, and the wind darkening or lightening the verdure all round. But none of it was happiness. Dearest, dearest, happiness does not come with the sun or the rain. Since my illness, when the door of the future seemed shut and locked before my face, and I did not tire myself with knocking any more, I thought I was happier. Happy, I thought, just because I was tranquil unto death. Now I know life from death, and the unsorrowful life for the first time since I was a woman, though I sit here on the edge of a precipice in a position full of anxiety and danger. What matter if one shuts one's eyes and listens to the birds singing? Do you know, I am glad, I could almost thank God, that papa keeps so far from me, that he has given up coming in the evening. I could almost thank God. If he were affectionate, and made me or let me feel myself necessary to him, how should I bear, even with my reason on my side, to prepare to give him pain? So that the Pisa business last year, by sounding the waters, was good in its way, and the pang that came with it to me was also good. He feels, he loves me, but it is not, this I mean to say, to the trying degrees of feeling and love. Trying to me. Ah, well, in any case, I should have ended probably in giving up all for you. I do not profess otherwise. I used to think I should, if ever I loved any one, and if the love of you is different from, it is greater than, anything preconceived, divined. Mrs. Jameson the other day brought out a theory of hers which I refused to receive, and which I thought to myself she would apply to me some day, with the rest of what Miss Mitford calls those good-for-nothing poets and poetesses. She maintained, Mrs. Jameson did, that artistical natures never learn wisdom from experience, that sorrow teaches them nothing, leaves no trace at all, that the mind is modified in no way by passion, suffering. Which I disbelieved quite, and ventured to say on the other side that although practically a man or woman might not be wiser, through perhaps the interception of a vivid apprehension of the present, which might put back the influence of the future over actions, yet that it was impossible for a self-conscious nature, which all these artistic natures are, and a sensitive nature, not to receive some sort of modification from things suffered. No, she said, they did not. She had known and loved such, and they were like children, all of them, essentially immature. But she did not persuade me. What is inequality of nature, as Dugald Stewart observed it, and did he not say that men of genius had lopsided minds, is different, I think, from immaturity in her sense of the word. We were talking of her friend, Mrs. Butler, which brought us to the subject. Presently she will say of you and me, "Just see there, she meant no harm, poor thing, I dare say, but she acts like a child." And for him, his is the imbecility of most regent genius, such as I am, to live to see confessed imperial, or I die a disappointed woman. Do you hear? I do distinctly. You, in the meantime, are looking at the locks, just as poor Louis XVI did when they were preparing his guillotine. May God bless you, my own dearest. Think of me a little, as you say. Your Ba. End of section 108.
Section 109 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark April 3, 1846. I want to tell you a thing before I forget it, my own Ba. A thing that pleased me to find out this morning. A few days ago there was a paragraph in the newspaper about Lord Compton and his ways at Rome. His address was to be read in the general list of working artists kept for public inspection at Mon Ordini's newsroom, and the Earl's self was to be found in a fraternal association with Young Art at Board and Sporting Place, wearing the same distinctive blouse and Louis II hat with great flaps. Even his hair as picturesquely disordered as the best of them. The artists, not the flaps. At all which the reporter seemed scarcely to know whether he ought to laugh or cry. This I read in the Daily News with other gossip about Rome last Wednesday. But this morning a Cambridge advertiser of the same day reaches me, and there, under the head of College News, after recording that Mr. A had been appointed to this vicarage and Mr. B licensed to the other curacy, one finds this: the Earl Compton, M.A., parentheses, on 1837, close parentheses, is of great fame in Rome as a painter, which the other authority wholly forgot to mention, supposing no doubt that all the love went to the blouse and flapped hat aforesaid. Now, is it not a good instance of that fascination which the true life at Rome, apart from the stupidities of the travelling English, exercises every now and then on susceptible people? The best thing for an English earl to do, who will be a marquis one day, would be to stay here and vindicate his title by honest work with the opportunities it affords him. But if he cannot rise to the dignity of the best part, surely this, he chooses, is better than many others, being court as some noblemen were yesterday, for instance, superintending a dog-fight in some horrible den of thieves in St. Giles's. I don't know, after all, why I tell you this, but that amid all the dull doings of the notable dull ones there, and their honours, such a wonder of a man was Smith's prize-man, another had got to be gloriously first in the classical tripos, this bit of fame at Rome seemed like a break of blue real sky with a star in it, shining through the canvas sham clouds and oil-paper moons of a theatre. Now I get to you, my bar. How strange. It does so happen that I took the pen and laid out the paper with, I really think, a completer, deeper yearning of love to you than usual even. I seem to have 1,000 things that I could say now, and on touching the paper, see, I start off with a foolish story and still foolisher comment as if there were no bar close at my head all the time, straight before my eyes too. So it is with me. I give the expressing part up at once. It must be understood, inferred, proved never. All nonsense. So I will stay, and try to be wise tomorrow. Now, I've no note to guide me, and half put into my mouth what I ought to say. So, dear, dear bar, goodbye. I very well know what this letter is worth, yet because of the love and endeavour unseen, may I not have the hand to kiss, and without the glove? It is kissed, whether you give it or no, for there are 2 long days more to wait, and then comes Monday. Bless you till then, and ever, my dearest, my own bar, your R. End of section 109.
Section 110 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening. Postmark April 4th, 1846. Shall the heir to a marquisate justify his title in these days? Is not the best thing he can do for himself to forget it in a studio at Rome? And one of the best things he can do for his country, perhaps, to desecrate it at dog-fighting before the eyes of all men? I should not like to have to justify my marquisate to reasonable men nowadays, should you, seriously speaking? It would be a hard task, and rather dull in the performance. On the other hand, the noble dog-fighters, unconscious patriots, find it easy and congenial occupation down in St. Giles's, rubbing out, as in the old game of fox and goose, figure by figure, prestige by prestige, the gross absurdity of hereditary legislators, lords, and the like. Yet of the three positions I would rather be at Rome. Certainly a man looks nobler there, is better, is happier, a good deal nearer the angels than on his landed estates, playing at feudal proprietor, or even in St. Giles's dog fighting. See what a republican you have for a bar. Did you fancy me capable of writing such unlawful, disorderly things? And it isn't out of bitterness, nor covetousness. No, indeed. People in general would rather be marquises than Roman artists, consulting their own wishes and inclination. I, for my part, ever since I could speak my mind and knew it, always openly and inwardly preferred the glory of those who live by their heads to the opposite glory of those who carry other people's arms. So much for glory. Happiness goes the same way to my fancy. There is something fascinating to me in that bohemian way of living. All the conventions of society cut so close and thin that the soul can see through, beyond, above. It is real life, as you say, whether at Rome or elsewhere. I am very glad that you like simplicity in habits of life. It has both reasonableness and sanctity. People are apt to suffocate their faculties by their manners, English people especially. I admire that you, R.B., who have had temptation more than enough, I am certain, under every form, have lived in the midst of this London of ours, close to the great social vortex, yet have kept so safe and free and calm and pure from the besetting sins of our society. When you came to see me first, I did not expect so much of you in that one respect. How could I? You had lived in the world, I knew, and I thought, well, what matter now what I thought? I will tell you instead how to-day has gone by with me. Not like yesterday, indeed. In the first place, I went downstairs, walked up and down the drawing-room twice, and finding nobody there, they were all having luncheon in the dining-room, came upstairs again. Half-way on the stairs met Flush, who, having been asleep, had not missed me till just then, and was in the act of search. I was lost forever, thought poor Flush. At least I think he thought so by his eyes. They were 3 times their usual largeness. He looked quite wild, and leaped against me with such an ecstasy of astonished joy that I nearly fell backward down the stairs. Whereupon you would have had to go to the Sirens' Island, dearest, all by yourself. After which escape of mine and Flushy's, and when I had persuaded him to be good and quiet, and to believe that I was not my own ghost, I came home with him and prepared to see— I will tell you. She is a Mrs. Payne, who lives at Farnham, and learns Greek, and writes to me such overcoming letters that at last, and in a moment of imprudent reaction from an ungrateful discourtesy on my part, I agreed to see her if she ever came to London. Upon which she comes directly. I am taken in my trap. She comes and returns the same day, and all to see me. Well, she had been kind to me, and she came at 2 to-day. Do you know, for the first 5 minutes I repented quite. Dearest, she came just with the sort of face which a child might take to see a real, alive lioness at the Zoological Gardens. She just sate down on a chair and stared. How can people do such things in this year of grace when they are abolishing the corn laws, I wonder? For my part, it was so unlike anything civilized I had ever been used to, that I felt as if my voice and breath went together. It would have saved me to be able to stare back again, but that was out of my power. So I endured, and after a pause ran violently down a steep place into some sort of conversation, thinking of your immortal Simpson, and vowing never to be drawn into such a situation again. And in a little while I was able to recognize that there was nothing worse than bad manners, ignorant manners, and that, for the rest, my antagonist was a young, pretty woman, rather pretty, enthusiastic and provincial, with a strong love for poetry and literature generally, loving Carlyle and yourself, could I hold out against that, and telling me all her domestic happinesses with a frankness which quite appeased me, and prevented my being too tired, though she stayed 2 hours, and wasn't you. So there is my history of to-day for you. To-morrow you will have the proof, and perhaps I shall. Monday will bring a better thing than a proof. May God bless you, beloved. Say how you are, to-morrow. Mind to do it. Or I will not sit any more in your gondola chair. How can you make me, unless I choose? And to speak against my letter to-night, you shall not dare do such things. It is a good dear letter, and it is mine to call so, and I knew its fellows before I knew you, and loved them before I loved you, and so you are not to be proud and scornful, and try to put them down in that way. Your own, Bar. End of section 110.
Section 111 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday, April the 4th, 1846. Oh, my 2 letters! And to turn from such letters to you, to my own Bar. I very well know I am not grateful enough, if there is any grace in that, any power to avert punishment as one hopes, but all my hope is in future endeavour. It is my Bar. This is earnest truth. And one thing that strikes me on hearing such prognostications of Mrs. Jameson's opinion on our subject is that, as far as I am concerned, or yourself indeed, we must make up our mind to endure the stress of it, and of such opinions generally with all resignation. And by the time we can answer, why, alas, they're gone and forgotten, so that there's no paying them for their impertinence. I mean that I do not expect, as a foolish fanciful boy might, that on the sudden application of Hymen's torch, to give the old simile one chance more, your happiness will blaze out apparent to the whole world lying in darkness, like a wondrous Catherine wheel, now all blue, now red, and so die at the bed amid a universal clapping of hands. I trust long life of real work begun, carried on, and ended, as it never otherwise could have been, certainly by me, and if I dare hope you, dearest, it is because you teach me to aspire to the height, that the attainment of all that happiness of daily, hourly life and entire affection, which seeing that men of genius need rather more. These words, I cannot look back and take up the thread of the sentence. But I wanted to say, we will live the real answer, will we not, dearest? All the stupidity against genius, poets, and the like, is got past the stage of being treated with patient consideration and gentle pity. It is too vexatious, if it will not lie still, out of the way by this time. What is the crime to his fellow man or woman? Not to God, I know that. These are peculiar sins to him. Whether greater in his eyes, who shall say? But to mankind, what is crime which would have been prevented but for the genius involved in it? A man of genius ill-treats his wife. Well, take away the genius. What does he so naturally improve? See the article in today's Athenaeum about the French duel. Far enough from men of genius, these Dujarrier, etc. But go tonight into half the estaminet of Paris, and see whether the quarrels over dice and some wine present any more pleasing matter of contemplation au fond. Sin is sin everywhere, and the worse, I think, for the grossness. Being fired at by a duellist is a little better, I think, also, than being struck on the face by some ruffian. These are extreme cases, but go higher and it is the same thing. Poor, cowardly, miscreated natures abound. If you could throw genius into their composition, they would become more degraded still, I suppose. I know I want every faculty I can, by any possibility dare. Want all and much more to teach me what you are, my own Bar, and what I should do to prove that I am taught and do know. I will write at length to you tomorrow, my all-beloved. I am somehow overflowing with things to say, and the time is fearfully short. My proofs have just arrived. Here they are, not even glanced over by me. Tomorrow, love. Not one thing answered in my letters, as when I read them tonight, I shall say to myself, bless you, dearest, dearest, R. End of section 111.
Section 112 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, April 5th, 1846. It seems to me the safest way to send back the proofs by the early Monday post. You may choose perhaps to bring the sheet corrected into town when you come, and so I shall let you have what you sent me before you come to take it, though I thought first of waiting. Tomorrow I shall force you to tell me how you like the tragedy now. For my part, it delights me, and must raise your reputation as a poet and thinker. Must. Chiappino is highly dramatic in that first part, and speaks so finely sometimes that it is a wrench to one's sympathies to find him overthrown. Do you know that, as far as the temper of the man goes, I am acquainted with a Chiappino, just such a man, in the temper, the pride, and the bitterness, not in other things. When I read your manuscript, I was reminded, but here in print it seems to grow nearer and nearer. My Chiappino has tired me out at last. I have borne more from him than women ought to bear from men, because he was unfortunate and embittered in his nature and by circumstances, and because I regarded him as a friend of many years. Yes, as I have told him, anyone who had not such confidence in me would think really ill of me through reading the insolent letters which he has thought fit to address to me on what he called the pure principle of adoration. At last I made up my mind, and shall keep it so, to answer no letter of the kind. Men are ignoble in some things, past the conceiving of their fellows. Again and again I have said, specify your charge against me, but there is no charge. With the most reckless and dauntless inconsistency I am lifted half-way to the skies, and made a mark there for mud pellets, so that I have been excited sometimes to say quite passionately, if I am the filth of the earth, tread on me, if I am an angel of heaven, respect me, but I can't be both, remember. See where your Chiappino leads you, and me. Though I shall not tell you the other name of mine. Whenever I see him now, I make Arabelle stay in the room, otherwise I am afraid. He is such a violent man. A good man, though, in many respects, and quite an old friend. Some men grow incensed with the continual prick of ill fortune, like mad bulls. Some grow tame and meek. Well, I did not like the spirit of the Athenaeum remarks either. I like what you say. These literary men are never so well pleased as in having opportunities of barking against one another, and for the Athenaeum people, if they wanted to be didactic as to morals, they might have taken occasion to be so out of their own order and in their own country, and then to bring in Balzac so. The worst of Balzac, who has not a fine moral sense at any time, great and gifted as he is, the very worst of him is his bearing towards his literary brothers, the manner in which he, who can so nobly present genius to the reverence of humanity in scientific men, as he describes them in his books, always dishonours and depreciates it in the man of letters and the poet. See his Grand Homme de Province à Paris, one of the most powerful of his works, but the remark is true everywhere. I go on writing as if I were not to see you directly. It is past 4 o'clock, and if Mr. Kenyon does not come to-day, he may come to-morrow, and find you, who were here last Thursday, to his knowledge. Have I fear. Observe the proof. Since you have two, you say, I have not scrupled to write down on this ever so much improvidence, which you will glance at and decide upon finally. Grateful, grateful, what a word that is! I never would have such a word on any proof that came to me for correction. Do not use such inapplicable words, do not, dearest, for you know very well in your understanding, if not in your heart, that if such a word is to be used by either of us, it is not by you. My word, I shall keep mine. I am grateful. You cannot be grateful, for ineffable reasons. pour bonne raison que l'on n'ose dire et que nous taisons. For the rest, it is certainly very likely that you may want all your faculties and more to bear with me, to support me with graceful resignation, and who can tell whether I may not be found intolerable after all? By the way, talking of St. Catherine's wheels and the like torments, you wrote gag, did you not? Where the proof says gage. I did not alter it. More and more I like Luria. Your Ba. Mr. Kenyon has been here, so our Monday is safe. End of section 112.
Section 113 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark, April 6, 1846. I sent you some even more than usual hasty, foolish words. Not caring much, however, for dearest Ba shall have to forgive my shortcomings every hour in the day. 'Tis her destiny, and I began unluckily with that stupidest of all notions, that about the harm coming of genius, etc. So I fell with my subject, and we rolled in the mud together. Pas vrai? But there were so many other matters alluded to in your dearest, because last, letter. There are many things in which I agree with you to such tremblingly exquisite exactness, so to speak, that I hardly dare cry out lest the charm break, the imaginary oscillation prove incomplete, and your soul, now directly over, pass beyond mine yet, and not stay. Do you understand, dear soul of my soul, dearest Ba? Oh, how different it all might be. In this house of life, where I go, you go. Where I ascend, you run before. When I descend, it is after you. Now, one might have a piece of Ba, but a very little of her, and make it up into a lady and a mistress, and find her a room to her mind, perhaps, when she should sit and sing, warble, eat, and dwell like Tennyson's blackbird, and to visit her there with due honour, one might wear the finest of robes, use the courtliest of ceremonies, and then, after a time, leave her there, and go, the door once shut, without much blame, to throw off the tunic, and put on Lord Compton's blouse, and go whither one liked. After, to me, the most melancholy fashion in the world. How different with us! If it were not, indeed, what a mad folly would marriage be! Do you know what quaint thought strikes me, out of old Bunyan, on this very subject? He says, with another meaning though, who would keep a cow that may buy milk at a penny the quart? Elegant allusion. Just so, whoever wants a quart of this other comfort, as solace of whatever it may be, at breakfast or tea time too, why not go and buy the same, and having disgusted, drink claret at dinner at his club? Why did not Mr. Butler read Fanny Kemble's verses, paying his penny of intellectual labour, and see her play Portia at night, and make her a call or ride with her in the middle of the day? Why keep the cow? But don't you know they prescribe to some constitutions the perpetual living in a cow-house? The breath, the unremitting influence is everything, not the milk. Now, Ba is suddenly Eoplanomene, and Mrs. Jameson is the gadfly, and I am laughed at, not too cruelly, or the other lock of hair becomes mine. With which locks? And not with Louis XVI, iron knick-knack ones. I rather think I was occupied last time. Last farewell taking. From all which I infer that I shall see you tomorrow. Yes, or I should not have the heart to be so glad and absurd. Well, tomorrow makes amends, dear, dear Ba. Why do you persist and try to turn my head so? It does not turn. I look the more steadfastly at the feet and the ground for all your crying and trying. But something shocking might happen, would happen, if it were not written that I am to get nothing but good from Bar. And who began calling names? Who used the word flatterer first? Bless you, my own dearest flatterer. I love you with heart and soul. Are you downstairs today? It is warm. The rain you like. Yes, you are down, I think. God keep you wherever you are. Your own. I went last night to Lord Compton's father's soiree, and for all our deep convictions and philosophic rejoicing, I assure you that of the 2 or 3 words that we interchanged, congratulating on the bright fortune of his son formed no part, any more than intelligence about ordering regiments to India whenever I meet the relatives of the ordered. And yesterday morning I planted a full dozen more rose trees, all white, to take away the yellow rose reproach. End of section 113. Section 114 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning, April 6th, 1846. I shall receive a note from you presently, I trust, but this had better go now, for I expect a friend, and must attend to him as he wants to go walking. So, dearest, take my last work I shall ever send you, if God please. A word about a passage or two. I had forgotten to say before, Gadge is a real name, Johnson too, for a torturing iron. It is part of the horror of such things that they should be mysteriously named, indefinitely. The Duke of Exeter's daughter, for instance. Ugh. Besides, am I not a rhymester? Well, who knows but one may want to use such a word in a couplet with badge, which, if one reject the old and obsolete fadge, is rhymeless. Then Cipino remarks that men of genius usually do the reverse, of beginning by dethroning, etc., and so arriving with utmost reluctancy at the acknowledgment of a natural and unalterable inequality of mankind. Instead of that, they begin at once, he says, by recognizing it in their adulation, etc., etc. I've supplied the words at once, and taken out virtually, which was unnecessary, so that the parallel possibly reads clearlier. I know there are other things to say, but at this moment my memory is at fault. Can you tell me Mrs. Jameson's address? My sea friend's opinion is altogether unfavourable to the notion of an invalid's trusting himself alone in a merchant vessel. He says, it will certainly be the gentleman's death. So very small a degree of comfort can be secured amid all the inevitable horrors of dirt, roughness, etc. The expenses are trifling in any case on that very account. Any number of the Shipping Gazette, I think, will give a list of all vessels about to sail, with a choice of ports, or on the walls of the Exchange one may see their names placarded with reference to the agent, or he will himself, my friend Chas Walton, do his utmost with a ship owner, we both know, and save some expense perhaps. I made him remark the difference between my carelessness of accommodations and an invalid's proper attention beforehand, but he persisted in saying nothing can be done. Nothing effectual. My time is out, but I must bless you, my ever dearest Bar, and kiss you. Ever your own. End of section 114.
Section 115 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark April 7th, 1846. Dearest, it is not I who am a flatterer, and if I use the word first, it is because I had the right of it. I remember, long and long ago. There is the vainest of vanities in discussing the application of such a word, and so when you said the other day that you never flattered, forsooth, oh no, I would not contradict you for fear of the endless flattery it would lead to. only that I do not choose, because such things are allowed to pass, to be called on my side a flatterer. That is too much, and too out of place. What do I ever say that is like flattery? I am allowed, it may be hoped, to admire the Lurias and the rest, quite like other people, and even to say that I admire them. May I not lawfully? If that is flattery, woe to me! I tell you the real truth as I see the truth, even in respect to them, the Lurias. For instance, did I flatter you and say that you were right yesterday? Indeed, I thought you as wrong as possible, wonderfully wrong on such a subject, for you, who only a day or two before seemed so free from conventional fallacies, so free. You would abolish the punishment of death too, and put away wars, I am sure. But honourable men are bound to keep their honours clean at the expense of so much gunpowder and so much risk of life. That must be, ought to be. Let judicial deaths and military glory be abolished ever so. For my part, I set all Christian principle aside, although if it were carried out, and principle is nothing unless carried out, it would not mean cowardice but magnanimity. But I set it aside and go on the bare social rational ground, and I do advisedly declare to you that I cannot conceive of any possible combination of circumstances which could, I will not say justify, but even excuse an honourable man's having recourse to the duellist's pistol, either on his own account or another's. Not only it seems to me horribly wrong, but absurdly wrong it seems to me. Also, as a matter of pure reason, the Parisian method of taking aim and blowing off a man's head for the sins of his tongue, I do take to have a sort of judicial advantage over the Englishman's 6 paces, throwing the dice for his life or another man's, because wounded by that man in his honour. His honour! Who believes in such an honour, liable to such amends, and capable of such recovery? You cannot, I think, in the secret of your mind. Or if you can, you who are a teacher of the world, poor world, it is more desperately wrong than I thought. A man calls you a liar in an assembly of other men, because he is a calumniator, and on that very account a worse man than you ask him to go down with you on the only ground on which you two are equals, the duelling ground, and with pistols of the same length, and friends numerically equal on each side, play at lives with him, both mortal men that you are. If it was proposed to you to play at real dice for the ratification or non-ratification of his calumny, the proposition would be laughed to scorn. And yet the chance, as chance seems much the same, and the death is an exterior circumstance which cannot be imagined to have much virtue. At best, what do you prove by your duel? That your calumniator, though a calumniator, is not a coward in the vulgar sense, and that yourself, though you may still be a liar 10 times over, are not a coward either? Here be proofs. And as to the custom of duelling preventing insults, why you say that a man of honour should not go out with an unworthy adversary. Now supposing a man to be withheld from insult and calumny, just by the fear of being shot, who is more unworthy than such a man? Therefore you conclude irrationally, illogically, that the system operates beyond the limit of its operations. Oh, I shall write as quarrelsome letters as I choose. You are wrong, I know and feel, when you advocate the pitiful resources of this corrupt social life. And if you are wrong, how are we to get right, we all who look to you for teaching? Are you afraid, too, of being taken for a coward? Or would you excuse that sort of fear, that cowardice of cowardice, in other men? For me, I value your honour, just as you do, more than your life, of the 2 things. But the madness of this foolishness is so clear to my eyes, that instead of opening the door for you and keeping your secret, as that miserable woman did last year for the man shot by her sister's husband, I would just call in the police, though you were to throw me out of the window afterwards. So, with that beautiful vision of domestic felicity, which Mrs. Jameson would leap up to see, I shall end my letter. Isn't it a letter worth thanking for? Ever, dearest, do you promise me that you never will be provoked into such an act? Never. Mr. O'Connell vowed it to himself for a dead man, and you may to me for a living woman. Promises and vows may be foolish things for the most part, but they cannot be more foolish than, in this case, the thing vowed against. So promise and vow, and I will flatter you in return in the lawful way, for you will make me happy, so far. May God bless you, beloved. It is so wet and dreary today that I do not go downstairs. I sit instead in the gondola chair. Do you not see? And think of you. Do you not feel? I even love you, if that were worth mentioning. Being your own, bah. How good of you to write so on Sunday, to compare with my bed. End of section 115.
Section 116 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday, postmark April the 7th, 1846. They have just sent me one proof only, so I have been correcting everything as fast as possible, that returning it at once, a revise might arrive, fit to send. For this that comes is just as bad as if I had let it alone in the first instance. All your corrections are golden. In Luria, I alter little circle to circling faces, which is more like what I meant. As for that point we spoke of yesterday, it seems past praying for. If I make the speech an aside, I commit Ognoben to that opinion. Did you notice at the beginning of the second part that on this Ognoben's very entry, as described by a bystander, he is made to say, for his first speech, "I have known so many leaders of revolts," laughing gently to himself. This, which was wrongly printed in italics, as if a comment of the bystander's own, was a characteristic circumstance as I meant it. All these opinions should be delivered with a gentle laughter to himself. But, as is said elsewhere, we profess and we perform. Enough of it. Meliore sperumus. What am I to say next, my bar? When I write my best and send grateful to you, you send my proof back, grateful, parentheses, H. Then I must do and say what you hate, for I am one entire gratitude to you, God knows. May He reward you. It is late. Bless you once again, my dearest. You have nothing so much yours as R. My mother says that I paid only £15 or £16 for the Venice voyage, and much less for the Naples one. 10, and no more, she thinks. And I think. But that represents 20, as the other, £25 or £30 to a person unconnected with the freighting party. In the first ship, Rothschild sent a locomotive entire, with all its appurtenances for one article, to Trieste. Can I make inquiries for you? Nay, I will, and at once. End of section 116.
Section 117 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening, postmark April 8th, 1846. In my disagreeable letter this morning, I forgot to write how, after you went away and I came to read again the dedication, I admired it more and more. It is most graceful and complete. Landor will be gratified and grateful, he allowably, and only you shall be hateful, and only to me, dearest, so that it doesn't matter much. As to Onniben, you understand best, of course. I understood the laughing gently to himself, though I omitted to notice the italics. I perfectly understood that it was the bystander's observation. Your letter came so late to-night that I despaired of it. The postman fell into a trance somewhere, I fancy, and it was not till 9 o'clock that the knock, equal to the tapping of a fairy's wand, came to the door. Now I have 2 letters to thank you for together, for the dear one on Monday, which lay in the shadow of your coming, and so was a little less thought of than it could have been under any other possible circumstance, and for this letter to-night. Well, and for Mr. Buckingham's voyage, if you will and can conveniently, I use that word for my sake, not for your sake, because I think of you and not of him. But if you can without inconvenience make inquiries about these vessels, why I shall be glad, and shall set it to your account as one goodness more. It would be easy for him, and you should have done it in your voyage, to take with him those potted meats and portable soups and essences of game, which would prevent his being reduced to common fare with the sailors. Then a mattress is as portable as the soups nearly. Apart from the asafoetida he may endure, I should think. Do you know, I was amused at myself yesterday, after the first movement, for liking to hear you say that dry biscuits satisfied you, because, after all, I should not be easy to see you living on dry biscuits. Ceres and Bacchus forbid. Oh, I don't profess to apply, out of a pure poetical justice, Lord Byron's Pythagoreanism to the nobler half of creation. Do not be afraid, but it is rather desecrating and disenchanting to mark how certain of those sad nobilities turn upon their dinners as on the pivot of the day, for their good pleasure and good temper besides. Did you ever observe a lord of creation knit his brows together because the cutlets were underdone, shooting enough fire from his eyes to overdo them to cinders, cinder blast them, as Aeschylus would have it? Did you ever hear of the litany which some women say through the first course, low to themselves? Perhaps not. It does not enter into your imagination to conceive of things which nevertheless are. Not that I ever thought of you with reference to such. Oh, no, no. But every variety of the epicuri de grege porcus I have a sort of indisposition to, even as the animal itself, pork of nature and the kitchen, I avoid like a Jewish woman. Do you smile? And did I have or whole make you angry this morning through being so didactic and detestable? Will you challenge me to 6 paces at Chalk Farm, and will you take aim this time and put an end to every sort of pretence in me to other approaches between us two? Tell me if you are angry, dearest. I ask you to tell me if you felt, for the time even, vexed with me. I want to know. I need to know. Do you not know what my reflection must reasonably be? That is, apart from provocation and excitement, you believe in the necessity of such and such resources. Provoked and excited, you would apply to them. There could be no counteracting force, no help, no hope. So I spoke my mind, and you are vexed with me, which I feel in the air. May God bless you, dearest, dearest. Forgive as you can, best. Your Ba. End of section 117.
Section 118 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark April 8, 1846. First of all, kiss me, dearest. And again. And now, with the left arm round you, I will write what I think in as few words as possible. I think the fault of not carrying out principles is yours here. Several principles would arrive at the result you desire. Christianity, Stoicism, asceticism, Epicureanism, in the modern sense. All these carried out stop the procedure you deprecate. But I fancy, as you state your principle, that it is an eclecticism from these and others, and presently one branch crosses its fellow, and we stop, arrive at nothing. Do you accept life's warm-beating joy and dole for an object of that life? Is society a thing to desire to participate in, not by the one exceptional case out of the million, but by men generally? Men who live only for living's sake in the first instance. Next, men who, having ulterior objects and aims of happiness, yet derive various degrees of sustainment and comfort from the social life round them, and so on, higher up, till you come to the half-dozen, for whom we need not be pressingly urgent to legislate just yet, having to attend to the world first. Is social life a good generally to these? If so, go back to another principle which I suppose you to admit, that good may be lawfully held, defended, even to the death. Now see where the cross takes place. Something occurs which forces a man to hold this, defend this. He must do it or renounce it. You let him do neither. Do not say he needs not renounce it. We go avowedly on the vulgar broad ground of fact. You very well know it is a fact that by his refusing to accept a challenge or send one on conventionally sufficient ground, he will be infallibly excluded from a certain class of society thenceforth and forever. What society should do, rather, is wholly out of the question. What will be done? And now, candidly, can you well fancy a more terrible wrong than this to the ordinary multitude of men? Alter the principles of your reasoning. Say, Christianity forbids this, and that will do. Rational Simon renounces on his pillar more than the pleasures of society, if so he may save his soul. Say, society is not worth living in. 'Tis no wrong to be forced to quit it. That will do also. A man with Paradise Lost or Othello to write, or with a bar to live beside for his one companion, or many other compensations, he may retire to his own world easily. Say, on the lowest possible ground, out of society one eats, drinks, etc. excellently well. What loss is there? All these principles avail, but mix them, and they surely neutralize each other. A man may live, enjoy life, oppose an attempt to prevent his enjoying life, yet not. You see? The method is irrational, proves nothing, etc. What is that to the question? Is the effect disputable or no? Wordsworth decides he had better go to court, then he must buy or borrow a court dress. He goes because of the poetry in him. What irrationality in the bag and sword! In the grey duffle gown yonder, he wrote, half through the exceeding ease and roominess of it, the excursion. How proper he should go in it, therefore. Beside, it will wring his heartstrings to pay down the £4 10 and 6pence. Good Mr. Wordsworth. There is no compulsion. Go back to the lakes, and be entirely approved of by Miss Norrick. But if you do choose to kiss hands, instead of cheeks smackingly, why, you must even resolve to grin and bear it, a sea phrase, and bar your imaginary man, who is called liar before a large assembly, must decide for one or the other course. He makes his antagonist double the wrong? Nay, here the wrong begins. The poor author of the outrage should have known his word was nothing. The sense of it, he and his like express abundantly every hour of the day if they please, in language only a shade removed from this that causes all the harm. And who does other than utterly, ineffably despise them? But he chooses, as the very phrase is, to oblige his adversary to act thus. He is nothing. I am going on your own case for supposed futile cause of quarrel. He may think just what he pleases, but having said this, and so, it is entirely society's affair. And what is society's present decision? Directly it relaxes a regulation, allows another outlet to the natural contempt for and indifference to such men and their opinions spoken or unspoken, everybody avails himself of it directly. If the Lord Chamberlain issues an order this morning, no swords need be worn at next levee, who will appear with one? A politician is allowed to call his opponent a destructive, etc. A critic may write that the author of such a book or such is the poorest creature in the world, and who dreams of being angry? But society up to this time says, if a man calls another, etc., etc., then he must. Will you renounce society? I, for one, could easily. So therefore shall Mr. Kenyon. Beside, I on purpose depreciate the value of an admission into society, as if it were only for those who recognise no other value, and the wiser men might easily forego it. Not so easily. There are uses in it, great uses, for purposes quite beyond its limits. You pass through it, mix with it, to get something by it. Do not go into the world to live on the breath of every fool there, but you reach something out of the world by being let go quietly, if not with a favourable welcome, among them. I leave here to go to Wimpole Street. I want to have as little as possible to say to the people I find between. But do you know, if I allow a foolish child to put the very smallest of fool's caps on my head instead of the hat I usually wear, though the comfort will be considerable in the change, yet I shall be followed by an increasing crowd, say to Charing Cross, and thence pelted, perhaps, till I reach number 50. There, perhaps to find the servant hesitate about opening the door to such an apparition, and when Papa comes to hear how illustriously your visitor was attended through the streets, why, he will specially set apart Easter Monday to testify in person his sense of the sublime philosophy, will he not? My bar, I tell the child on the first symptom of such a wish on his part, don't, with all the eloquence in my power. If I can put it handsomely off my head even, I will, and with pitying good nature. But if I must either wear the cap and pay the penalty, or slap his face, why... Ah, you say, but he has got a pistol that you don't see and will shoot you dead like a foolish child as he is. That he may. Have I to be told that in this world men, foolish or wicked, do inflict tremendous injuries on their unoffending fellows? Let God look to it, I say with reverence, and do you look to this point where the injury begins. The foolish man who throws some disfiguring liquid in your face, which to remove you must have recourse to some dangerous surgical operation, perilling himself too by the consequent vengeance of the law, if you sink under knife or cauterizing iron, shall I say the fault is yours? Why submit to the operation? The fault is his that institutes the very fault, which began by teaching him from his cradle in every possible shape. But don't say the operation is unnecessary. Your blistered face does look just as usual, not merely to me who know you, perhaps love you, but to the whole world, on whose opinion of its agreeableness I confess that you are dependent for nearly every happy minute of your life. In all this I speak for the world, not for me. I have too many other sources of enjoyment. I could easily, I think, do what you require. I endeavour to care for others with none of these. As dearest Bar sitting in her room because of a dull day would have me take a few miles exercise. Has everybody a Bar? I had not last year. Yet last year I had reasons, and still have, for on occasion renouncing society 50 times over. What I should do, therefore, is as improper to be held up for an example, as the exemplary behaviour of Walpole's old French officer of 90, who, hearing some youths diverting themselves with some girls in a tent close by, asked, "Is this the example I set you, gentlemen?" But I shall be dishonoured, however. Bar will go and call the police. Why? So should I for your brother in all but the extremest case. Because when I had told all the world, with whom the concern solely is, that, despite his uttermost endeavour, I had done this, the world would be satisfied at once. And the whole procedure is meant to satisfy the world. Even the foolishest know that the lion in a cage, through no fault of his own, cannot snap at a fly outside the bars. The thing to know is, Will Bar dictate to her husband a refusal to fight, and then recommend him to go to a dinner party? Say, give up the dinner for my sake, if you like. One or the other it must be. You know I hate and refuse dinner parties. Does everybody? But now, in candour, hear me. I write all this to show the not such irrationality of the practice, even on comparatively frivolous grounds, and that those individuals to whom you once admit society may be a legitimate enjoyment must take such a course to retain the privileges they value, and that the painful consequences should be as unhesitatingly attributed to the first offence and its author, as the explosion and horror to the fool who would put the match, in play perhaps, to the powder barrel. And I accepted myself from the operation of this necessity. But I must confess that I can conceive of combinations of circumstances in which I see two things only, or a third, a miscreant to be put out the world, my own arm and best will to do it, and perhaps God to excuse, which is approve. My Bar, what is evil in its unmistakable shape but a thing to suppress at any price? I do approve of judicial punishment to death under some circumstances. I think we must say, when it comes to that, we will keep our pact of life, stand by God, and put that out of us, our world. It shall not be endured, or we shall not be endured. Dear Bar, is life to become a child's game? A is wronged, B rights him, and is a hero, as we say. B is wronged again by C, but he must not right himself. That is D's proper part, who again is to let E do the same kind office for him, and so on. Defend the poor and fatherless, and we all applaud. But if they could defend themselves, why not? I will not fancy cases. Here's one that strikes me. A fact. Some soldiers were talking over a watchfire abroad. One said that once he was travelling in Scotland and knocked at a cottage door. An old woman with one child let him in, gave him a supper and a bed. Next morning he asked how they lived, and she said the cow, the milk of which he was then drinking, and the kale in the garden, such as he was eating, were all her malien, or sustenance. Whereon, rising to go, he for the fun, killed the cow and destroyed the kale, the old witch crying out she should certainly be starved. Then he went his way. And she was starved, of course, said a young man. Do you rue it? The other laughed. Rue aught like that? The young man said, I was the boy, and that was my mother. Now then. In a minute or two, the preparer of this combination of circumstances lay writhing with a sword through him up to the hilt. If you had rued it, the youth said, you should have answered it only to God. More than enough of this, but I was anxious to stand clearer in your dear eyes. Vows and promises. I want to leave society for the Siren's Isle, and now I often seriously reproach myself with conduct quite the reverse of what you would guard against. I have too much indifferentism to the opinions of Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown. By no means am anxious to have his notions agree with mine. Smith thinks Cromwell a canting villain. Brown believes no dissenter can be saved. And I repeat Goethe's, be it your unerring rule, ne'er to contradict a fool. For if folly choose to brave you, all your wisdom cannot save you. And sometimes I help out their arguments by a touch or two, after Ogneben's fashion. It all seems so wearisomely unprofitable. What comes of Smith's second thought if you change his first? Out of that second will branch as great an error, you may be sure. 11 o'clock. Here comes your letter. My own Bar. My dearest, best beloved. I angry? How you misunderstand the motions of my mind. And all that I said, or write here, I speak of others. Others, if you please, of limited natures. I say why they may be excused. that is all. You do not like pork? But those poor Irish colliers, whose only luxury is bacon once a month, you understand them liking it? I do not value society. Others do. We are all his children, says Euripides, and quotes Paul. Now, love, let this be a moot point to settle among the flowers one day, with Sir Thomas Browne's other hard questions yet not impossible to be solved. What song the siren sang to Ulysses is the first. In which blessed hope let me leave off, for I confess to having written myself all but tired, headachy, but vexed with you. Bah, you perplex me, bewilder me. Let me get right again. Kiss me, dearest, and all is right. God bless you ever. Your R. End of section 118.
Section 119 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening, postmark April 9th, 1846. After the question about the siren's song to Ulysses, dearest? Then directly before, I suppose, the other difficult question talked of by your Sir Thomas Browne as to what name Achilles bore when he lived among the women. That, you think, will be an appropriate position for our moot point, which once in England was guilty of tiring you and making your head ache. And as for Achilles' name when he lived among women, it was Moros, you will readily guess, and I shall not dare to deny. Only, I never shall be convinced on the previous question by the arguments of your letter. It is not possible. May I say just one thing, without touching that specific subject? There is a certain class of sacrifice which men who live in society should pay willingly to society, the sacrifice of little or indifferent things, in respect to mere manners and costume. There is another class of sacrifice which should be refused by every righteous man, though ever so eminently a social man, and though to the loss of his social position. Now you would be the last, I am sure, to confound these two classes of sacrifice, and you will admit that our question is simply between them, and to which of them duelling belongs, and not at all whether society is in itself a desirable thing and much rejoiced in by the Browns and Smiths. You refuse to wear a fool's cap in the street because society forbids you, which is well. But if in order to avoid wearing it you shoot the foolish child who forces it upon you, why you do not well by any means. It would not be well even for a Brown or a Smith, but for my poet of the bells and pomegranates it is very ill, wonderfully ill, so ill that I shut my eyes and have the heartache, for the headache, only to think of it. So I will not. Why should we see things so differently, ever, dearest? If any one had asked me, I could have answered for you that you saw it quite otherwise. And you would hang men even, you. Well, because I do not rue, and am so much the more unfit to die, I am to be stabbed through the body by an act of private judgment of my next neighbour. So I must take care and rue when I do anything wrong. And I begin now, for being the means of tiring you, and for seeming to persist so. You may be right and I wrong, of course. I only speak as I see, and will not speak any more last words, taking pardon for these. I rue. To-day I was downstairs again, and if the sun shines on as brightly, I shall be out of doors before long perhaps. Your headache. Tell me how your headache is. Remember to tell me. When your letter came, I kissed it by a sort of instinct, not that I do always at first sight, please to understand, but because the writing did not look angry, not vexed writing. Then I read, first of all, kiss. So it seemed like magic. Only I know that if I went on to write disagreeable letters, you might not help to leave off loving me at the end. I seem to see through this crevice. Good heavens! How dreadfully natural it would be to me, seem to me, if you did leave off loving me. How it would be like the sun's setting, and no more wonder, only more darkness, more pain. May God bless you, my only dearest, and me by keeping me your Bar. End of section 119.
Section 120 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday, 8 a.m. Postmark, April 9, 1846. Dearest, I have to go out presently and shall not be able to return before night, so that the letter I expect will only be read then and answered tomorrow. What will it be, the letter? Nothing but dear and kind, I know. Even deserve to know in a sense, because I am sure all in my letter was meant to be read by your light. I submit unfeignedly to you, there as elsewhere, and, as I said, I think, I wrote so precisely because it was never likely to be my own case. I should consider it the most unhappy thing that could possibly happen to me, putting aside the dreadful possibilities one refuses to consider at all. The most. Have you made any discoveries about the disposition of Saturday? May I come, dearest? On Saturday evening I shall see a friend who will tell me all he knows about ships and voyage expenses, or refer me to higher authorities. Bless you now and ever, my own Bar. Do you know, next Saturday, in its position of successor to Good Friday, will be the anniversary of Mr. Kenyon's asking me, some 4 years ago, if I would like to see Miss B. How I remember! I was staying with him for a couple of days. Now I will ask myself, would you like to kiss Bar? Then comes the sealer. Goodbye, dearest, dearest. Yours are. End of section 120.
Section 121 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark, April 10th, 1846. I thought you had not written to me tonight, ever dearest. 9 o'clock came and went, and I heard no postman's knock, and I supposed that I did not deserve, in your mind, to hear it at all. At last I rang the bell and said to Wilson, "Look in the letter-box. There may be a letter, perhaps. If there should be none, you need not come upstairs to tell me. I shall understand." So she left me, and that time I listened for footsteps, the footsteps of my letter. If I had not heard them directly, what should I have thought? You are good and kind, too good and kind, always, always, and I love you gratefully and shall to the end, and with an unspeakable apprehension of what you are in yourself and towards me. Yet you cannot, you know you cannot, dearest, submit to me in an opinion any more than I could to you, if I desired it ever so anxiously. We will talk no more, however, on this subject now. I have had some pain from it, of course, but I am satisfied to have had the pain for the knowledge, which was as necessary as possible, under circumstances, for more reasons than one. Dearest, before I go to talk of something else, will you be besought of me to consider within yourself, and not with me to tease you, why the case spoken of should never in likelihood be your own? Are you and yours charmed from the influence of offensive observations, personally offensive? The most unhappy thing that could happen to you, is it, on that account, the farthest thing? Now, Mrs. Jameson was here to-day, and in the room before almost I heard of her being on the stairs. It is good-natured of her to remember me in her brief visits to London. And she brought me 2 or 3 St. Sebastians, with the arrows through them, etched by herself, to look at. Very good-natured. Once she spoke of you. "Oh," she said, "you saw Mr. Browning's last number. Yes, I remember how you spoke of it. I suppose Mr. Kenyon lent you his copy. And before I could speak, she was on another subject. But I should not have had heart to say what I meant and predetermined to say, even if the opportunity to-day had been achieved. As if you could not be read except in Mr. Kenyon's copy. I might have confessed to my own copy, even if not to my own original. Do you not think? Before she came, I went down to the drawing-room, I and Flush, and found no one there, and walked drearily up and down the rooms, and so came back to mine. May you have spent your day better. There was sunshine for you, as I could see. God bless you and keep you. Saturday may be clear for us, or may not, and if it should not be clear, certainly Monday and Tuesday will not. What shall be done? Will you wait till Wednesday? Or will you, now let it be as you choose, come on Saturday, running the risk of finding only a parcel, a book and a letter, and so going away if there should be reasons against the visit? Because last Monday was known of, and I shall not ascertain until Saturday whether or not we shall be at liberty. Or shall we at once say Wednesday? It is for your decision. You go out on Saturday evening, and perhaps altogether there may be a conspiracy against Saturday. Judge and decide. I am writing as with the point of a pilgrim's staff rather than a pen. We are all strangers and pilgrims. Can you read anywise? I think of you, bless you, love you, but it would have been better for you never to have seen my face perhaps, though Mr. Kenyon gave the first leave. Perhaps I flatter myself tonight in change for you. Best beloved, I am your Ba. End of section 121. Section 122 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday, 2:00 p.m. Postmark April 10th, 1846. Ever dearest, I wrote last night what might make you doubtful and uncomfortable about Saturday, being doubtful myself, and not knowing what word to say of it. But just now Papa has been here in the room with me, and a beatific Jamaica packet has just come in, as the post declares, Benedetta sia l'ora, etc. And he will hear more, he says, in the city to-morrow. So we are safe. Come, if there should be no reason of your own for staying. For me, I seem to have more need than usual of seeing you. May God bless you. I am your Ba. End of section 122.
Section 123 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning, postmark April 10, 1846. Dearest, sweetest, best, how can you, seeing so much, yet see that possibility? I leave off loving you, and be angry and vexed and the rest? Well, take care I don't answer fairly and plainly that I can do all this, as the poor women had to confess in their bewilderment when grave judges asked by which of the 37 ways they were accustomed to signify their desire of his presence to Asmodeus, etc., etc. But I cannot jest nor trifle here. I protest in the most solemn way I am capable of conceiving, that I am altogether unable to imagine how, whence, or why any possible form of anger or vexation or anything akin can or could or should or shall ever rise in me to you. 'Tis a sense hitherto undreamed of, a new faculty, altogether an inexplicable and possible feeling. I am not called on, surely, to suppose cases of pure impossibility, to say, if you did thus or thus, what I know you could no more do than go and kill cows with your own hand, and dig up kale grounds. But I can fancy your being angry with me, very angry, and speaking the truth of the anger, that is to be fancied. God knows I should in that case kiss my letters here, till you please to judge me not unworthy to kiss the hem of your garment again. My own Bar, my election is made, or God made it for me, and is irrevocable. I am wholly yours. I see you have yet to understand what that implies, but you will one day, and in this, just said, I understand serious anger for serious offences, to which, despite my earnest endeavour, who shall say I may not be liable? What are you given me for but to make me better, and in that happier? If you could save my soul so as by fire, would your dear love shrink from that? But in the matter we really refer to, oh, Bar, did I not pray you at the beginning to tell me the instant you detected anything to be altered by human effort? To give me that chance of becoming more like you and worthier of you? And here where you think me gravely in the wrong, and I am growing conscious of being in the wrong, 1 or 2 repetitions of such conduct as yours, such disagreeable letters, and I must leave off? When I do that on such ground, I need imprecate no foolish sense on my head. The very worst will be in full operation. I only wrote to justify an old feeling, exercised only in the case of others I have heard of, men called cool murderers, deliberate imbrewers of their hands in, etc., etc. And I meant just to say, well, I and others despise your society and only go into it now to be the surer that, when we leave it, we are not excluded as the children turn from the grapes because their teeth are set on edge, whatever may be the fox's pretext. But for your own devoted followers, be a little more merciful, and while you encourage them to spend a dozen years in a lawsuit lest they lose a few pounds— but I won't repeat the offence, dear. You are right and I am wrong, and will lay it to heart. And now kiss, not your feet this time, because I am the prouder, far from the more humble, by this admission and retraction. Your note arrives here, Bar. It would have been better for me, that. Oh, dearest, let us marry soon, very soon, and end all this. If I could begin taking exceptions again, I might charge you with such wild conventionalism, such wondrous perversity of sight, or blindness rather. Can you, now by this time, tell me or yourself that you could believe me happy with any other woman that ever breathed? I tell you, without affectation, that I lay the whole blame to myself, that I feel that if I had spoken my love out sufficiently, all this doubt could never have been possible. You quite believe I am in earnest, know my own mind, and speak as I feel, on these points we disputed about. Yet I am far from being sure of it, or so it seems now. But as for loving you, there I mistake, or may be wrong, or may, or might, or... Now kiss me, my best, dearest beloved. It seems I am always understood so. The words are words, and faulty, and inexpressive, or wrongly expressive. But when I live under your eyes, and die, you will never mistake. You do not now, thank God, say to me, you want to go elsewhere for all you say the visit seems too brief, and you would change me for another for all you possess. Never do you say such things, but when I am away, all the mistaking begins. Let it end soon. Come, dearest life of my life, light of my soul, heart's joy of my heart. You feel I must see you tomorrow if possible. At all events, I will call for the parcel. What made you suppose I was engaged tomorrow night? The saying that I should meet my seafaring friend, perhaps? But that is to be here. He comes here. At all events, I recollect no other engagement. Had one with Death himself, I almost think I would go. Oh, folly! But let the parcel be ready to put into my hand at once, and I will venture at 3 o'clock. In truth, all yesterday I was very unwell, going about sightseeing with a friend and his lady cousins, and afterward dining with them. I came home dead with intense boring. I rarely remember to have suffered so much. Today I am rather better, much better indeed. If I can but see you for a few minutes tomorrow. May God bless you, dearest, and show you the truth in me, the one truth which I dare hope compensates for much that is to be forgiven. When I told you at the beginning I was not worthy, was infinitely lower, etc., you seemed incredulous. Well now, you see. I, that you would persist in hoping better things of, held such opinions as those, and so you begin setting me right, and so I am set far on towards right. Is not all well, love? But now go on, when I give next occasion, and tell me more, and let me alter more, and thank you, if I can, more, but not love you more, you, whom I love wholly, with all my faculties, all my being. May God bless you again. It all ends there. Your own R. End of section 123.
Section 124 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday. Postmark April 13th, 1846. I will not speak much of the letter, as you desire that I should not, and because everything you write must be answered in some way and sense, must have some result, there is the less need of words in the present case. Let me say only then, ever dearest, dearest, that I never felt towards you as I felt when I had read that letter, never loved you so entirely, that it went to my heart and stayed there, and seemed to mix with the blood of it. Believe this of me, dear, dearest beloved. For the rest, there is no need for me to put aside carefully the assumption of being didactic to you, of being better than you, so as to teach you. Ah, you are so fond of dressing me up in pontifical garments, for fun, as the children say, but because they are too large for me, they drop off always of themselves. They do not require my pulling them off. These extravagances get righted of their own accord. After all, too, you, with that preternatural submissiveness of yours, you know your power upon the whole, and understand in the midst of the obeisances that you can do very much what you please with your high priest. Eis physis, in the ghosts of the tribe of Levi, let them see and witness how it is. And now do you see. It was just natural that when we differed for the first time I should fall into low spirits. In the night at dream time, when instead of dreams deep thought falleth upon man, suddenly I have been sad even to tears, do you know, to think of that, and whenever I am not glad, the old fears and misgivings come back. No, you do not understand. You cannot, perhaps. But, dear, dearest, never think of yourself that you have expressed insufficiently your feelings for me. Insufficiently. No words but just your own, between heaven and earth, could have persuaded me that one such as you could love me. And the tongue of angels could not speak better words for that purpose than just yours. Also, I know that you love me. I do know it, my only dearest, and recognize it in the gratitude of my soul. And it is through my want of familiarity with any happiness, through the want of use in carrying these weights of flowers, that I drop them again and again out of weak hands. Besides, the truth is that I am not worthy of you, and if you were to see it just as I see it, why, there would be an end. There, I sometimes think reasonably. Well, now I shall be good for at least a fortnight. Do I not tease you and give you trouble? I feel ashamed of myself sometimes. Let me go away from myself to talk of Mr. Kenyon, therefore. For he came today and arrived in town on Friday evening (what an escape on Saturday!), and said of you, with those detestable spectacles, like the Greek burning glasses, turned full on my face, "I suppose now that Mr. Browning's book is done and there are no more excuses for coming, he will come without excuses." Then, after talk upon other subjects, he began a long wandering sentence, the end of which I could see a mile off, about how he ought to know better than I, but wished to inquire of me. What do you suppose? Why, what Mr. Browning's objects in life were. Because Mrs. Proctor had been saying that it was a pity he had not 7 or 8 hours a day of occupation, etc., etc. It is a good thing to be angry, as a refuge from being confounded. I really could say something to that. And I did say that you did not require an occupation as a means of living, having simple habits and desires, nor as an end of living, since you found one in the exercise of your genius, and that if Mr. Proctor had looked as simply to his art as an end, he would have done better things. Which made Mr. Kenyon cry out, "Ah, now, you are spiteful, and you need not be, for there was nothing unkind in what she said." "But absurd," I insisted, seeing that to put race-horses into dray carts was not usually done nor advised. "You told me she was a worldly woman, and here is a proof sent back to you. But what business have worldly women to talk their dust and ashes over high altars in that way?" I was angry and sinned not, angry for the moment. Then Mr. Kenyon agreed with me, I think, and illustrated the subject by telling me how Wordsworth had given himself to the service of the temple from the beginning, though, observed Mr. Kenyon, he did not escape so from worldliness. But William Wordsworth is not Robert Browning. Mr. Kenyon spoke of your family and of yourself with the best and most reverent words. And all this reminds me of what I have often and often mused about saying to you, and shrank back, and torn the paper now and then. You know the subject you wanted to discuss on Saturday. Now whenever the time shall come for discussing that subject, let this be a point agreed upon by both of us. The peculiarity of our circumstances will enable us to be free of the world, of our friends even, of all observation and examination, in certain respects. Now let us use the advantage which falls to us from our misfortune, and since we must act for ourselves at last, let us resist the curiosity of the whole race of third persons, even the affectionate interest of such friends as dear Mr. Kenyon, and put it into the power of nobody to say to himself or to another, "She had so much and he so much in worldly possessions," or "She had not so much and he had not so much." Try to understand what I mean. As it is not of the least importance to either of us, as long as we can live, whether the sixpence we live by came most from you or from me, and as it will be as much mine as yours, and yours as mine, when we are together, why let us join in throwing a little dust in all the winking eyes round. Oh, it is nonsense and weakness, I know, but I would rather see winking eyes than staring eyes. What has anybody to do with us? Even my own family, why should they ever see the farthest figure of our affairs as to mere money? There now, it is said, what I have had in my head so long to say, and one other word resumes my meditations on the subject, which will not be ripe for discussion for ever so many months, and that other word is, that if ever I am to wrong you so much as to be yours so, it is on the condition of leaving England within the fewest possible half hours afterwards. I told you that long ago, so bear it in mind. I should not dare breathe in this England. Think, there is my father, and there is yours. Do you imagine that I am not afraid of your family, and should be still more if it were not for the great agony of fear on the side of my own house? Ah, I must love you unspeakably, even to dare think of the possibility of such things. So we will not talk of them now. I write what I write, to throw it off my mind and have done. Bear it in yours, but do not refer to it. I ask you not to refer to it. A long straggling letter this is. I shall have mine tomorrow, and you will tell me if Wednesday or Thursday shall be our day, and above all tell me how you are. Then the book will come. Remember to send one to Mrs. Jameson. I write in haste, but one may think of you either in haste or at leisure, without blotting the air. Love me, beloved. Do not leave off to see if I deserve it. I am at least, which is at most, your very own. End of section 124.
Section 125 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark April 13, 1846. Dearest, unspeakably dear Bar, would I were with you, but my heart stays with you. I write this, tired somewhat and out of spirits, for I have been writing notes this morning, getting rid of the arrears which turn out more considerable than I thought. And the moment I have done, I look to the chair and the picture and desire to be at rest with you. The perfect rest and happiness here on earth. But do think, my own Bar, in the direction I indicated yesterday. Any obstacle now would be more than I could bear. I feel I must live with you, if but for a year, a month, to express the love which words cannot express, nor these letters, nor aught else. See one thing. Through your adorable generosity, my beloved, at the beginning you pleased to tell me my love was returned, that I had gained your love. Without your assurance, I should never have believed that possible, whatever you may think. But you, what you say, I believe. Would in other matters believe rather than my own senses. And here I believed, in humbleness, God knows, but so it was. Then is there not this one poor fruit of that generosity, one reassuring consideration, if you will accept it, that nearly a year ago I was in possession of all I aspired to? So that if I had been too weak for my accorded happiness, likely to be in due time satiated with it, and less impressed by it, and so on, till at last I changed, would not this have happened inevitably before now? I had gained your love. One could not go on gaining it, but some other love might be gained. Indeed, I don't see how in certain instances, where there is what is called a pursuit, and all the excitement of suspense and alternating hope and fear, all ending in the marriage day, after the fashion of a Congreve comedy, how with the certainty of that kind of success all the interest of the matter can avoid terminating. But it does seem to me that the love I have gained is as nothing to the love I trust to gain. I want the love at our lives' end, the love after trial, the love of my love, when mine shall have had time and occasion to prove itself. I have already, from the beginning indeed, had quite enough magnanimity to avoid wishing for opportunities of doing so at your expense. I pray you may never be in dangers from which I rescue you, nor meet sorrow from which I divert you. But in the ordinary chances of life, I shall be there and ready, and your own heart and soul. Why do I say this to you? All words are so weak. So weak. Here? No, I shall have to send it tomorrow, I believe. Well, here in the course of the day comes Luria and the other, and I lay it at my dear lady's feet, wishing it were worthier of them, and only comforted, through all the conviction of the offering's unworthiness, by knowing that she will know, the dear, peerless, all-precious Bar I adore will know, that I would give her my life gladlier at a word. See what I have written on the outside. To Miss Barrett, because I thought even leaving out the name might look suspiciously. But where no eye can see, save your dear eye, there is written a dedication. Kiss me, dear Bar. May God bless you. Care for everything, if you should have taken cold last night, for instance. Talk of a sword suspended by a hair. What is the feeling of one whose priceless jewel hangs over a gulf by a hair? Tell me all. I love you wholly, and am wholly yours. See the strangely dirty paper? It comes from my desk, where every now and then a candle gets overset, or the snuffers remain open, aghast at what I write. End of section 125.
Section 126 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday. Postmark April 14th, 1846. Ever dearest, I have your 2 letters, and because there are only 2 great lights to rule the day and the night, I am not likely to hear from you again before tomorrow. Then you want Mrs. Jameson's direction. It is just Mrs. Jameson, Ealing. And here is the last bell and pomegranate, and for all these reasons I must write without waiting. I will not wait for the night. Thank you for the book, thank you. I turn over the leaves ever so proudly. Tell me how I can be proud of you when I cannot be proud of your loving me. I am certainly proud of you. One of my first searches was for the note explanatory of the title, and I looked and looked and looked, at the end, at the beginning, and the end again. At last I made up my mind that you had persisted in not explaining, or that the printer had dropped the manuscript. Why, what could make you thrust that note on all but the title page of the Soul's Tragedy? Oh, I comprehend. Having submitted to explain, quite at the point of the bayonet, you determined at least to do it where nobody could see it done. Be frank and tell me that it was just so. Also, the poor Soul's Tragedy you have repudiated so from the bells and pomegranates, pushing it gently aside. Well, you must allow it to be a curious dislocation, only it is not important, and I like the note, all except the sentence about faith and works, which does not apply, I think. That instance. Bells and pomegranates is a symbolic phrase, which the other is not at all, however much difficult and doubtful theological argument may have arisen from it as a collective phrase. So I am the first critic, you see, notwithstanding that Mr. Forster waylaid the first copy. Ah, no, I shall have my gladness out of the book presently, beyond the imagination of any possible critic. Who in the world shall measure gladnesses with me? Tell me. I was going to write that tell me in my yesterday's letter, but at last I was hurried, and could not. Did you come into London on Sunday? Did you walk past this house on the other side of the street about 2 o'clock? Because just then I and Flush went downstairs. The drawing-room had nobody in it, and the window being wide open, I walked straight to it to shut it. And there, across the street, walked somebody. I am so near-sighted that I could only see a shadow in a dimness, but the shadow had, or seemed to have, a sign of you, a trace of you, and instead of shutting the window, I looked after it till it vanished. No, it was not you. I feel now that it was not you, and indeed yesterday I felt it was not you. But for the moment it made my heart stop beating, that insolent shadow, which pretended to be you and wasn't. Someone, I dare say, who has an occupation 8 or 9 hours a day and never does anything. I may speak against him for deceiving me. It's a pure justice. To go back to the book, you are perfectly right about Gadge, and in the view you take of the effect of such words. You misunderstood me if you fancied that I objected to the word. It was simply my ignorance which led me to doubt whether you had written gag. Of course, the horror of those specialities is heightened by the very want of distinct understanding they meet with in us. It is the wreck in the shadow of the vault. Oh, I fully agree. And now, dearest, dearest, do not bring reason to me to prove. What to prove? I never get anything by reason on this subject, be very sure. And I like better to feel that unreasonably you love me, to feel that you love me as last year you did, which I could not feel last year a whole day or even half a day together. Now the black intervals are rarer, which is of your goodness, beloved, and not of mine. For me, you read me indeed a famous lesson about faith, and set me an example of how you believed. But it does not apply, this lesson, it does not resemble this example, inasmuch as what you had to believe, viz., that roses blow in June, was not quite as difficult as what I am called to believe, viz., that St. Cecilia's angel visitant had a crown of roses on, which eternally were budding and blowing. But I believe, and want no proof of the love, but just itself to prove it, for nothing else is worthy. On the other side, I have the audacity to believe, as I think I have told you, that no woman in the world could feel for you exactly what. But here, too, I had better shun the reasons, the bonnes raisons, which le roi notre sire cannot abide. What foolishness I am writing, really! And is it to be for a year, or a month, or a week, better still? Or we may end by a compromise for the 2 hours on Wednesdays, if it goes on so, more sensibly. I have heard to-day from Miss Martineau and from Mrs. Jameson both, one talking Mesmer and the other Homer. I sent her, Mrs. J., 2 versions of the Daughters of Pandarus, the first in the metre, you know, and the second in blank verse. And she does not decide which she likes best, she says graciously, whereas I could not guess which I liked worse, when I sent them on Saturday. Do let her have Luria at once. She will take the right gladness in it, even as she appreciates you with the right words and thoughts. But surely you use too many stamps. Have you a pair of scales like Zeus and me? Only mine are broken, or I would send you an authority on this important subject, as well as an opinion. How did you not get my letter, pray, by the first post on Monday? You ought to have had it. It was not my fault. And thinking of causas rerum, I was to catch cold, I suppose, on Saturday, because you went away. There was no stronger motive. I did not, however, catch cold. Ah, how you make me giddy with such words, as if I did really hang over a gulf, not with fear, though. Is it possible, I say to myself, that I can be so much to him? May God bless him. There was no harm meant by the black seal, I think. Tell me, too, of the headache, and whether the dinner is for Wednesday, and whether, in that case, it is still to be preferred, with all its close clipping, to Thursday. Meantime, the letter grows as if there was no such thing as shears. Your own Bar. End of section 126.
Section 127 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark April 14, 1846. I waited till the second letter should arrive, feeling that it would be easier to address the answer to this. About the other, the part which you bid me not refer to. You are obeyed now. My time will come in its turn, and I will try and speak. With respect to the immediate leaving England, you will let me say, I think, that all my own projects depend on that. There will not be one least objection made to it by my father or mother, I know beforehand. You perhaps misconceived something I said last Saturday. I meant the obvious fact, however, that while there would be a best way of finding myself with you, still from the worst way, probably of taking a house opposite Mrs. Proctor's, from that even to the best way of any other life I can imagine. What a descent! From the worst of roses to the most flourishing of dandelions. But we breathe together, understand together, know, feel, live together. I feel every day less and less need of trying to reassure you I feel thus and thus. I seem to know that you must know. Mrs. Proctor is very exactly the Mrs. Proctor I knew long ago. What she says is, of course, purely foolish. The world does seem incurably stupid on this, as other points. I understand Mr. Kenyon's implied kindness. That is, understand he may think he sees my true good in this life with older and better instructed eyes than my own. So benevolent people beg me not to go out in the open air without something about my neck, and would gird on a triple worsted comforter there, entirely for my good, if I would let them.
Why, Mr. Proctor wears one.
Ah, but without it, what a cold he would catch. Explanatory note fills up an unseemly blank page, and does not come at the end of the Sells tragedy. Prose after prose. Still it does look awkwardly. And then I don't consider that it excludes this last from the bells. Rather it says that this is the last. No, 9 if you like. The title says 8 and last. From whence will be this advantage, that in the case of another edition, all the lyrics, etc., may go together under one common head of lyrics and romances, and the Soul's tragedy, profiting by the general move-up of the rest of the numbers after the fashion of hackney coaches on a stand when one is called off, step into place, and take the style of number 8. The public shall not find themselves defrauded of the proper quantity. And shall I indeed see you tomorrow, Bar? I will tell you many things, it seems to me now, but when I am with you, they always float out of mind. The feelings must remain unwritten, unsung too, I fear. Very often fancy that if I had never before resorted to that mode of expression, to singing, poetry, now I should resort to it, discover it, whereas now my very use and experience of it deters me. If one phrase of mine should seem poetical in Mrs. Proctor's sense, a conscious exaggeration, put in for effect, only seem, I say, so I dare not try yet. But one day... Bah, I kept your letter yesterday about me. It lay by my head at night, that its good night might not go from me. Such perfect good. How strange to hear what you say of my letters, of such and such a letter. Some seem kind, and kinder and kindest. And how should I guess why? My life and love flow steadily under all those bubbles, or many or less. It is through the undercurrent that, whatever you see, does appear, no doubt. But also where nothing appears, all is one depth. Bless you, all dearest beloved. Tomorrow Wednesday. Ever your very own. End of section 127.
Section 128 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday. Postmark April 16th, 1846. This morning you would never guess what I have been doing. Buying a bonnet. That looks like a serious purpose of going out, walking out, driving out, now doesn't it? And having chosen one a little like a Quaker's, as I thought to myself, I am immediately assured by the learned that nothing can be more fashionable, which is a most satisfactory proof of blind instinct, feeling towards the bewed lights of the world, and which Mrs. Proctor would highly esteem me for, if she did but know it. In the meanwhile, assure yourself that I understand perfectly your feeling about the subject of yesterday. Flies are flies, and yet they are vexatious with their buzzing, as flies. Only Mrs. Jameson told me the other day that a remedy against the mosquitoes, polvere di morchia, had been discovered lately in Italy, so that the world might sleep there in peace, as you may hear. Let us talk no more of it. I think I should not have told you if I had not needed it for a talking ladder to something else. For the rest, it is amusing to me, quite amusing, to observe how people cannot conceive of work except under certain familiar forms. Men who dig in ditches have an idea that the man who leads the plough rather rests than works, and all men of outdoor labour distrust the industry of the manufacturers indoors, while both manufacturers and outdoor labourers consider the holders of offices and clerkships as idle men, gentlemen at ease. Then between all these classes and the intellectual worker the difference is wider and the want of perception more complete. The work of creation nobody will admit, though everybody has by heart, without laying it too hard, that God rested on the seventh day. Looking up to the stars at night, they might as well take all to be motionless, though if there were no motion there would be no morning, and they look for a morning after all. Why, who could mind such obtuse stupidity? It is the stupidity of mankind, par excellence of foolishness. The hedger and ditcher they see working, but God they do not see working. If one built a palace without noise and confusion and the stroke of hammers, one would scarcely get credit for it in this world. So full of virtue and admiration it is to make a noise. Even I, you see, who said just now, talk no more of it, talk more and make more noise than is necessary. Here is an end, though. We leave Mrs. Proctor here. And do not think that the least word of disrespect was said of you. Indeed it was not, neither disrespect nor reproach. So you and I will forgive everybody henceforward for wishing you to be rich. And if Miss Proctor would commit suicide rather than live as you like to live, I will not, as long as you are not tired of me, and that, just now, and as things are, is of a little more consequence, perhaps. Scarcely had you gone, dearest, yesterday, when I had 2 letters with the very prose of life in them, dropping its black blotchy oil upon all the bright colours of our poetry. I groaned in the spirit to read, and to have to answer them. First was a Miss Georgiana Bennet. Did you ever hear of her? I never did before, but that was my base ignorance, for she is a most voluminous writer, it appears, and sent me 5 or 6 works, observe, published under the high sanction, and reiterated subscription, of ever so many royal highnesses and right reverends, written in prose and verse, upon female education and the portrait of Harrison Ainsworth. I gaze upon that noble face and bright expressive eyes. Miscellaneous subjects of that sort. Also there is a poem of some length, called The Poetess, which sets forth in detail how Miss Georgiana Bennet has found the laurel on her brow a mere nightshade, and the glories of fame no comfort in the world. Well, all these books were sent to me, with a note hortative, giving indeed a very encouraging opinion of my poems generally, but desiring me to consider that poets write both for the learned and the unlearned, and that in fact I am in the habit of using a great many hard words, much to the confusion of the latter large class of reader. She has heard, Georgiana has, that I am a classical scholar, which of course, accounts for this peculiarity. But it is the duty of one's friends to tell one of one's faults, which is the principle she goes upon. In return for which benevolence, I am requested to send back a copy of my poems directly, and to think of her as she thinks of me. There an end. The next letter is from a Mrs. Milner, who used to edit the Christian Mother's Magazine. The most idiotic tract literature that magazine was, but supported by the Queen Dowager and a whole train of duchesses proper, very proper indeed. She used to edit the Christian Mother, but now she has generalized it, she says, to the Englishwoman's Magazine, and wants me to write for it, and says, "Oh, I cannot have patience to go on to tell you. Besides, you will take me to be too bitter, when I ought to be grateful, perhaps. But if you knew how hard it is for me to have to read and write sometimes, as if you were not in the world with me, as if— Is it wrong to laugh a little, to put it off, only to you, though? And do you know, I feel ill at ease in my conscience, on account of what I said, even to you, about Mrs. Payne, who came to see me, you remember, and because she has written me a letter which quite affected me, I shall send it for you to read, to undo any false impression. Then you will not dislike reading it on other grounds. She is very different from the Georgiana Bennets, and I am interested in her, and touched aright by what she says. You will write, you think of me. I am better to-day, much, and it is strange to be so when you are not here. Ever dearest, let your thoughts be with me. I am your own. End of section 128.
Section 129 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark, April 16, 1846. How are you now, dearest? If the worse for my visit... No, there is no affectation in what I would say. You might be worse, you know, through excitement, whether pleasurable or the reverse. One comfort is, the walking, going downstairs, etc., have not occasioned it. I expect everything from your going out of doors that is to be. What a joy to write it, think of it, expect it. Oh, why are you not here, where I sit writing? Whence in a moment I could get to know why the lambs are bleating so in the field behind. I do not see it from either window in this room, but I see a beautiful sunshine, 2:30 p.m., and a chestnut tree, leafy all over, in a faint trembling, chilly way, to be sure, and a holly hedge I see, and shrubs and blossomed trees over the garden wall. Were you but here, dearest, dearest, how we would go out, with flush on before, for with the key I have, I lock out the world, and then look down on it. For there is a vast view from our greatest hill. Did I ever tell you that Wordsworth was shown that hill or its neighbour? Someone saying, R.B. lives over there by that hill. Hill? Interposed Wordsworth. We call that, such as that, a rise. I must have told you, I think. While I write, the sun gets ever brighter. You must be downstairs, I feel sure. I fully meant to go out this morning, but there is a pressing note from my old young friend Frank Telford to get me to witness only another play and farce. And what is to be done? Here shall be my ending, for reasons. Tomorrow I will write more. My Monday. To have to wait so long. And when I do see you, I begin to pour out profusions of confusions of speech about Mrs. Proctor and her vain notions. To what earthly good? As it is very easy to ask now that I am here again, alone again. Dear, dearest Bar, I cannot serve you or even talk to you, but love you. No, that I must dare say I can do, as none other could, as you have yet to know. Bless you, my very dearest, sweetest Bar. I am your own, heart and soul. End of section 129.
Section 130 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark, April 17th, 1846. Ah, the chestnut tree. Do you think that I never saw the chestnut tree before? Long ago I did. A full year ago or more. A voice talked to me of the west wind, which set dancing the baby cones of my chestnut tree. Nearly I remember the words. Do you the time? It was early in the morning, before 7, said the voice. Too early in the morning for my dream to be, because a dream, says Lord Brougham, when he tries at philosophy, A dream, if ever so long a dream, is all contained in the last moment of sleep, at the turn towards waking. So late, and not early. No, you did not tell me of Wordsworth, not at least after that reading. Perhaps if Hatcham should not be swept away in the railway scirocco, I may see the hill or the rise at some distant day. Shall I, do you think? I would rather see it than Wordsworth Mountains, for reasons, as you say. And talking of reasons, and reasonable people in general, I thought, after you went away on Wednesday, and I began to remember how you had commended your own common sense and mine, I thought that it might be very well for you to do it, inasmuch as nobody else would for you. Hyper so, as the theological critics intensify hyper to the genitive, for reasons. How Luria takes possession of me more and more, such a noble work, of a fullness, a moral grandeur, and a language everywhere worthy. Tell me what you hear the people say. I shall be anxious, which you will not be, but to me you will forgive it. The Soul's Tragedy is wonderful. It suggests the idea of more various power than was necessary to the completion of Luria, though in itself not a comparable work. But you never wrote more vivid dramatic dialogue than that first part. It is exquisite art, it appears to me. Tell me what the people say, and tell me what the gods say. Landor, for instance. Mr. Kenyon has not been here, and I dare not, even in a letter, be the first to talk to any one of you. It is foolish of me, perhaps, but if I whisper your name, I expect to be directly answered by all the thunders of heaven and cannons of earth. When I was writing to Miss Martineau the other day, for full 10 minutes I held the pen ready charged with ink over a little white place, just to say, "Have you read?" or "Have you heard?" And at last I couldn't write one word of those words. I believe I said something about landed proprietors and agrarian laws instead. So you felt that I was downstairs to-day. See how wrong feeling may be when it has to do with such as I. For, dearest, notwithstanding your bright sunshine, I did not go downstairs, only opened the window and let in the air. I have not been quite as well, as far as just sensation goes, as usual these few days. But it is nothing, a passing common headache, as I told you, and your visit did good rather than harm, and to-morrow you may think of me as in the drawing-room. Oh, I might have been there to-day, or yesterday, or the day before, but it was pleasanter to sit in the chair and be idle, so I sate. But you did not see me in my gondola chair, not you. You were thinking of the lamps instead, and looking over the wall to the blossomed trees. What trees? Cherry trees? Apple trees? Pear trees? And so, altogether, you lost your second sight of me and made mistakes. Ever, dearest, is your head better? You will not say. You are afraid to say, perhaps, that you were ill, through writing too many notes and not going out to take the right exercise. Ah, do remember me for that good. I heard yesterday that Mr. Browning looked very pale as he came upstairs. Which comes of Mr. Browning's writing when he should be walking. Now doesn't it? Do you go to Mr. Sergeant Talfourd's on Monday? And would it be better, therefore, if you came here on Tuesday? You could come on the next Saturday all the same. Consider. Nobody shall leap into lions' dens for me. So let us measure the convenience of things, as Miss Mitford would in marriages. Convenance, though, she would say, which is more foolish than convenience, as I write it. She asserts that every marriage in her experience, beginning by any sort of love, has ended miserably. Thus run her statistics in matrimony. Add that she thinks, she told me last autumn, that all men without exception are essentially tyrants, and that poets are a worse species of men, seeing that all human feelings they put into their verses and leave them there. Add this, and then calculate how, if I consulted her on our prospects, shall I? She would see for me an infinite succession of indefinite thumbscrews and gadgets. Well, I am not afraid, except for you sometimes. For myself, I accept my chances for life under the peine forte et dure. And I won't speak to Miss Mitford if you don't to Mr. Kenyon. And I beseech you to avoid by every legitimate means the doing that. Oh, do not ever speak that to him. May God bless you, my beloved. Walk for my sake, and be well. Try to be well. For me, I am so without trying, just as I am, your own, Bar. End of section 130.
Section 131 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark April 17, 1846. No, my own dearest, I did not see you sit in your chair, nor in mine yesterday. Did I write nothing about your walking with me by the garden wall and on the hill and looking down on London? And afterwards you went with me, indeed, to Telford's. Last night was that purgatorial business. How could I make you think it related to Monday? If I have to put the least thing into words, so I put it always, being just like the family of somebody, who were one and all so stupid, said he, that if you bade them spell A.B., they answered B.A. Nay, I spell happiness and blessing and all other good words, if ever so many letters, by that same bar. But I want to go on and say you kept me from such an undiluted evening of misery, because I saw you through it all. Oh, such an evening! It shall be the last, I think. And the going out is so near. The bonnet is bought. And you pretend not to know I would walk barefoot till I dropped, if so I might attain to the sight of you and it. Do let me say, for gratitude's sake, it is like the sign of spring in Shelley's Prometheus, when mild winds shake the elder brake, and the wandering herdsmen know that the white thorn soon will blow, that the flower of my life will blow. Now let me try and answer everything in Bar's darling letters, and so not be vexed afterward, recollecting how she asked this, or bade me be sure to reply to that, and how I answered spelling A.B. for B.A. First, there is a famous contrivance against fly tormentors, a genuine canopy, gnat-repelling enclosure of muslin, which covers your bed wholly, and into which once introduce yourself dexterously, because the plagues try to follow slyly, and lo, you are in a siren's isle within an isle, a world cut off from the outer one by that fine, hazy, cloudish gauze. A delight it is. Only, if you let one persisting critic of a buzzer lie perdu, he will have you at a glorious advantage. Not that one ever bit me in England or elsewhere. And now, your letters. Miss Bennet's letter that you received just after I had gone. Will you be edified if I tell you what I received the moment I got home? Once beforehand, my experience or yours, which would you rather not have? My sister pointed with immense solemnity to a packet, then delivered a message, and then, but hear the message, a Mrs. George Sharp, unless I mistake the name, lives next door to Dickens and awfully respects him. She asks one aunt of mine to ask another, to ask my sister, to ask me, who have never seen or heard of this Mrs. George, me, who am, she has understood, a friend of Dickens, to get inserted in the Daily News some paragraph of a reasonable length in recommendation of the accompanying packet of cough drops, lozenges or pills, for I was not rightly instructed which. My fee, I suppose, being the said packet of pills. All comment is beyond me. Well, but your Mrs. Bennet, what a wretched, disgusting facciataccia. I would not be accessory to keeping those soapy bubbles of stupid vanity from bursting by sparing a rough finger. Certainly not. How? Ought you to be grateful, perhaps? For what on earth? Dearest, dearest Bar, a passing headache of these few days, what can I say or do? May God bless you and care for all. Still the comfort continues. It is not that you have made an effort and so grown worse. I am pretty well. I half determined to go out and see Carlyle tonight, so to forget a hasty resolution against all company. Other company, I had written, as if to honour it. Bars is one company, and those people's another. I think I will go. I spoke about Mr. Kenyon because I never would in my life take a step for myself, if that could be, apart from your good, without being guided by you where possible. Much more, therefore, in a matter directly concerning you rather than me, did I want your opinion as to the course most proper in the event of, etc. I do not think it likely he will speak, or I shall have to answer. But if that did happen, and you were not at hand, my own dearest, how I should be grieved if answering wrongly I gave you annoyance. Here I seem to understand your wish. My Bar, my only, utterly dear love, may God reward you for your blessing to me. My whole heart turns to you, and in your own. I kiss you, dearest. This morning, a very ordinary motivetto in the overture to Rabucco seemed to tell you more than I ever shall. I sit and speak to you by that now. R.B. No letters yet from anybody. The few received are laudatory, however. I will send you one from the old sailor friend I told you of. But mark, you must not send it back, to show my eyes and grieve my heart when the bulky letter proves to be only this, returned. Landor's in due time, I suppose. This I send is to make you laugh. My Bar's dear laugh can hurt nobody, not even my friend here, who has praised her poems more to me. There's my consolation. Consuelo. End of section 131.
Section 132 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark April 18th, 1846. But, dearest of all, you never said a word about Monday. So I did not misunderstand. I only misguessed. Because you did not mention any day, I took it into my head that you might perhaps be invited for Monday, and make an effort, which would make a fatigue, and go there, and come here. I am glad you went to Carlyle's. And where is Tennyson, and the dinner at Forster's all this while? And how did the Talfords torment you so? Was it that you were very unwell? I fear you were unwell. For me, I have recovered from my dreadful illness of the last day or two. I knew I should survive it after all. And to-day, just that I might tell you, I went downstairs with Flush, he running before as when we walked together through the gate. I opened the drawing-room door, when instead of advancing he stopped short, and I heard strange voices, and then he drew back and looked up in my face, exactly as if to say, "No, this will not do for us. We had better go home again." Surely enough, visitors were in the room, and he and I returned upon our steps. But think of his sense. Flush beats us both in common sense, dearest, we must acknowledge. Let us praise each other for it ever so. Next to Flush we may be something, but Flush takes the pas, as when he runs downstairs. To-day Mr. Kenyon came, spectacles and all. He sleeps in those spectacles now, I think. Well, and the first question was, "Have you seen Mr. Browning?" "And what did he come for again, pray?" "Why, I suppose," I said, "for the bad reason my visitors have in general when they come to see me." Then very quickly I asked about Luria, and if he had read it, and what he thought of it, upon which the whole pomegranate was pulled out of his pocket, and he began to talk like the agreeable man he can be when he doesn't ask questions and look discerningly through spectacles. Luria was properly praised indeed. A very noble creation, he thought it, and heroically pathetic, and much struck he seemed to be with the power you had thrown out on the secondary characters, lifting them all to the height of humanity, justifying them by their own lights. Oh, he saw the goodness and the greatness, the art and the moral glory. We had a great deal of talk. And when he tried to find out a few darknesses, I proved to him that they were clear noonday blazes instead, and that his eyes were just dazzled. Then the soul's tragedy made the right impression. A wonderful work it is for suggestions, and the conception of it as good a test of the writer's genius as any we can refer to. We talked and talked, and then he put the book into his pocket to carry it away to some friend of his, unnamed. And we had some conversation about poets in general and their way of living, of Wordsworth and Coleridge. I like to hear Mr. Kenyon talk of the gods, and how he used to sit within the thunder-peal. Presently, leaning up against the chimney-piece, he said quietly, "Do you not think— oh, I am sure I need not ask you, in fact I know your thoughts of it— but how strikingly upright and loyal in all his ways and acts Mr. Browning is, how impeccable as a gentleman, etc., etc., and so on and on. I do not tell you any more, because I should be tired perhaps, do you understand? And this is not the first time, nor second, nor third time that he has spoken of you personally so, and as no man could use more reverent language of another. And all this time, what has become of Walter Savage Landor? I shall be vexed in another day. He may be from home, perhaps. There must be a reason. Vive Pritchard, and thank you for letting me see what he wrote. Oh, and you shall see what I did not send yesterday. I shall make you read this one sheet of Mrs. Payne's letter, because it really touched me, and because I am bound to undo the effects of my light speaking. As for the over-praise of myself, the over-kindness in every respect, why, we know how sermons are found in stones, yet no praise to the stones on that account. But you shall read what I send, both for her sake and mine, because I like you to read it. My own dearest, do you mind what I say, and take exercise? You are vexing yourself with those notes, as I see from here. Now take care, follow my example, and be well. If not, there will be no use in wellness to me. May God bless you. Do you remember when you wrote first to me, "May God bless you and me in that"? It was before we met. Can you guess what I thought? I have the whole effect in my memory distinctly. I felt with a bitter feeling that it was quite a pity to throw away such beautiful words out of the window into the dark. Bitterly does not mean anything wrong or harsh, you know. But there was something painful, as if the words were too near for the speaker to be so far. Well, I am glad in looking back. Yes, glad to be certain at my heart that I did not assume anything, stretch out my hand for anything, dearest. It is always when one is asleep that the dream angels come. Watchers see nothing but ghosts. Yet I shall see you on Monday, and shall watch and wait as those who wait for the morning, that is, the Monday morning. Till when and ever after, I am your own, Ba. End of section 132.
Section 133 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark April 18, 1846. So my dear own Bar has good sense. Best sense. Whatever flushes may be. Do you think, to take the extreme horn of a certain dilemma I see, that— now, dearest, somehow I can't write the great proof down. I will tell you on Monday. As to my good sense, I was wrong to give such a praise to myself in the particular case you were alluding to at the time. The good sense of the bird which finds out its mate amid a forest full of birds of another kind. Why, the poorest brown butterfly will seek out a brown stone in a gravel walk, or brown leaf in a flower bed to settle on and be happy. And I suppose even dear Carlyle is no longer my brown leaf. At least I could not go last night. I will, however, try again on Monday, after leaving you, with that elixir in my veins.
Mrs. Payne's note is charming. I thank you, dearest, for sending it. How I like being reminded of thanks due from me to you, which I may somehow come near the expression of. I am silent about an infinity of blessings, but I do say how grateful I am for this kindness. Now, there is the legitimate process, the proper benefit received in the first instance and profited by, and thence grows in proper time the desire of being admitted to see you. So different from the vulgar Georgianas, who, possibly hearing of the privilege extended to such a person as this we speak of, would say with the triumphant chuckle of low cunning, "Ah, I will get as far by one stroke of the pen, by one bold desire, to be thought of as I think of her." She could but ask, and be refused. Whereas Mrs. Payne was already in possession of much more, dear, dear Bar, than could be taken away even by a refusal. Besides, her reverence would have made her understand and acquiesce even in that. Therefore I am glad, sympathizingly glad, she is rewarded, that good, gentle Mrs. Payne. I will bring her note with me, because here is Mr. Kenyon's and Landor's, which had been sent to Moxon's some days ago, whence the delay, and Mrs. Jameson's, all kind and indulgent and flattering in their various ways. But my Bar, my dear, dear Bar, other praises disregarding, I but hearken those of yours, only saying, "Ah, it is wrong to take the sacrificial vessel and say, 'See, it holds my draught of wine too.' I will not do so, not parody your verses again. And I like to be praised now, in a sense, much, much more than ever. But, darling, oh, how easily, if need were, I could know the world was abusing at its loudest outside, if you were inside, though but the thinnest of gauze canopies kept us from the buzzing. This is only said on this subject, struck out by it, not of it. For the praise is good, true praise, and from the worthies of our time. But you I love, and there is the world-wide difference. And what ought I to say to Mr. Kenyon's report of me? Stand quietly, assentingly? You will agree to this, at least, then he cannot know what he says, only be disposed to hope and believe it is so. Still, to speak so to you, what would I not do to repay him, if that could be? What a divinely merciful thought of God for our sake, that we cannot know each other, infallibly know, as we know other things and their qualities. For instance, I bid you know my love for you, which would be knowing me. I complain that you do not, cannot, yet, if you could, my Bar, would you have been ever quite my Bar? If you said calmly, as when judging of material objects, there is affection so much, and sincerity and admiration, etc. Yes, that I see, of course, for it is there plainly. So I should lose the delight crowning the delight, first of the fact as I know it, and then of this, that you desired to know it, chose to lean forward and take my poor testimony for a fact, believing through desire, or at least will to believe, so that I do, in the exercise of common sense, adore you more and more as I live to see more and feel more. So let me kiss you, my pearl of woman. Do I remember praying God to bless me through the blessing on you? Shall I ever forget to pray so rather? My dear, dearest, I pray now with all my heart, may he bless you, and what else can now bless your own hour? End of section 133. Section 134 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday afternoon, postmark April 20, 1846. Just now I read again your last note for a particular purpose of thinking about the end of it, where you say, as you have said so many times, that your hand was not stretched out to the good, it came to you sleeping, etc. I wanted to try and find out and be able to explain to myself, and perhaps to you, why that wrongness in you should be so exquisitely dear to me, dear as the rightness, or dearer inasmuch as it is the topmost grace of all, seen latest on leaving the contemplation of the others, and first on returning to them. Because, that adorable spirit in all these phrases, what I should adore without their embodiment in these phrases which fall into my heart and stay there, that strange unconsciousness of how the love account really stands between us, who was giver altogether, and who taker, and by consequence, what is the befitting virtue for each of us, a generous disposition to forgetfulness on the giver's part, as of everlasting remembrance and gratitude on the other. This unconsciousness is wrong, my heart's darling, strangely wrong by the contrast with your marvellous apprehension on other points. Every other point I am capable of following you to. I solemnly assure you, I cannot imagine any point of view wherein I ought to appear to any rational creature the benefiting party, and you the benefited, nor any matter in which I can be supposed to be even magnanimous, so that it might be said, there is a sacrifice, that is to be borne with, etc. None where such a supposition is not degrading to me, dishonouring and affronting. I know you, my Bar, not because you are my Bar, but through the best exercise of whatever power in me you too often praise. I know that you are immeasurably my superior, while you talk most eloquently and affectingly to me. I know, and could prove you are as much my poet as my mistress. If I suspected it before I knew you personally, how is it with me now? I feel it every day. I tell myself every day it is so. Yet you do not feel nor know it, for you write thus to me. Well, and this is what I meant to say from the beginning of the letter. I love your inability to feel it in spite of right and justice and rationality. I will, at a moment's notice, give you back your golden words and lie under your mind's supremacy, as I take unutterable delight in doing under your eye your hand. So Shakespeare chose to envy this man's art and that man's scope in the sonnets. But I did not mean to try and explain what is unexplainable after all, though I wisely said I would try and explain. You seem to me altogether. If you think my words sound like flattery, here shall come at the end anything but that. You do seem, my precious Bar, too entirely mine this minute. My heart's, my senses, my soul's precise tokalon, to last. Too perfect for that. The true power with the ignorance of it, the real hold of my heart as you can hold this letter. Yet the fear with it that you may vex me by a word makes me angry. Well, if one must see an end of all perfection, still, to know one was privileged to see it. Nay, it is safe now. For this present, all my future would not pay, whatever your own future turned to. Yet, if I had to say, I shall see her in a month or two, perhaps, as this time last year I was saying in a kind of contented feeling, thank God I shall see her tomorrow. My dearest, best, only Bar cannot change by tomorrow. What nonsense! The words break down, yet I will be trying to use them. God bless my dearest, ever bless her. I shall be with you soon after this reaches you, I trust. Now I kiss you, however, And now my bar. Letters, since you bid me send them, do you not? See what the longer says of the improved diction, freedom from difficulty, etc. Who is to praise for that, my bar? Oh, your R.B., wholly and solely, to be sure. End of section 134.
Section 135 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark April 21st, 1846. I would not say to you yesterday, perhaps could not, that you wrote ever so much foolishness to me in the morning, dearest, and that I knew it ever so well. There is no use, no help, in discussing certain questions. Some sorts of extravagance grow by talking of. Shake this elixir, and you have more and more bubbles on the surface of it. So I would not speak, nor will I write much. Only I protest, from my understanding, from my heart, and besides I do assert the truth, clear of any affectation this time, and it is that you always make me melancholy by using such words. It seems to me as if you were in the dark altogether, and held my hand for another's. Let the shutter be opened suddenly, and the hand is dropped perhaps. Must I not think such thoughts when you speak such words? I ask you if it is not reasonable. No, I do not ask you. We will not argue whether eagles creep or worms fly. And see if it is distrust on my part. Love I have learned to believe in. I see the new light which Reichenbach shows pouring forth visibly from these crystals tossed out. But when you say that the blue I see is red, and that the little crystals are the fixed stars of the heavens, how am I to think of you but that you are deluded, mistaken, and in what? In love itself? Ah, if you could know, if you could but know for a full moment of conviction how you depress and alarm me by saying such things, you never would say them afterwards, I know. So trust to me, even as I trust to you, and do not say them ever again. You, who never flatter. Is it not enough that you love me? Is there anything greater? And will you run the risk of ruining that great wonder by bringing it to the test of an argumentum ad absurdum, such as I might draw from your letter? Have pity on me, my own dearest, and consider how I must feel to see myself idealized away, little by little, like Ossian's spirits into the mist, till gone is the daughter of Morven. And what if it is mist or moon glory if I stretch out my hands to you in vain, and must still fade away farther? Now you will not any more. When the world comes to judge between us two, or rather over us both, the world will say, even the purblind world, as I myself with wide open eyes, that I have not been generous with my gifts. No, you are in a position to choose, and you might have chosen better. That is my immovable conviction. It has been only your love for me, which I believe in perfectly as love, and which, being love, does not come by pure logic, as the world itself may guess. It has been only, wholly and purely your love for me which has made a level for us two to meet and stand together. There is my fact against your fiction. Now let us talk no more. We cannot agree, because we stand in different positions. I hear a voice you cannot hear. I am on the black side of the knight's shield. Presently you will hear perhaps, and see. Shall you love me then? When the ideal breaks off, when the light is gone, will you love me then for the love which I shall bear you then as now? The only real thing? In the meantime, I did but jest about the letters. I know you care for mine, because I care for yours so infinitely. It is a lesson learned by heart. Tonight I shall write again. Your own Bar. End of section 135.
Section 136 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B.
Tuesday, postmark April 21, 1846. My dearest Bar, my sweetest, only love must sit, if she please, in the gondola chair, and let me talk to-day, not write to her, for my head aches from pure perversity, and a little from my morning spent over a novel of Balzac's. That is it. Not any real illness, I know. However, the effect is the same. Beside, I got tired with the long walk from Carlyle's last night, for I went and saw him to heart's content, and he talked characteristically and well, and constringingly, bracingly. He has been to the country a little. That is, has gone down to see his wife occasionally, who was on a visit at Croydon, whence she only returned on Saturday. He told me he had read my last number, and that he had been read to. Some good reader had recited The Duchess to him. Altogether, he said wonderfully kind things, and was pleased to prophesy in the same spirit. God bless him. We talked for 3 or 4 hours. He asked me to come again soon, and I will. Here are 2 letters, Chorley's one, and the other from quite another kind of man, an old friend who docks ships, or something like it, a great lover of intelligibility in writing, and heretofore a sufferer from my poetry. My love, I lend you such things with exactly as much vanity as... No comparison will serve. 'Tis the French vulgarism, comme, n'importe quoi. Celui me pousse à la vanité comme, n'importe quoi. Will you have a significant comme of another kind? Je me trouve bête ce matin comme 36 ouais. I assure you this is no flower culled from Balzac this morning, but a little souvenir of an old play. Now, if I were to say to myself something as dear as 36 bars, I should be scared, as when looking into a mirror cut into facets, one is met on every side by the same face, 20 times repeated. Nothing can add to my conception of the one bar, my one only, ever dear, dearest Bar. What perfect nonsense, says Bar, and nonsensical I will be. All she pleases so long as to let live and die her very own. Into section 136.
Section 137 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark April 22nd, 1846. Vanity. I never saw in you, my very dearest, even the short morning shadow of vanity. Vanity is not of you. You work as the cedars grow, upward, and without noise, and without turning to look on the darkness you cause upon the ground. It is only because you are best and dearest that you let me see the letters. Yes, and besides, because I have a little a right to have them sent to me, since they concern me more than you, and are, after a fashion, my letters. My letters? What am I saying? My letters, my true letters, are different indeed, and one of them came to-night to prove so. But Mr. Chorley's and the illegible man's, whose name begins with a D, or doesn't, both gave me pleasure. If Mr. Chorley did not read Luria at once, he speaks of you in the right words, and the naval illegible man, with his downright earnest way of being impressed, makes a better critic than need be sought for in the Athenaeum Synod. And what a triumph, after all, and what a privilege, and what a good deed, is this carrying of the light down into the minds among the workmen, this bringing down of the angels of the ideal into the very depth of the real, where the hammer rings on the rough stone. The mission of art, like that of religion, is to the unlearned, to the poor and to the blind, to make the rugged paths straight, and the wilderness to blossom as the rose. At least it seems so to me. And now, pray, Why am I not to hear what Carlyle said? Will you tell me? Won't you tell me? How shall I persuade you? If I can or not, I will say God bless him too, since he spoke the right word to do you good. For the manifest advance in clearness and directness of expression, I quite forgot to take notice of what you said to me, and you who never flatter, about being the cause of it. Now do observe that the soul's tragedy, which is as light as day, I never touched with my finger, except in one place, I think, to say, just here there is a little shade. The fact is that your obscurities, as far as they concern the medium, you have been throwing off gradually, and surely this long while you have a calmer mastery over imagery and language, and it was to be expected that you should. For me, I am the fly on the chariot. How we drive! Shall I ever be of any use or good to you? See what a thought you have thrown me into from that height. Shall I ever be of any use, any good, and not rather the contrary to these? Love is something, and it is something to love you better than a better woman could. But, there is no use nor good in writing so, and you with a headache too. Why, how could you get that headache? First with not walking, then with walking, and reading Balzac. But you had been writing notes, perhaps, or Carlyle had talked too bracingly, or you fasted too long, being too late for his tea-kettle. The headache came at any rate. Did it go? Tell me, dearest beloved, say how you are, and let me hear if your mother continues to be better. How happy that change must make you all, and shall I not thank God that it makes you happy? Mr. Kenyon has not been here, and I have nothing to tell you. The east wind has kept guard at the door, so that I should not go out, and nothing has happened. I seem not to have drawn breath scarcely since we parted. Parted, what a word! As if we could, in the full sense. I have written to Miss Bailey to ask her to come on any day except Saturday. Shall the 36 bars love you altogether in that one bar who is your own? End of section 137.
Section 138 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark April 22, 1846. I never thought I should convince you, dearest, and I was foolish to write so, since it makes you reply so. At all events, I do not habitually offend in this kind. 49 days out of 50 I hear my own praises from your lips, and yet keep silence. On the 50th I protest gently. Is that too much? Then I will be quiet altogether, my bar, and get a comfort out of the consciousness of obedience there at least. But I should like some talking bird to tell you the struggle there is, and what I could say. Shall I idealize you into mere mist, bar, and see the fine, fine last of you? Well, I cannot even play with the fancy of that. So one day, when so much is to be cleared up between us, look for a word or two on this matter also. Some savage speech about the hand I was to have dropped, the whole ending with the Promethean Hutos hubritsain tus hubritsontas krion. Meantime, my revenge on the hand must be to kiss it. I kiss it. Yesterday's letters both arrived this morning by the 11:30 post. Was that right? I add my Midas savageness to the general treasury of wrath. Everybody is complaining. Still, so long as I do get my letters, such letters. The cold wind continues. You will have kept the room today, no doubt. What colourless weather! Not the moist, fresh, bright, true April of old years. I shall go out presently, but with such an effort, such unwillingness. I am better, however, and my mother still continues well, goes out every morning.
So there is hope for everybody. I ought to tell you that I went to my doctor last evening, remembering to whom I promised I would do so if need were, or good seemed likely to follow. And he speaks encouragingly, and I have engaged to be obedient, perhaps because he ordains no very intolerable laws. He says I am better than when he saw me last, and as he wanted then to begin and prescribe, there is clearly a gain of about 2 months' comfort. Here strikes fatal 4 o'clock. To-morrow for more writing, and now for the never-ending love and thought of my dearest. May God bless you, Bar. Your own.
End of section 138.
Section 139 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening. Postmark April 23rd, 1846. Then seriously you are not well, since you went for the medical advice after all? That is the thought which is uppermost as the effect of your letter, though I ought to be grateful to you, and am, for remembering to keep your promise, made 2 months ago. But how can I help thinking that you are ill, help knowing that you felt very ill before you came to consider that promise? You did feel very ill, now did you not? And I see in this letter that you are not well. I see plainly. Have you been using the shower bath? Tell me. And tell me how you are. Do not keep back anything. For the rest, you will submit to the advice you say, and you mean to submit, I think, my own very dearest. Remember that all my light comes, not only through you, but from you, let it be April light or November light. I say that for you. As for myself, when I am anxious about you, it is not, I hope, for such a reason as that my light comes from you. Before I had any light, before I knew you so, do I not remember how Mr. Kenyon, with that suggestive shake of the head and grave dropping of the voice, when he came and told me with other news of your being ill, made me wonderfully unhappy and restless, till I could not help writing for a directer account? Oh, those strange days to look back upon, which had no miraculous light, yet were strange days, with their darkness which might be felt, and was felt. You will be careful, will you not, in these? I am not happy about you to-night. I feel as if you are worse perhaps than you say. And it does you so much good to keep talking about this misgiving and that misgiving. The 36 Ois are nothing at all to me, really. For those 2 letters it was far from any intention of mine that you should have them both together, and the first written went to the post at 2 on the day before. Too bad it is. I observe that you never get a letter on the day it is posted, unless the posting is very early, say before 8 or at latest before 9, which is abominable when the distance is considered. And you make a piteous case out for yourself against me, indeed, and it seems very hard to have to endure so much 49 days out of 50. I did not think it was so bad with you. And when you protest gently on the 50th day, so gently, well, the fact is that you forget perhaps what sort of a gentle protestation it was you wrote to me on Sunday, you who protest so gently, and never flatter. And as for having your own praises blown in your eyes for 49 days together, I cannot confess to the iniquity of it. You mistake as well as forget, only that I will not vex you and convict you too much now that you are not well. So we shall have peace, shall we not, on each side? I never write extravagances. But we will not write of them, even. Any more letters about Luria? Yes, all day to-day in the gondola chair. There was no leaving this room for the cold wind, and it made me feel so tired, without my taking a step scarcely, that after dinner, guess what I did, and save me the shame of relating. After dinner, my dinner at 1 o'clock, I positively fell fast asleep with this pen in my hand, and went to see you in a dream, I dare say, though this time I do not remember. Then I half expected Miss Bailey, and she did not come, and instead of talking to her, I wrote letters to all the peoples. I hate writing letters, how I hate it now, except to you only. And today I thought only of you, let me write ever so away from you. Which is why you saw me in the gondola chair. But you are not well. The refrain comes round constantly, call it a burden. May God bless you, dearest beloved. Do you say harm of this April, when it is the best April I ever saw, let it be proved to want the vulgar sun and blue sky as much as you please. Yet you are not well. Say how you are. I come clear out of the mist to call myself your very own Ba. End of section 139.
Section 140 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark April 23, 1846. Dear, dear Ba, I was never very ill, and now am very much better, quite well indeed. I mean to cooperate with your wishes in my doctor's doings, which are luckily gentle enough. And so, how should I fail of bringing into subjection this restive, ill-conditioned head of mine? This morning I have walked to town and back, leaving myself barely time to write. But just before going out I got your letter, for which I was waiting, and the joy of it, the entire delight, carried me lightly out and in again. Ah, my own Ba, of the two extravagances which you never write nor speak, after all, if I must, I concede the praises and eagle soaring, and because if I please, I can say, if you do persist in making me, why it may be so. How should I know, or Ba not know? And as a man may suppose himself poor, and yet be rightful owner to a wonderful estate somewhere, in novels, etc., so I, the intellectually poor, etc., etc. But, dearest, if you say, my letters tire you, say that again, and then what unknown gage ought to stop the darling mouth? How does honey-dew bind up the rose from opening? Moreover, it is one peculiarity of my mind that it loses no pleasure, must not forego the former for the latter pleasure. How shall I explain? I believe that, when I should have been your husband for years, if I was separated from you for a day, and a letter came, I think my heart would move to it just as it now does. Because now, when I see you, know what that blessing is. Still the very oldest first flutter of delight at Miss Barrett's writing, it is all here. All. Shall my heart flutter then tomorrow, my dear, dear heart's heart? And shall it be not April when I read it, your letter, but June and May, if it tells me you are well, as I am well? Now, if I can say that, can you doubt that I consider my present state? But be better, dear Ba, and make me better. I should like to breathe and move and live by your allowance and pleasure, being your very, very own R.B. I see this morning a characteristic piece of news in the paper. President Polk, with an eye to business, gets his brother, a tall, gaunt, hungry man, appointed ambassador to Naples. Why not? So he arrives a year ago, finds the Neapolitans speak Italian, or else French, or else German. That is, the diplomatic body at Naples don't speak English. On which discovery, Polk Secundus sees he may as well amuse himself, so goes to Paris for half a year, then to Rome, where he is now, seeing sights. Who could tell the Italians were not able to talk English? Is not that American entirely?
Carlyle told me of an American who was commissioned by some learned body of his countrymen to ask 2 questions. What C's opinion was as to a future state, and next, what relation Goethe was to Goethe's mother's husband. End of section 140.
Section 141 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark April 24th, 1846. Yes, you are better, I think. I thank God for that, first of all. And do you know, your note only just comes, and it is past 10 o'clock, and I had rung the bell to have the letter-box investigated, and then came the knock and the letter. Such a sinning post it is, more and more. But to come at last is something. I am contented indeed. And for being well, I am well too, if that is all. The wind is a little hard on me, but I keep in the room, and think of you, and am thought of by you, and no wind, under such circumstances, can do much harm, perhaps. It does not to me anywise. So keep well, and believe that I am so, well as you are well, which sounds very well. What nonsense one comes to write when one is glad! I observe that in myself constantly. All my wisdom seems to depend on being pricked with pins, or rather with something sharper, and besides your being better, I am glad through what you say here about your peculiarity. Ah, how you have words in your coffers of all sorts, crowns to suit all heads, and this, which I try on last, suits mine better than the other glittering ones. Those exaggerations, idealizations, with burning carbuncles in the front of them, which made me sigh under the weight, those are different. But when you say now that you do not part with feelings, that it is your peculiarity not to wear them out, and that you are likely to care for the sight of my handwriting as much after years as at first, why, you make me happy when you say such things, and, see what faith I have, I believe them, since you say them, speaking of yourself. They are not after the fashion of men, or women either, but true of you they may be, and I take upon trust that they are. I accept such words from you as means of gladness. The worst is, I mean the worst reasonableness that goes out to oppose them, is the fear lest, when your judgments have been corrected by experience, the feelings may correct themselves. But it is ungrateful to talk reason in the face of so much love. I take up the gladness rather, and thank you and bless you 7 times over to completion. You are the best I know of all in the world. Did I tell you once that my love was something? Yet it is nothing, because there is no woman, let her heart be ever so made of stone and steel, who could help loving you. I answer for all women. So this is no merit of mine, though it is the best thing I ever did in my life. Dearest beloved, when I used to tell you to give me up, and imagined to myself how I should feel if you did it, and thought it would not be much worse than it was before I knew you, a little better indeed, inasmuch as I had the memory forever, the chief pang was the idea of another woman. From that I have turned back again and again, recoiling like a horse set against too high a wall. Therefore, if I talk of what all women would do, I do not mean that they should. 36 bars we shall not have, shall we? Or I shall be like Flush, who, before he learned to be a philosopher, used to shiver with rage at sight of the flush in the looking-glass, and gnash his teeth impotently, and quite howl. Now we shall not, dearest, have the 36 bars, now shall we? Besides, 1 will be more than enough, she fears to herself, for your comfort and patience. No more letters about Luria? Did you see Moxon when you were in town? Miss Bailey has not been here yet. To-morrow, perhaps. When she comes, I shall not dare name you, but she will, I think. I seem sure of hearing her mind about Luria and the tragedy. George thinks the former very fine. Mr. Kenyon does not come, and to-morrow, Friday, he goes from London. You will care for me always the same. But that is like promising a charmed life, or an impossible immortality to somebody, and nobody has either, except Louis Philippe. May God bless you. Say how you are when you write tomorrow. Your own, Ba. Oh, you learned Americans. Was it literal of Carlyle, do you think, or a jest? End of section 141.
Section 142 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, April 24, 1846. Oh, I sympathise with poor Cloten when he complains that he is in the habit of saying daily many things fully as witty as those of posthumous men praise so, if men would but note them. I feel jealous of the success and praise of my bar, falling as they do on the mere asides and interjectional fits and starts of the play, when its earnest soliloquy, the very soul and substance of it all, never reaches her ear, nor calls down her dear, dear words. Yet do I say that I feel jealous? Rather, I acquiesce gladly in the ignorance, because when the words, the golden words, are brought unto me by the inferior agents, and honestly transferred by them to the real moving powers, they, even, find the reward too much, till they resolve on the other side of a sheet to keep silent and be grateful till death help them to speak. Well, my dear, oh dearest, the week has got to its weary end, and tomorrow I shall trust to be with you. I continue to feel better, and this morning's rain, in the opinion of the learned, will be succeeded by warm weather. May is just here beside. Let me say how a word of praise from your brother gratifies me. I feel his kindness in other respects, feel it deeply, as I do that of the rest of your family. Because, after these extravagant flatteries of mine you find such just fault with, wherein I go to the length of attributing to you the authorship of the Drama of Exile, and Geraldine, and Bertha, and many more poems which I used to suppose my bars. After that undue glorification, you will bear to be told, by way of set-off, that I cannot help thinking you, of all your family, are the most ignorant of your own value. Very ignorant you are, my sweet Bar, but they cannot be, and their kindness to me becomes centupled for reasons. Now let me kiss you. Which kiss, as I am to really kiss you tomorrow, my sweetest, I shall dare tell the truth of to myself, and say the real will be better. At other times, with a longer perspective of days and days after them, till, why, then I make the best of pity and say, can the real be better? What can be better than the best? Still, remember my peculiarity. With the greater I keep the less. You let me say and praise me for saying. So, with all the dear hope of tomorrow, now, my Bar, and now I kiss you. May God bless you, best and dearest. No letters that are letters. Here is one, however, from Arnold, just arrived. An Oxford prize poet, and an admirable dear good fellow for all his praise. Which is better? End of section 142.
Section 143 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday. Postmark April 27th, 1846. Ever dearest, you might have stayed 10 minutes more. George did not come in till 6:30 after all, but there is the consciousness of being wise in one's generation, which consoles so many for their eternity as children of light, yet doesn't console me for my 10 minutes. so it is as well to say no more on this head. I have glanced over the paper in the Athenaeum, and am of an increased certainty that Mr. Chorley is the writer. It is his way from beginning to end, and that is the way, observe, in which little critics get to tread on the heels of great writers who are too great to kick backwards. Think of bringing George Sand to the level of the same sentence with such a woman as Mrs. Ellis. And then the infinite trash about the 3 eras in the French woman's career, which never would have been dragged into application there if the critic had heard of her last 2 volumes, published since the Meunier d'Angibault, Teverino, and Isidora. One may be angry and sin not over such inapplicable commonplace. The motive of it, the low expediency, is worse to me than the offence. Why mention her at all? Why name in any fashion any of these French writers, for the reception of whom the English mind is certainly not prepared, unless they are to be named worthily, recognized righteously? It is just the principle of the advice about the Coqs, whom people are to go and see and deny their acquaintance afterwards. Why not say boldly, these writers have high faculty and imagination such as none of our romance writers can pretend to, but they have besides a devil, and we do not recommend them as fit reading for English families. Now wouldn't it answer every purpose? Or silence would. Silence at least. But this digging and nagging at great reputations, it is to me quite insufferable, and not compensated for by the motive, which is a truckling to conventions rather than to morals. As if earnestness of aim was not, from the beginning, from Rose Blanche and Indiana, a characteristic of George Sand. Really, it is pitiful. The Mysteries of the Heaths I suppose to be a translation of Sept Jours au Château, a very clever story from the monstrous hydra-headed imagination of Frédéric Soulier. Dumas is inferior to them all, of course, yet a right good story-teller when he is in the mind for story-telling. Telling, and never having done. You know, I like listening to stories. I agree with the great Sultan, and would forego ever so much cutting off of heads for the sake of a story. It is a taste quite apart from a taste for literature. A story-teller I like, apart from the sweet voice. Now that book of Dumas on the League Wars, which distressed me so the other day by having the cruelty, the villainy, of hanging its hero in the 4th volume, regularly hanging him on a pair of gallows, wasn't it too bad? That book is amusing enough, more than amusing enough, to take with one's coffee, which is my fashion, because you are not here and I have nobody to talk to me. The hero who was hanged deserved it a little, I think, though the author meant it for a pure misfortune, and though no good romance reader in the world, such as I am, could bear to part with the hero of 4 volumes in that manner without pain. But the hero did deserve it a little, when one came to consider. In the first place, he was a traitor once or twice in war and politics, and was quite ready to be so a 3rd or 4th time. Only, as he said to the lady he loved, "Je perdrai votre estime." "Is that your only objection?" she inquired. "The only one," he answered. How frightfully true, that those brilliant French writers have no moral sense at all, do not for the most part know right from wrong. Here an instance. Then from the beginning to the end of the 4 volumes he loves 2 women together. A phénomène, by no means uncommon, says the historian musingly, and except for the hanging there might have been a difficulty perhaps in the final arrangement. Yet oh, to see one's hero, the hero of 4 volumes, and not a bad hero either in some respects, hung up before one's eyes. It wrongs the natural affections to think of it. It made me unhappy for a full hour. There should be a society for the prevention of cruelty to romance readers, against the recurrence of such things. Pure nonsense I write to you, it seems to me. What beautiful flowers you brought me, and the sweetbriar is unfolding its leaves to-day, as if you did them so no wrong. And I have been considering, and there are not, if you please, 5 but 4 days between Saturday and Thursday. In the meanwhile, say how you are, dearest, dearest. My thoughts are with you constantly, indeed. I could almost say too much, because sometimes they grow weak and tired, not of you, who are best and beloved, but of themselves, having been so long used to be said. May God bless you, bless you. His best blessing for me, after that, were to make me worthy of you, but it would take too many miracles. Your Bar. Remember the letters if they come. End of section 143.
Section 144 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark, April 27, 1846. See what a brain I have. Which means you have. The book I ought to put in my pocket, and fancy I leave on the table, is picked up in our lane and presented to me on my return. So my reason, which told you I had forgotten it, the book, was wrong, and my instinct, which told me all the time that I could not forget even so poor a matter if it tended to you, that was right, as usual. Don't think that I forgot the said book on the former occasions. I wanted to look through it first, so as to be able to correct any possible mistakings, in case you should ask, or should not ask, my siren. I read the book during the voyage. Will you tell me what number of the League contains the notice of you? I can get it directly. I did not ask you yesterday, being just as much master of myself as I commonly am when with you. But after wisdom comes duly for a consolation, and mine was apparent in a remark I made last night. Here is truly an illusion broken, I said, for not very long ago I used to feel impatient at listening to other people's commendations of her, as if they were usurping my especial office. They could not see what I see, nor utter what I could utter, and now at the beginning of my utterance the hand closes my mouth, while its dear fellow shuts my eyes. I may not see what everybody sees, nor say what the whole world says. I that was to excel them all in either function. So, now I will change my policy and bid them praise, 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 since I may not. Will you let me hear them, my Bar? You know Chesterfield forbids his son to play on the instrument himself. Or you can pay musicians, he says, and hear them play. Where may I hear this discourser of most excellent music? In your last letter you spoke of other women, and said they might love me, just see. They might love me because of something in me, lovingness in me, which they never could have evoked. So the effect produces the cause, my dear inverter. If there had been a vague, aimless feeling in me, turning hither and thither for some object to attach itself to and spend itself on, and you had chanced to be that object, I should understand you were very little flattered, and how a poplar does as well for a vine prop as a palm tree. But whatever love of mine clings to you was created by you, dearest. They were not in me, I believed, those feelings, till you came. So that mournful and degrading as it sounds, still it would, I think, be more rational to confess the possibility of their living on, though you withdrew, finding some other. Oh, no, it is. That is as great an impossibility as the other. They came from you, they go to you. What is the whole world to them? May God bless you, repay you. He can. Well, Bar, do you see the Examiner? That is very kind, very generous of Forster. There are real difficulties in the way of this prompt, efficient, serviceable notice, for he has a tribe of friends, dramatists, actors conflicting interests, etc., etc., to keep the peace among, and he quite understands his trade, how compensation is to be made, and an equilibrium kept in the praises so as to offend nobody. Yet see how he writes, and with a heap of other business on his shoulders. I thank him very sincerely, I am sure. Tell me how you are, beloved. Oh, beloved,
I am quite well today. Have been out. Do you remember our friend Bennet of Blackheath? Don't ejaculate le Benet. He sent me letters lately, and I returned a copy of Luria to save compliments and words. Here is his answer. I will at once confess I could not read it, but Bar bids me send, and what am I but Bar's own, very, very own. End of section 144.
Section 145 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday. Postmark, April 27, 1846.
Oh, yes, that paper is by Chorley, no doubt. I read it and quite wonder at him. I suppose he follows somebody's lead, writes as he is directed, because I well remember what he said on lending me Le Compagnon. There is that other silly expenditure of pen and ink on the English poets, or whatever they are. And in such work may a man spend his youth and not a few available energies. Sad work altogether. My love, I have done a fair day's work this Monday, whoever may be idle. I thought I would call on Forster this morning. He was out, and I crossed over to Moxon's, not seeing him neither, and thence walked home, so that to tell you I am well is superfluous enough, is it not? But while the sun shone brightest, and it shines now, I said, the cold wind is felt through it all. She keeps the room. The wind is unremitting, savage. Do you bear it, dearest, or suffer as I fear? Speaking of Forster, you see the Examiner, I believe? Or I was sent it directly, of course. I entirely agree with you in your estimate of the comparative value of French and English romance writers. I bade the completest adieu to the latter on my first introduction to Balzac, whom I greatly admire for his faculty, whatever he may choose to do with it. Do you know a little sketch, La Messe de la Fée? Most affecting to me. And for you, with your love of a story, what an unceasing delight must be that very ingenious way of his by which he connects the new novel with its predecessors, keeps telling you more and more news yet of the people you have got interested in, but seem to have done with. Rastignac, Madame d'Espard, Desplaines, etc. They keep alive, moving. Is it not ingenious? Frédéric Soulier I know a little of. I let this reading drop some 10 years ago, and only George Sand's early works. By the way, the worst thing of all in that blessed article we have been referring to is the spiteful and quite uncalled-for introduction of the names of A. de Musset and de Lamennais. What are the English families to do with that? Did you notice a stanza quoted from some lachrymose rhymester to be laughed at, in the article on poetry, in which the writer complains of the ill treatment of false friends, for, says he, I have felt their bangs. The notion of one's friend banging one is exhilarating when one reflects that he might get a little pin and prick, prick after this fashion. No, it is probably a manner of writing, meant for the week's life and the dozen readers. Here is a note from his sister, by the way. Now, dearest, dearest, goodbye till tomorrow. I think of you all day, and if I dream of you, and the end of the thinking and of the dreaming is still new love of you, my sweetest, only beloved. So I kiss you and bless you from my heart of heart. Ever your R. End of section 145.
Section 146 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening, postmark April 28, 1846. Very good examiner. I am pleased with it, and with Mr. Forster for the nonce, though he talks a little nonsense here and there, in order to be a true critic, and though he doesn't talk at all, scarcely, of the soul's tragedy. How is one to bear it? That tragedy has wonderful things in it, thoughts, suggestions, and more I feel that you never did better dialogue than in the first part. Every pulse of it is alive and individual, dramatic dialogue of the best. Nobody in the world could write such dialogue. Now, you know, you must be patient and meek as a maid, being in the course of the 49 days of enduring praises. Praises instead of bangs. Consider that it might be worse. Dicit ipsissima ba. Think of my not hearing a word about the article in the Examiner until I had your note this morning, and the Examiner was in the house since Saturday night, and nobody to tell me. I was in high vexation, reproaching them all to-day, till Stormy had the impertinence to turn round and tell me that only papa had read the paper, and that he had of course put it away to keep me from the impropriety of thinking too much about. Yes, really, Stormy was so impertinent. For the rest, when papa came upstairs at 1 o'clock, he had it in his hand. At 2, Miss Bailey came, and sate here 2 hours, and thought me looking so well, with such improved looks from last autumn, that I don't mean to groan at all to you to-day about the wind. It is a savage wind, as you say, and I wish it were gone, and I am afraid of stirring from the room while it lasts, but there's an end, and not of me, says Miss Bailey. She doffed her bonnet, and talked, and was agreeable and affectionate, and means to come constantly to see me, only not on Thursday, I desired. And do you know, you need not think any more of my going with you to Italy, for she has made up her mind to take me herself. There is no escape for me that I can see. It's fixed, certain. With 1,000 generous benignities she stifled my nose, and all I had breath to say at last was, that there was time enough for plans of that kind. Seriously, I was quite embarrassed to know how to adjourn the debate. And she is capable of arranging everything, of persisting, of insisting who knows what. And so, when I am withdrawn, carried away, then shall all my feelings, which are in you, be given to somebody else? Is that the way? Now I shall not make jests upon that. I shall not. First, I shall not, because it is ungrateful, and next and principally because my heart stands still only to think of it. Why did you say that to me? I could be as jealous, did I not tell you once, as any one of your melodramatic gitana heroines who carries a poniard between the white satin sash and the spangles. I perfectly understand, at this distance, what jealousy is, would be, ought to be, must be, though I never guessed at all what love was at that distance, and startled I am often and confounded to see the impotency of my imagination. Forgive the blottings out. I have not blotted out lately, have I now? And it is pardonable once in 100 years or days. The rest for to-morrow. Your correspondent of the first letter you sent me really does write like a Bennet, though he praises you. I could not help laughing very gently, though he praises you. Good night, my only beloved, dearest. As my Bennet says, Georgiana, when she catches vehemently at the laurel, I will not be forgot. I must die, but I will not be forgot, in large capitals. But what she applies to the Delphic groves turns for me to something more ambitious. I will not be forgot, will I? Shall I? Not till Thursday at least. Being ever and ever your own Ba. End of section 146.
Section 147 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark, April 28, 1846. Now bless you, my dearest, best Bar, for this letter that comes at the 11th hour, which means at 3 o'clock. Was not I frightened? I made sure you would write. Why, our post emulates the Italian glory. Nay, that is too savage a saying, for in Venice or Rome I should have to go for this to the office.
and only get it at last through the forbearing honesty of every other applicant for letters during the day or week. Since to every man or woman who thrusts his or her head in at the window at Venice, the clerk hands coolly over the whole odd 100, and turns to his rest again, till as many are taken as may be thought necessary. But, Bar, dearest Bar, do you really mean to tell me I said that, of transferring feelings, etc.? I hope I did, though I cannot imagine how I ever could say so, for so the greater fault will be Bar's, who drives from one Scylla, see my critic's account, into a worst Charybdis, through pure fear and aversion, and then cries, "See where you are now!" I was retreating as far as possible from that imaginary woman who called out those feelings, might have called them out, just as this April sun of ours makes date palms grow and bear, because I said, of the two hypotheses, the one which taught you that palms might be transplanted and live on here, that was the more rational. You turn and ask, so your garden will rear palms? Now I tell Bar. No, I will kiss Bar, and so tell her. How happy Miss Bailey's testimony makes me. One can never be too sure of such a happiness. She has no motive for thus confirming it. You look so well, and she not merely sees it, but acts upon it, is for deriving a practical benefit from it, and forthwith. Then, Miss Bailey, let me try and transfer. The palm is too firmly rooted in my very heart. I can but sprinkle you over with yellow dust. Oh, Bar, not to tell me of the league, the number. Will you please tell me? One letter more I get, do I not? Then comes Thursday. My Thursday. What you style impertinence in your brother is very kind and good-natured to my thinking. Well, now, see the way a newspaper criticism affects one, nearly the only way. If this had been an attack, how it would affect you and me matters nothing. It might affect others disagreeably, and through them us. So I feel very much obliged to Forster in this instance. I kiss you with perfect love, my sweetest, best Bar. May God bless you. R. End of section 147.
Section 148 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday. Postmark April 29th, 1846. Dearest, you are not to blame the post, nor even me. The reason you did not get the letter was simply that Henrietta slept over the hour and let it lie on the table till past 8. Still, you should have had it before 3, perhaps. Only the wrong was less a wrong than you fancied. For my wrongs, dearest beloved, they are mine, I confess, and not yours. Ah, you are evilly persecuted and entreated of me, I must allow. Yet as, with all my calumnious imputations, I think softly to myself 7 times a day, that no living man is worthy to stand in your footsteps, why you must try to forgive and not forget me. Do I tease you past enduring sometimes? Yes. And wasn't it my fault about the imaginary woman, that heiress, in a hypothesis, of the love I made? Yes, it was, of course. Unless indeed she came out of that famous mist which you find me away into, the day you slew and idealized me, remember. And now I begin to consider, I think she did. So we will share the fault between us, you and I. The odium of it, I was going to say, but odium is by no means the right word, perhaps. The truth of all is, that you are too much in the excess of goodness, that you spoil me. There it is. Did I not tell you, warn you, that I never was used to the purple and fine linen of such an infinite tenderness? If you give me back my sackcloth, I shall know my right hand from my left again, perhaps. Guess where I stand, what I am. Recover my common sense, will you? No, do not. And for the League newspaper, you mistook me, and I forgot to say so in my letter yesterday. I told you only that the League paper had mentioned me, not noticed me. It was I just shall tell you, that you may not spend another thought on such a deep subject. It was a mere quotation from the corn ships in the offing, with a prefatory, as that exquisite poet Miss B. says. Now you are done with the winter of your discontent. You are with the snowdrops at any rate. But last year there was a regular criticism on my poems in that League paper, and I had every reason to thank the critic. I have heard, too, that Cobden is a very gracious reader of mine, and that his liege subjects generally do me the honours of popularity more than any other people in England. There's glory for you, talking of palm trees. Ah, talking of palm trees, you do not know what a curious coincidence your thought is with a thought of mine, which I shall not tell you now, but some day perhaps. There's a mystery, talking of Venice. For Balzac, I have had my full or over-full pleasure from that habit of his you speak of, and which seems to prove his own good faith in the life and reality of his creations in such a striking manner. He is a writer of most wonderful faculty, with an overflow of life everywhere, with the vision and the utterance of a great seer. His French is another language. He throws new metals into it, malleable metals, which fuse with the heat of his genius. There is no writer in France, to my mind, at all comparable to Balzac. None. But where is the reader in England to make the admission? None again, is almost to be said. But, dearest, you do not say how you are, and that silence is not lawful, and is too significant. For me, when the wind changed for a few hours to-day, I went downstairs with Flush, and had my walk in the drawing-room. Mrs. Jameson has written to proclaim her coming to-morrow at 4, so I shall hear of Luria, I think. Remember to bring my verses, if you please, on your Thursday. And if dreaming of me should be good for making you love me, let me be dreamt of. Go on to dream of me, and love me, my beloved, ever so much, without grudging, because the love returns to you, all of it, as the wave to the sea, and with an addition of sundry grains of soiling sand, to make you properly grateful. Take care of yourself. May God take care of you, for your own, Ba. End of section 148.
Section 149 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark, April 29, 1846. Oh, post. How I am plagued by what uses to delight me. No letter, and I cannot but think you have written one, my Bar. It will come perhaps at 3 o'clock. Shame, and again shame. Meantime, I will tell you what a dear merciful Bar you are in only threatening me with daggers, when you play at threatening, instead of declaring you will frown at me. Oh, but here, fear recoils he knows well why, even at the sound himself has made. The best of it is that this was the second fright, and by no means the most formidable. When I read that paragraph beginning, "You need not think any more of going with me to Italy," shall I only say I was alarmed? Without a particle of affectation, I tell Bar, I cannot help being alarmed even now. We've been discussing possibilities. It is rather more possible than probable that Miss Bailey may carry off my Bar and her Flush, and say an odd volume of the Cyclic Poets, all in her pocket, she being, if I remember, of the race of the Anakim.
than that I shall ever find in the wide world a flesh and blood woman able to bear the weight of the feelings I now rest upon the B and the A which spells Bar's name. Only her name. Forster sent a note last night urging me to go and dine with him and Leigh Hunt today. There was to be no refusing. There is sunshine. You may have been downstairs, but the wind continues. I shall know tomorrow, but surely a letter is to come presently. Let me wait a little. Nothing. Pray write if anything have happened, my own Bar. No time. Ever your...
End of section 149.
Section 150 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark May 1st, 1846. I am delighted with the verses, and quite surprised by Mr. Arnold's, having expected to find nothing but love and law in them. And really there is a great deal besides. Hard to believe it was that a University Prize poet, who was not Tennyson, could write such good verses, but he wrote them of you, and that was enough inspiration for him, I suppose, as it would be for others, my own dearest. How I delight in hearing you praised! It is such a delightful assent to the word which is in me, in the deepest of me. You know that mysterious pleasure we have in listening to echoes. We hear nothing new, nothing we have not said ourselves, yet we stand on the side of the hill and listen, as if to the oracles of Delphi. The very pleasure of it all is in the repetition, the reverberation. When you had gone yesterday, and I had taken my coffee, holding my book, La Gorgone, a sea romance by Landel, those little 12mo books are the only possible books to hold in one's hand at coffee times, and the people at Rolandi's library sent me this, which is not worth much, I think, but quite new and very marine. Holding my book at one page, as if fixed, transfixed, by a sudden eternity. Well, after all that was done with coffee and all, in came George, and told me that the day before he had seen Tennyson at Mr. Venables' house, or Chambers rather. Mr. Venables was unwell, and George went to see him, and while he was there came the poet. He had left London for a few days, he said, and meant to stay here for a time. Hating it perfectly, like your Don. Seeming to detest London, said George, abusing everything in unmeasured words. Then he had been dining at Dickens's, and meeting various celebrities, and Dickens had asked him to go with him, Dickens, to Switzerland, where he is going, to write his new work. But, laughed Tennyson, if I went I should be entreating him to dismiss his sentimentality, and so we should quarrel and part, and never see one another any more. It was better to decline, and I have declined. When George had told his story, I inquired if Tennyson was what was called an agreeable man, happy in conversation, and the reply was, yes, but quite inferior to Browning. He neither talks so well, observed George, with a grave consideration and balancing of the sentences, nor has so frank and open a manner. The advantages are all on Browning's side, I should say. Now dear George is a little criticized, you must know, in this house for his official gravity and dignity. My sisters murmur at him very much sometimes. Poor dear George! But he is good and kind, and high and right-minded, as we all know, and I, for my part, never thought of criticizing him yesterday, when he said those words rather, perhaps, barristerially, had they been other words. My other words must go by my next letter. I am to write to you again presently, you are to be pleased to remember, and that letter may reach you, for aught I can guess, at the same moment with this. In the meantime, ever beloved, I am your Ba. End of section 150.
Section 151 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark, May the 1st, 1846. I go to you, my bar, with heart full of love, so it seems. Yet I come away always with the greater capacity of holding love, for there is more and still more. That seems too. At the beginning I used to say, most truly, that words were all inadequate to express my feelings. Now those very feelings seem, as I see them from this present moment, just as inadequate in their time to represent what I am conscious of now. I do feel more, widelier, strangelier. How can I tell you? You must believe, my only, only beloved. I dare say I have said this before, because it has struck me repeatedly, and judging my past experience, I shall need to say it again, and often again. Am I really destined to pass my life sitting by you? And you speak of your hesitation at trusting in miracles. Oh, my Bar, my hearts! Well, Bar, I am so far guiltless of presumption, let come what will, that I never for the moment ceased to be tremblingly anxious, I will say, and conscious that the good is too great for me in this world. You do not like one to write so, I know, but there is a safety in it. The presumptuous walk blindfold among pits, to a proverb, and no one shall record that of me. And if I have cares and scruples of this kind at times, or at all times, I have none where most other people would have very many. I never ask myself, as perhaps I should, will she be happy too? All that seems removed from me, far above my concernment. She, you, my Bar, will make me so entirely happy that it seems enough to know. My palm trees grow well enough without knowing the cause of the sun's heat. Then I think again, that your nature is to make happy and to bless, and itself to be satisfied with that. So instead of fruitless speculations how to give you back your own gift, I will rather resolve to lie quietly and let your dear will have its unrestricted way, for which I take up the paper determining not to write, for it is foolish, poor endeavour at best, but just this time it is written. May God bless you, R.B. I called on Moxon, who is better, and reports cheeringly. Then I went to my friends, and thence home, not much tired. I have to go out, to-day, with my sister, but only next door. Tomorrow I hear from you, love, and on Monday, unless a pressing engagement, etc. What do you say to this little familiar passage in the daily life of friend Howitt, for which I am indebted to Moxon? Howitt is book-making about poets, it seems, where they were born, how they live, what relation their mother's sons are to their fathers, etc. In the prosecution of this laudable object, he finds his way to Ambleside, calls on Wordsworth quite promiscuously, as Mrs. Malaprop says, meaning nothing at all. And so after a little ordinary complimenting and play talk, our man of business takes to good earnest but dexterous questioning, all for pure interest in poetry. And Mr. W. So, sir, after that school, if I understand, you went to... and so on. Mr. Wordsworth the younger, having quicker eyes than his father, detected a certain shuffling movement between the visitor's right hand and some mysterious region between the chair's back and his coat's pocket. Glimpses of a pocket-case and a paper notebook were obtained. He thought it, the son, high time to go and tell Mrs. Wordsworth, who came in and found the good old man and the full outpouring of all those delightful reminiscences hitherto supposed the exclusive property of Miss Fenner, no doubt. Mrs. W.
Desire to speak with William for a moment? The old William. And then came the amazement, horror, etc., etc. And last of all came Mr. Howitt's bow, and so no more at present from your loving, etc. Seriously, in my instinct, thrice I write it and thank my stars. Moxon said, Howard has just gone to call on Tennyson for information, having left his card for that purpose. And one day we'll call on you, quoth Moxon, who is but a sinister prophet, as you may have heard. Dii meliora piis. It is fair enough in Tennyson's case, for he is apprised by Howard itself of the purpose of his visit, but to try and inveigle Wordsworth into doing what he would hate most, to his credit be it said, why, it is abominable, abominable. Then I heard another story. His wife, Mary, finds out, at all events, translates Miss Bremer. Another publisher gets translated other works, or maybe the same, as who shall say him nay? Howard writes him a letter, which is shown my informant, wherein rogue, thief, rascal, and similar elegancies dance pleasantly through period after period. Come out from among them, my soul, neither be thou a partaker of their habitations. From all of which I infer, I may kiss you, may I not? Love, bar. It is done. May I or may I not? Ever your own. End of section 151.
Section 152 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark May 2nd, 1846. How you write to me! Is there any word to answer to these words, which, when I have read, I shut my eyes as one bewildered, and think blindly, or do not think, some feelings are deeper than the thoughts touch. My only beloved, it is thus with me. I stand by a miracle in your love, and because I stand in it, and it covers me, just for that you cannot see me. May God grant that you never see me, for then we two shall be happy, as you say, and I, in the only possible manner, be very sure. Meanwhile, you do quite well not to speculate about making me happy. Your instinct knows, if you do not know, that it is implied in your own happiness, or rather, not to assume a magnanimity, in my sense of your being happy, not apart from me. As God sees me, and as I know at all the motions of my own soul, I may assert to you that from the first moment of our being to each other anything, I never conceived of happiness otherwise, never thought of being happy through you, or by you, or in you, even. Your good was all my idea of good, and is. I hear women say sometimes of men whom they love, such a one will make me happy, I am sure, or I shall be happy with him, I think. Or again, he is so good and affectionate that nobody need be afraid for my happiness. Now whether you like or dislike it, I will tell you that I never had such thoughts of you, nor ever for a moment gave you that sort of praise. I do not know why, or perhaps I do, but I could not so think of you. I have not time nor breath. I could as soon play on the guitar when it is thundering. So be happy, my own dearest, and if it should be worth a thought that you cannot be alone so, you may think that too. You have so deep and intense a nature that it were impossible for you to love after the fashion of other men, weakly and imperfectly, and your love, which comes out like your genius, may glorify enough to make you happy, perhaps. Which is my dream, my calculation rather, when I am happiest now. May God bless you. Suppose I should ever read in your eyes that you were not happy with me. Can I help, do you fancy, such thoughts? Could you help being not happy? The very word unhappiness implies that you cannot help it. Now forgive me my naughtiness, because I love you, and never loved but you, and because I promise not to go with Miss Bailey to Italy. I promise. Ah, if you could pretend to be afraid of that, indeed! I have a right to be afraid, without pretence at all, I who am a woman and frightened of lightning. And see the absurdity. If I did not go to Italy with you, the reason would be that you did not choose, and if you did not choose, I should not choose. I would not see Italy without your eyes. Could I, do you think? So if Miss Bailey takes me to Italy with a volume of the Cyclic Poets, it will be as a dead bar clasped up between the leaves of it. You talked of a Flora, you remember, in the first letter I had from you. How bad of William Howitt! How right you are always! Yet not quite always, dear, dearest beloved, happily, for your own Bar. Say how you are, I beseech you, and honestly. I was downstairs to-day, since the wind changed, and am the better for it. What writing for a postman, or for you even. End of section 152.
Section 153 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark May 2, 1846. No, my Bar, your letter came as it ought last night, and the promise it contained of another made me restless all the morning, to no purpose. Nothing more comes. Yet, for there is a peradventure yet unwithdrawn. When I do not hear from you, as now, I always fancy there was some signal reason why I ought to have heard, that tomorrow I could better bear the not hearing, though never, never do yesterday's letters slip by a hair's breadth from the place in my affection they once take. They could not have been dispensed with. But the imaginary letter of tomorrow could, by contrast with today's exigencies, till tomorrow really comes, and is found preferring such claims of its own. Such claims. This letter I have got, and will try and love enough for two. I can do no harm by trying. This I do not mean to say what I expected. May I say in heart playing? Now, Bar, it will be a fancy, which you can pounce on and poke your hummingbird bill through like a needle in a very twinkling, and so shall my flower's eye be ruined for ever, and when it turns black and shrivels up as dead flowers do, you can triumph and ask, Are these your best flowers, best feelings for me? But now, after this deprecation, you will be generous, and only hover above, using the diamond eye rather than the needle bill. And I will go on and dare say that I should like, for 1/2 second, not to love you, and then to feel all the love lit up in a flame to the topmost height at the falling of such a letter on my heart. Don't you know that foolish boys sometimes play at hanging themselves, suspend themselves by the neck actually for such a 1/2 second as this of my fancying, that they may taste the luxury of catching back at existence and being cut down again. There is a notable exemplification, a worthy simile. It all comes, I suppose, from the joy of being rid handsomely of my dinners and in a fair way for Monday. Nothing between but letters. I shall continue to hope. At sea it always sounds pleasantly to hear, after passing Cape this and Isle the other, Now, next land we make is Italy, or England, or Greece. Moxon told me Tennyson was still in town. Switzerland? He's a fortnight going to wherever a train takes him. For, says Moxon, he has to pack up and is too late, and next day. I dare say he unaffectedly hates London, where this poker-curantism would entail all manner of disagreeabilities. If I caught rightly, that is, now apply rightly a word or two I heard, one striking celebrity at Dickens' dinner was Lord Chesterfield, literary, inasmuch as a great maker-up of books for the Derby. Macready may have been another personage, They, Tennyson and he, may fadge, in Shakespearean phrase, if the writer of the Two Voices, etc., considers Holmes' Douglas exquisite poetry. Otherwise, it is a chance. But with respect to your brother, first of all, nay, and last of all, for it all is attributable to that, I feel his kindness, in its way, as I feel yours, as truly according to its degree and claim. But now think what I would speak. When he really does see me one day, no longer embarrassed as under the circumstances I could not but have been on one of those 2 or 3 occasions when we met, he will find something better than conversational powers to which I never pretended. And what he will accept in preference? A true, faithful desire of repaying his goodness. He will find it, that is, because it must be there, and I have confidence in such feelings making sooner or later their way. So now, at 2:30 p.m., I must... Here is the post. From you? Yes! The letter is here at last. I was waiting. Now to read. No, kissing it comes first. And now, I will not say a word, my love of loves, my dearest, dearest Bar, not one word, but I will go out and walk where I can be alone, and think out all my thought of you, and bless you, and love you with nothing to intercept the blessing and the love. I will look in the direction of London, and send my heart there. Dear, dear love, I kiss you, and commend you to God, your very own. I am very well, quite well, dearest. End of section 153. Section 154 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark, May the 4th, 1846. When I said one more letter might come before tomorrow, I forgot. How used I to manage in the early day of small things, comparatively, when letters came once a week at most, and yet I felt myself so rich, dearest. I want you to remember, Bar, what I shall be nearly sure to forget when closer to you than now. Tell me tomorrow. If I chance to see Mrs. Jameson in the course of the week, what am I to say? That is, what have you decided on saying? Does she know that you write to me? Because there is a point of simple good taste to be preserved. I must not listen with indifference if I am told that her friend Miss B thought well of the last number. But she must know we write, I think. Never make any secret of that when the subject is brought forward. Here is warm May weather, my Bar. I do not shiver by sympathy as I fancy you going downstairs. I shall hope to see the sweet-faced look Now what? Best will be altogether an impertinence, lest you help my meaning, which is best too. I received 2 days ago a number of the People's Journal from our illustrious contemporary Bennett. Bennett figures where Barrett might have fronted the world. Fact. I will cut you out his very original lyric. Observe the felicitous emendation in the author's own blue ink. That supplemental troquet makes a musical light of it. Mary Howitt follows with a pretty, washy, very meritorious lyric of life. There is a guilty one. Name her not. Virtue turns aside for shame. She was born of guilty kin. Her life's course hath guilty been. Unto school she never went, and whate'er she learned was sin. Let her die. And so on. What pure nonsense! Who cries, let her die, in the whole world now? Thank God, nobody. The sin of the world,
of the lookers-on, not the causes of the wrong, consists, in these days, in looking on and saying, how can we help her dying, or factory children's dying, or evicted Irish peasantry's dying? What ails these Howitts of a sudden, that they purvey this kind of catlap? They that once did better. William Howitt grinds here an article on May Day, past human power of reading, of course, but I just noticed that not a venerablest commonplace was excused on account of its age. The quotations from Chaucer, Spenser, Herrick got once more into rank and file with the affecting alacrity shown the other day at a review of the Chelsea Invalids. Oh, William, let them die. So goodbye until tomorrow, my dearest. I love you, and bless you ever. I am your R.B.
End of section 154. Section 155 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark, May 5, 1846. Yes, you were right, my bar. Our meeting was on the 20th of last May. The next letter I received was the 14th, and that ran in my head no doubt yesterday. You must have many such mistakes to forgive in me when I undertake to talk and stare at the same time. Well for me, as they are no more serious mistakes. I referred to my letters, and found much beside the date to reflect on. I will tell you. Would it not be perilous in some cases, many cases, to contrast the present with the very early past? The first time, even when there is abundant fruit, with the dewy springing and blossoming. One would confess to a regret at the vanishing of that charm, at least, if it were to be felt to be somehow vanished out of the present. And looking upon our experience as if it were another's, undoubtedly the peril seems doubled. With that 5 months' previous correspondence, only then, after all the curiosity and hope and fear, the first visit to come. And after, shortly after, the heightened excitement that followed. I should not believe in the case of another, or should not have believed, that the strange delight could last. No more than I should think it reasonable to wonder, or even grieve, that it did not last, so long as other delights came in due succession. Now, hear the truth. I never, God knows, felt the joy of being with you as I felt it yesterday. The fruit of my happiness has grown under the blossom, lifting it and keeping it as a coronet. Not one feeling is lost, and the new feelings are infinite. Ah, my bar, can you wonder if I seem less inclined to see the adorable kindness in those provisions and suppositions, and allowances for escape, change of mind, etc., you furnish me with, than to be struck at the strange fancy which, as I said, insists on my being free to leave off breathing vital air the moment it shall so please me? And when I spoke of dishonouring suppositions, I had not the faintest approximation to an idea of standing in your eyes for a magnanimous keeper of promises, vow observer, and the rest. All that is profoundly pitiable. But to change none of my views of the good of this life and the next, and yet to give up my love on the view, for instance, which sees that good in money or worldly advancement, what is that if not dishonouring? All the while I know your thought, your purpose in it all. I believe and am sure, and I bless you from my heart. You will soon know what you have to know, I believe, beforehand, I repeat. I am rather out of spirits today. Thus I feel toward you when at all melancholy. You would undo me in withdrawing from me your help. Undo me, I feel. When, as ordinarily, I am cheerful, I have precisely the same conviction. Does that prove nothing, my Bar? Well, I give up proving, or trying to prove anything. From the beginning I abjured mere words, and now much more. Let me kiss you, ever best and dearest. My life is in the hand you call mine. If that hand would shake less from letting it fall, I earnestly pray God may relieve you of it, nor ever let you be even aware of what followed your relief. For what should one live or die in this world? I am wholly yours. Did I not meet 2 of your brothers yesterday in the hall? Pray take care of this cold wind. Be satisfied with the good deeds of the last few days. End of section 155.
Section 156 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark May 6, 1846. Dearest, it has just come into my head that I should like to carry this letter to the post myself, but no, I shall not be able. Probably the post is far out of reach, and even if it were within reach, my grand scheme of walking in the street is scarcely a possible thing to-day, for I must keep watch in the house from 2 till 5 for Lady Margaret Cox, an old friend of mine, who was kind to me when I was a child, in the country, and has not forgotten me since, when 2 months in the year she has been in the habit of going to London. A good worthy person, with a certain cultivation as to languages and literature, but quite manqué on the side of the imagination, talking of the poets as a blind woman of colours, calling Pippa Passes pretty and odd, and writing herself poems in heaps of copy-books, which every now and then she brings to show me, odes to hope and patience, and all the cardinal virtues, with formulas of "Begin, my muse," in the fashion ended last century. She has helped to applaud and scold me since I could walk and write verses, and when I was so wicked as to go to dissenting chapels besides, she reproached me with tears in her eyes. But they were tears of earnest partisanship, and not of affection for me. She does not love me after all, nor guess at my heart, and I do not love her, I feel. Woe to us, for there are good and unlovable people in the world, and we cannot help it for our lives. In the midst of writing which comes the Leeds Miss Heaton, who used to send me those long confidential letters à faire frémir, and beg me to call her Ellen, and as this is the second time that she has sent up her card in an accidental visit to London, I thought I would be good-natured for once and see her. An intelligent woman, with large black eyes and a pleasant voice, and young, manners provincial enough for the rest, and talking as if the world were equally divided between the Congregationalists and the church people. She assured me that Dr. Vaughan was very much annoyed at the article on my poems which crept into his review, and that it was fully intended to recant at length on the first convenient opportunity. And really, she said, it seems to me that you have as many admirers among churchmen as among dissenters. There's glory, and I kept my countenance. Lost it, though, 5 minutes afterwards, when she observed pathetically that a friend of hers who had known Mr. Browning quite intimately had told her he was an infidel. More's the pity, when he has such a genius. I desired the particular information of your intimate friend a little more warmly, perhaps, than was necessary, but what could be expected of me, I wonder. I shall write again to you to-night, you know, and this is enough for 2 o'clock. Now will you get my letter on this Tuesday? Do you think of me? Love me? And are you well to-day? The flowers look beautiful, though you put their heads into the water instead of their feet. Your Ba. End of section 156. Section 157 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark May 6, 1846. But my own, only beloved, I surely did not speak too insistingly yesterday. I shrank from your question as you put it, because you put it wrong. If you had asked me instead whether I meant to keep my promise to you, I would have answered yes without hesitation. But the form you chose referred to you more than to me, and was indeed a foolish form of a question, my own dearest. For the rest, you do not see my innermost nature. You are happily too high, and cannot see into it, cannot perceive how the once elastic spring is broken with the long weights. You wonder that it should drop, when you, who lifted it up, do not hold it up. You cannot understand. You wonder, and I wonder too, on the other side. I wonder how I can feel happy and alive, as I can, through you, how I can turn my face toward life again, as I can, for you, and chiefly of all, how I can ever imagine, as I do sometimes, that such a one as you may be happy perhaps with such a one as I. Happy. Do not judge me severely, you, to whom I have given both hands, for your own uses and ends, you who are more to me than I can be to you, even by your own statement, better to me than life, or than death even, as death seemed to me before I knew you. Certainly I love you enough and trust you enough if you knew what God knows. Yet, now hear me. I shall not be able to please you, I think, by a firm continued belief of this engagement's being justifiable, until the event wholly has justified it. I mean, until I shall see you not less happy for having lived near me for 6 months or a year, should God's mercy permit such justification. Do not blame me. I cannot help it. I would, if I could, help it. Every time you say, as in this dearest letter, ever dearest, that you have been happy on such a day through being with me, I have a new astonishment. It runs through me from head to feet. I open my eyes astonished whenever my son rises in the morning, as if I saw an angel in the sun. And I do see him, in a sense. Ah, if you make a crime to me of my astonishments, it is all over indeed. Can I help it, indeed? So forgive me. Let it not be too great a wrong to be covered by a pardon. Think that we are different, you and I, and do not think that I would send you to money and worldly advancement. Do not think so meanly of my ambition for you. Dearest, dearest, do you ever think that I could fail to you? Do you doubt for a moment, ever, that my hand might peradventure shake less in being loosed from yours? Why, it might, and would. Dead hands do not shake at all, and only so could my hand be loosed from yours through a failing on my part. It is your hand while you hold it, while you choose to hold it, and while it is a living hand. Do you know what you are to me, you? We talk of the mild weather doing me good, of the sun doing me good, of going into the air as a means of good. Have you done me no good, do you fancy, in loving me and lifting me up? Has the unaccustomed divine love and tenderness been nothing to me? Think. Mrs. Jameson said to me the other day, that love was only magnetism. And I say in my heart that magnet or no magnet, I have been drawn back into life by your means and for you. That I see the dancing mystical lights which are seen through the eyelids, and I think of you with an unspeakable gratitude always, always. No other could have done this for me. It was not possible except by you. But no, do not, beloved, wish the first days here again. You saw your way better in them than I did. I had too bitter feelings sometimes. They looked to me like an epigram of destiny, as if he who sitteth on high should laugh her to scorn, should hold her in derision, as why not? My best hope was that you should be my friend after all. We will not have them back again, those days. And in these you do not love me less but more. Would it be strange to thank you? I feel as if I ought to thank you. I have written, and have more to write, yet must end here now. The letter I wrote this morning, and gave to my sister to leave in the post, she was so naughty as to forget, and has been well scolded as a consequence. But the scolding did not avail, I fear, to take the letter to you to-night. There is no chance. Mrs. Jameson came to-day when I was engaged with Lady Margaret Cox, and I could not see her, and Mr. Kenyon came when I could see him, and was glad. I am tired with my multitude of visitors, oh, so tired. Why are you melancholy, dear, dearest? Was it my fault? Could that be? No, you were unwell, I think. I fear. Say how you are, and believe that you may answer your own questions, for that I never can fail to you. If two persons have one will on a matter of that sort, they need not be thwarted here in London. So answer your own questions. Wholly and ever yours I am. End of section 157.
Section 158 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark, May 6, 1846. Dearest Bar, let me be silent as on other occasions over what you promise. One reads of a contest in generosity, and now this party was as determined to give as that party not to accept. Far from anything so graceful, I am compelled to clutch at the offering. I take all, because I must now. May God requite you, my best beloved. I met Mrs. Jameson last evening, and she began just as I prophesied. "But," said she, "I will tell you all when you come and breakfast with me on Thursday, which a note of mine now on its way to you desires may happen." A large party at Chorley's and admirable music, not without a pleasant person or two. I wish you could hear that marvellous Piszek with his Rhine songs and Bohemian melodies. Then a Herr Kellerman told a kind of crying story on the violoncello, full of quiet pathos, and Godefroy, if they so spell him, harped like a god harping, immortal victorious music indeed. Altogether a notable evening. Oh, the black ingratitude of man! These few words the poor set off to this morning's weary yawning and stupefaction, to-night having to follow beside. So near you I shall be. Mrs. J. is to be at the Proctor's to-night too. Oh, by the way, and in the straight way to make Bar laugh, Mrs. J.'s first word was, "What? Are you married?" She having caught a bit of Miss Chorley's inquiry after Mrs. Browning's health, i.e. my mother's. Probably Miss Heaton's friend, who is my intimate, heard me profess complete infidelity as to homeopathy. Que sais-je? But of all accusations in the world, what do you say to my having been asked if I was not the author of Romeo and Juliet and Othello? The man actually asked me that as I sat in Covent Garden Pit to see the second representation of Strafford. I suppose he had been set on by somebody, but the simple face looked too quiet for that impertinence. I was muffled up in a cloak, too, so I said, "No, so far as I am aware." His question was, "Is not this Mr. Browning the author of, etc., etc.?" After the play, all was made clear by somebody in Macready's dressing-room. 2 burlesques on Shakespeare were in the course of performance at some minor theatre by a Mr. Brown, or Brownley, or something Brown-like, and to these my friend had alluded. So is begot, so nourished, il mondan rumore, I, author of Othello. When I can be, and am, and may tell Bar I am her own R. The news about the post, the walk there which might have been, that is pure delight. But take care, my all-precious love, festina lente. All the same, what a vision I have of the bonnet. End of section 158.
Section 159 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening, postmark May 7th, 1846. Now, dearest, you are close by, and I am writing to you as if you were ever so far off. People are not always the better, you see, for being near one another. There's a moral to put on with your gloves, and if you were not quite sufficiently frightened by Mrs. Jameson's salutation, it may be of some use to you, perhaps, who knows? She left word yesterday that she should come to-day or to-morrow, and as to-day she didn't, I shall hear of you from her to-morrow, that is, if you go to her breakfast, which you will do, I dare say, supposing that you are not perfectly ill and exhausted by what came before. Ah, you do not say how you are, and I know what that means. Even the music was half lost in the fatigue. That is what you express by stupefaction. And then to have to dine at Mr. Proctor's without music. Say how you are. Do not omit it this time. Nor think that I shall forget how to-morrow is the 7th of May, your month, as you call it somewhere, in Sordello, I believe, so that I knew before you had a birthday there, and I shall remember it to-morrow, and send you the thoughts which are yours, and pray for you that you may be saved from March winds, ever dearest. I am glad you heard the music after all. It was something to hear as you describe it. To-day I had a book sent to me from America by the poetess Mrs. Osgood. Did you ever hear of a poetess Mrs. Osgood? And her note was of the most affectionate, and her book is of the most gorgeous, all purple and gold. And she tells me that I ought to go to New York, only to see Mr. Poe's wild eyes flash through tears when he reads my verses. It is overcoming to think of, even, isn't it? Talking of poetesses, such as Mrs. Osgood and me, Miss Heaton, the friend of your intimate friend, told me yesterday that the poetess proper of the city of Leeds was Mrs. A. Mrs. A., said I, with an inquiring innocence. Oh, she went on, divining sarcasms in every breath I drew. Oh, I dare say you wouldn't admit her to be a real poetess. But as she lives in Leeds and writes verses, we call her our poetess. And then really Mrs. A. is a charming woman. She was a Miss Roberts, and her spirit of the woods and of the flowers has been admired, I assure you. Well, in a moment I seem to remember something, because only a few months since, surely I had a letter from somebody who once was a spirit of the woods or ghost of the flowers. Still, I could not make out Mrs. A. Certainly, I confessed modestly, I never did hear of a Mrs. A., and yet, a most glorious confusion I was in, when suddenly my visitor thought of spelling the name. H-E-Y, said she. Now conceive that. The Mrs. Hay who came by solution had both written to me and sent me a book on the lakes quite lately, by the author of The Spirit of the Woods. There was the explanation. And my Leeds visitor will go back and say that I denied all knowledge of the charming Mrs. A., the Leeds poetess, and that it was with the greatest difficulty I could be brought to recognize her existence. Oh, the arrogance and ingratitude of me! And Mrs. A., being a churchwoman, will expose me, of course, to the churchwardens. May you never fall into such ill luck! You could not expect me to walk to the post-office afterwards, now could you? What nonsense and foolishness I take it into my head to send you sometimes. I was downstairs to-day, but not out of the house. Now you are talking, now you are laughing. I think that almost I can hear you, when I listen hard, at Mr. Proctor's. Do you, on the other side, hear me? And how I am calling myself your very own Bar. End of section 159.
Section 160 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark May 7, 1846. No, dearest. I get Mrs. Jameson's leave to put the breakfast off till tomorrow, and this morning, instead of resting as I had intended, I wisely went to town to get a call on Forster off my mind. I've walked there and back again. See the weakness you pity? I cheat you, my Bar, of all that pity. Yet when I have got it, however unjustly, I lay it to my heart. And I was at Mrs. Proctor's last night, Kinglake and Chorley, with a little of Milnes and Coventry Patmore, but no Howitts, because they have a sick child. Dying, I'm afraid. On my return I found a note from Horn, who was in London of a sudden for a week. Oh, the Daily News passes into the redoubtable hands of Mr. Dilke, and the price is to be reduced to twopence halfpenny, in emulation of the system recently adopted by the French journals. Forster continues to write on the new editor's particular entreaty. I rather think the scheme will succeed, Dilke having the experience the present regime wants. He will buy his privileges cheaply too, so that Chorley may possibly be employed. Here ends my patronage of it at all events. Not another number do I groan over. Patmore told me in his quiet way that his criticisms, his book on which he had been expending a world of pains, is altogether superseded by the appearance of Ulrichi on Shakespeare. The very words of many of his more important paragraphs are the same. That astounds one a little, does it not? And what do you suppose Tennyson's business to have been at Dickens? What caused all the dining and repining? He has been sponsor to Dickens' child in company with Count d'Orsay, and accordingly the Novus Homo glories in the praenomina, Alfred d'Orsay, Tennyson, Dickens. Ah, Charlie, if this don't prove to posterity that you might have been a Tennyson and were a d'Orsay, why, excellent labour will have been lost. You observe Alfred is common to both the Godfather and the Devil-Father, as I take the Count to be. So Milnes has been good-naturedly circulating the report that in good truth it is the Alfred of neither personage, but of Mr. Alfred Bunn. When you remember what the form of sponsorship is, to what it pledges you in the ritual of the Church of England, and then remember that Mr. Dickens is an enlightened Unitarian, you will get a curious notion of the man, I fancy. Have you not forgotten that birthday? Do, my Bar, forget it. My day, as I told you, is the 20th, my true happiest day. But I thank you all I can, dearest. All good to me comes through you or for you. Every wish and hope ends in you. May God bless you, ever, dear Bar, your own R. End of section 160.